Right. So we were talking about Val skills in Path of Exile, an actual role-playing game that we all enjoy.
Role-playing OnlyFans.
I also said actual role-playing instead of action role-playing.
It is actually a role-playing game.
Actual role-playing game.
Actually?
hfok, did you want to tell us about the Val skills that you've been using this league so far?
I haven't been using any of the new Val skills.
Shit, so I need to talk about. So Val Blade Flurry. I already told you guys that I started with a questionable, highly questionable Val Blade Flurry build. It was a Blade Flurry Slayer with poison. So I used the Wasp's Nest because as the well-experienced PoE player that I am, I was aware that it's very hard for a one-handed weapon to beat a Wasp's Nest, assuming the enemy has 5 poisons or more on them, because Wasp's Nest has like a big flat added chaos against enemies that fulfill that condition. So I aimed for that early league, I did all the right things, then I got a 6-link Covenant and all that, and the build, despite all that investment, still felt terrible in terms of damage, right? And what I wanted to say, though, is that Val Blade Flurry is really cool, and I wish Blade Flurry was in a little bit of a better state, where it didn't feel so terrible, because what you have to be aware of with Blade Flurry is that A, it's a melee range skill, right? You have to get really close in order to actually target enemies, and also it's a channeling skill. You need to wind up to 6 stacks to deal maximum damage, and if you don't do that, then yeah, it's just gonna whiff. And unless you have like super high attack speed, like winding up 6 stacks takes like half a second or so. And that's why attack speed is the most important stat for Blade Flurry. But yeah, still, it was not good enough to where I felt it was worth the extra effort that it took. And when I compared it to the Death Sloth that I'm playing right now, or the Poison SOS I played in Badger's Private League, it just didn't hold up. The amount of build quality that I got out of the investment wasn't great. But that said, I wish it was, because Val Blade Flurry is a really cool skill. Val Blade Flurry does like this huge Flame Blast like AoE thing, where it channels to max stages and has a big circle, and then it creates an AoE on every enemy in that circle. So the closer the enemies are together and the denser they are, the more overlap you're gonna get. So it's kind of like a pseudo explosion, and it really helps with clear. And that was actually why I enjoyed Expedition so much for the league start, because I would just spawn the entire expedition and then jump into the middle, do the Val Blade Flurry, and Val Blade Flurry does have 50% damage reduction. You take 50% reduced damage from hits while you're channeling Val Blade Flurry, and then when you release it, like just everything died so fast because you applied a big load of poisons.
How dare you say
a dick
words.
ton? That's what you're saying.
Right.
That whole speech gone, all of it.
I tried so hard.
Until the dick ton came out.
Anyway, so Val Blade Flurry really good, but the base Blade Flurry is just not good enough to justify playing a build. But what I'm assuming that we'll possibly see in Gauntlet is that people will use Val Blade Flurry for the defensive side, just like people used Val Ground Slam to stun bosses, right? As Karn told us earlier on the podcast. People might be using the Val Blade Flurry as a tech, as a means for damage reduction. Now, because Val Blade Flurry only lasts until it has its max charges, and you get faster to your max charges the more attack speed you have, you're going to want to reduce the amount of attack speed you have as much as possible. So it's probably going to be better on caster builds for that defensive purpose. But I'm really curious to see whether we're going to see that.
Kind of similar was people in whatever the last boss racy hardcore event was, where like we're doing really methodical and strategic manual molten shell procs for a lot of abilities, which is kind of a similar thing, because they're just using it to eat a hit of something they didn't want to dodge, or oftentimes for uber bosses specifically, it's actually safer to tank something versus to dodge it, because you put yourself in compromising position. So it could fill a very similar role, where you're just like eating the beam from Eater of Worlds, because it just lets you apply more DPS, so you can transition phases faster and do similar things.
Yeah. I wonder if you use General's Cry with Val Blade Flurry, does the General's Cry also support the Val portion of the skill, or can you you yourself
not
use
think
the?
so.
So you can use the Val skill for the damage reduction, and you get the General's Cry for the regular Blade Flurry, and the General's Cry dudes are going to use the Blade Flurry.
Yep.
I have to look into that. That might be a decent gauntlet build. Probably not as good as the Toxic Rain that I was looking at.
They want that
General
red blood
Cry
banner.
play? Yeah, doesn't General Cry play Flurry normally is a bit on the squishy side
Yeah.
for
Is it?
gauntlet context?
Yeah, that's
So,
why I need to look into it. Never played the build, so that's why I'm
Blade
curious
Flurry,
about it.
yes, but the Shield Crush version doesn't require red blade banner and is much tankier. So, food for thought.
Yeah, that's also an idea. I'll have to try a practice run, I think. But yeah, I haven't played General's Cry, and it's been on my list for a while. Like it's been my. I almost played General's Cry, like 3 times already when deciding for a new build. But then I just decided for something else, and I think one of those next builds that I'm playing, I need to check out General's Cry and see whether that's something that I like. And then for Val Caustic Arrow, which is, I'm using that right now on the Death's Oath build. The Caustic Arrow. Val Caustic Arrow is basically just a better regular Caustic Arrow. Like, it's the same as regular Caustic Arrow, but it deals more than twice as much damage. Like, my regular Caustic is at tooltip 430k, and the Val Caustic is at 1,037k tooltip. And that obviously doesn't include, increased damage from Wither and resist reduction from Occultist and all that stuff. And it lasts like almost 6 seconds with the duration scaling that I have. Or, I mean, I actually use Swift Affliction, so if I wasn't using Swift Affliction, then it would actually last almost 8 seconds. And that's really cool. I enjoy that a lot. Because you can also save up 2 charges. Val Caustic is like probably my favorite Val skill from the new bunch.
Can any of the new Val skills like full clear a Legion, like in Dunes or something?
Compared to the existing OP ones, like Power Siphon or Arc, I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that.
Can you
Power
actually link?
Siphon,
Go on.
Power Siphon Chain? I don't even know if Arc can full clear a Legion.
It depends. I mean, you could bridge the gap with explosions for a lot of these things.
Right.
Toss on Asenath, and it really fixes a lot of builds problems.
All good, all good.
Can you link was that Arrow Nova support on the Val Caustic Arrow?
Yeah, actually people told me about that. That makes Sanctum even more brain dead. Because then you just like tape the mouse to your ass and shoot caustic arrows, and like everything is covered in degen and the guards just die. But that's at the point where you have so much damage that you can give up some damage and sacrifice it for that quality of life.
Pretty sure Nimbus works also, right?
I haven't looked into that.
Should, hypothetically.
Does it always pierce, or does it only pierce for a certain amount of?
It does. I think wall caustic always pierces, but regular caustic doesn't pierce at all, unless you put pierce on it. But Val caustic always pierce all targets.
Because you can't return the projectile if it is still piercing, right? So it works in the sense that it will go random direction within the mist, but doesn't returns back to you.
Yeah.
I mean that's the case for the Val caustic, but for the regular portion of the skill, it would still return because that skill ends when it hits something. But then there's no bonus, like there's no bonus to hitting an enemy twice with Caustic Arrow because it's just secondary damage over time. So I don't think Nimbus is the right way to go there. Unless I understand something wrong about how that works. But I thought the benefit of Nimbus...
Flood the screen, I guess, for fun.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, I mean, you could use an actual ring with dot multi and all that, which would serve you better.
An actual ring?
Yeah, an actual ring.
Actual.
Yeah, exactly. Like Nimbus is good for hit base because you benefit from like multiple hits. It would be meme worthy certainly for a Caustic Arrow build to do Nimbus. And I also heard that some people are actually playing Caustic Arrow hit based, or not hit based, but based on ailment rather than the damage over time. So like you actually poison with the hit portion. And I have no idea. Like when I first heard about it, I was like, that can't be good. But people insist that it's pretty decent. No idea.
Just the caustic arrow, or is that the foul caustic arrow?
The regular caustic arrow, I think people said it was on totems, like caustic arrow, poison ballista, or something like that.
Ooh.
Ah.
I'll have to look it up. Like I'm not recommending this build. I'm not saying it's a thing. I'm just saying I heard of it and I was skeptical, but people assured me it's a thing.
Seal of approval.
Yeah.
Who's in that? Who's in the waiting room?
It's in the waiting room. There's someone in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Oh, Deedle's in the waiting room. Wow. Should we
Wow.
get Deedle on, guys?
Deedle,
No.
Deedle.
No, shit.
No, yeah.
Oh, you should extort him. Tell him to
Yeah,
tell
stop.
him to send you money.
Beam me up, caddy. Right. We go. The one and only Deedle Do is joining us. How do you do, Deedle?
I'm
What?
doing good.
See what I did there?
Why didn't you say how do you do, Deedle do? You got alliteration, Catmaster. Come on.
What?
Where's my
Close.
camera? What'd you do to my camera?
I didn't do anything. It's off by default. Like
You
even when you
broke
switch it
it.
off, when you press the camera button now, then it will still like it will show me here that you have the camera, but I'll still have to click it. It's a double layer of protection.
Double.
Yeah, imagine Balor came in here with his unbuttoned shirt, right? I need to make sure that there's no indecent
There we go.
exposure here.
Yeah.
Well, welcome. How have you been, Deedle?
I'm okay. How are you guys doing?
Isn't it really, really early in the morning where you at?
It is. It's 4:30 in the morning.
Oh shit, me too.
Wow.
Is that- is-
EST represent. Let's go.
EST till I die.
True. For better or for worse.
Yeah, I'm too poor to leave that place.
That's basically it.
I've already left my place. I'm in Connecticut now. That's left enough.
Connecticut. I'm in Delaware.
That's basically.
That's not a
Connecticut.
real
That's
place.
basically Connecticut. Yeah, I think they're one and the same.
I was coming from Manhattan, so Connecticut's the Delaware of Manhattan.
Oh god.
No, I've been pretty
Thanks.
good though. Yeah, my schedule's all messed up at the moment. I'm
Yeah, I was
currently
gonna
in
ask.
process.
Did
I'm
you just
trying to
wake up, or are you like
I got up
still
like
awake?
2 hours ago or so. I usually get up and get up, brush my hair, brush my teeth, and wash
Ah, true.
my beard. I gotta let the dog out, and then I like chill for a bit, wake up, and maybe eat and drink some caffeine, and then I usually
I mean,
What's he doing?
you gotta excuse me for not being super aware of that, but now that you say it, it does make sense. If you actually have hair, then you actually have to do maintenance.
you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, the hair on my head is a lot easier to deal with. I just like pull it out the ponytail, brush it out, put it back in ponytail, bam, it's done.
Compared
beard-
to what here? Oh, okay, beard.
The beard is like what takes the majority of the time because you gotta like wash it, right? You gotta soap it
Yeah.
up and wash it, then you gotta rinse it, then you gotta dry it, then you gotta brush it. It's way more maintenance than this mop
Mhm.
on top.
Top mop.
Top mop. But yeah, I'm currently in process of trying to swing my schedule a little bit more towards like my afternoon. So basically like a 12-hour swing so I could be ready for Gauntlet start. So that's fun.
Have you already made a decision what you're going to play in Gauntlet?
I have no clue. I don't even have like a list of options.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you do, but like
I do, but I don't know what to pick from.
Well, I mean, I was like gonna say you had your comfort pick of Seismic Trap for a while, but you can't play that in this specific Gauntlet.
Yeah, Seismic was my comfort pick for a while. Even when people were doing like DD, when DD was like the main build that people were doing, I went with Seismic. And then when people went with Seismic, the last gauntlet, I went with DD. Yeah,
I think Seismic is a little bit more comfortable in bosses, whereas DD is a little bit more comfortable in mapping.
Yeah,
Got that right?
Yeah. Yeah, bossing on DD wasn't easy, although I did kill the most bosses I ever did and scored the most points playing DD. But that could have been a factor of a couple things. Maybe just practiced more. Maybe I just had better RNG. Maybe I lucked into stuff. Could be a number of factors. Plus, the modifiers last league were, or not last league, but our last gauntlet were very. I wouldn't say they were easy, but the way that they had the scaling mods, it kind of like gradually pushed you through. Like, you know, acts 1 through 5 was like basically nothing. And then 6 through 10 got a little bit harder. And then white maps, yellow maps, red maps. It felt good with that progression. It didn't really feel like there was never really like a jarring step, if I remember correctly. Maybe to red maps. I think yellow to red maps was a little bit jarring, but for the most part, it felt like a really smooth progression. I think that helped out with like just overall performance and gearing up and getting shit done. But no, I have no clue what I want to play. I was hoping you could give me some ideas.
Reaper.
Reaper?
Well, I talked to Karn earlier a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Go with the Reaper jug. Oh god.
Shit.
Did you watch Rice QT do the Reaper jug in the Corsair team in BPL?
I seen a little bit of it. I seen him like killing Aziri a couple times.
Yeah, the boss kills look really good with that build.
Yeah. But then there was something else he was doing, and he could not keep the Reaper alive for anything he was doing. It just kept dying.
I remember
over
that
and
clip.
over.
It was in a shrine map with additional projectiles though, and he had those like rolling magma caster dudes. So I was like, okay, sure, but if you stand still yourself, you're also dead within like getting hit twice by those. Right?
Yeah, they get hard.
No, it's insane. But yeah, unfortunate because like I really like these like off meta builds, but yeah, I mean, if the Reaper dies all the time, even if it stayed alive, it would be a really bad mapping build. It just really shines in bossing, but like if you can't get to the bosses, what use is it? So I was like thinking maybe try Herald of Agony, but that sounds like painful to get there. Herald of Agony jug, honestly.
Man. God, what year is
but
it?
That at least that's a minion that can't die, right? Like, you know, they can take your life, but they can't take your Herald of Agony life.
Searing Bond.
Searing Bond? All right.
Yeah.
I thought about it in the past. It doesn't look too bad numbers-wise. You could do like a combination of Searing Bond, Flame Wall, and Righteous Fire, and all that.
Oof, 3
and
buds.
Fire Trap.
About 3 too many.
Someone tested it earlier or recently. I don't remember who it was, but I remember seeing like a clip or something. They were just like, it's just so bad damage. It looks like it should be good, but it's terrible.
Is it
I don't
really?
remember who it was.
Okay.
I don't remember. But the one thing I am thinking about, and I think this is going to be an angle that maybe a few people take this league, is the respec / re-level aspect, where you farm on one build, get a bunch of currency and gear for whatever build you want to boss and get points with, and then either respec or re-level. In my case, I'd probably want to respec because I'm not the fastest leveler. You know, someone like Steel, Karn, Ben, Exile, you know, these really fast levelers, like they could get back to maps in like 3 hours, 4 hours in a gauntlet, where it's going to take me a little bit longer. So I might just farm on one thing and then with a plan of like respecking to another. Because that's the thing, is like you have good bossing builds and then you have good map clear builds, but it's hard to like find a good middle ground, especially for gauntlet, because it needs so much more than just a regular build, right? Like your defenses has to be a bit more stable. You have to have more offense. You have to have more damage. So yeah, I'm like completely stuck there. I was thinking like maybe like War Chief or Protector.
I don't know. On which class would you do that? Can you even do that anywhere but Chieftain? Do you need Chieftain for the activation range, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about Chieftain, but I don't know. It's just preliminary thoughts. My thoughts are all over the place. I was watching
Yeah.
Exiled practice Winter traps. They look kind of good.
With
That's
Totem,
bait.
won't you be worried about the stunning if you don't get the jewel?
Jewel doesn't
If you're
exist
doing
anymore.
Woshi.
Spiral Stone doesn't exist anymore.
Gone.
Oh,
Put down like a dog in the dark.
Nah, that's not. Honestly, it wasn't something that I thought about. It's a good point though, because they probably would be getting stunned quite a bit. How
Yeah,
the
it's
hell would
the
you
reason
stop
Karn
that?
talked me out of EA totems on champ. I was like, maybe EA totem, but now I'm leaning more towards like toxic rain champion.
Yeah, I was also thinking something the same, some sort of toxic rain.
Well, the thing is,
champ.
like a +3 6-link bow is so easy to acquire in SSF. I mean, comparably. You just farm any 6-link card set, probably the Porcupine, and then you just make a +2 bow that has a open prefix, open suffix, and then you do
Bing,
the
bang,
thing where
boom.
you slam the +1, and it's pretty good.
Easy peasy. Yeah, and plus Terrace is a T1 map, so I mean,
Yep.
Yeah, that plus Sanctum is free divines, basically. I mean, not free, but like you can reliably farm out divines.
Free divines.
Yeah,
On
super
the
free.
hour, every
yeah, I
hour.
guess it might be a little different in Gauntlet though, depending on the modifiers. Like that,
Yeah, you got to be careful to actually not die in Sanctum. That's true. And
because if they have turbo, like if the
The
mods
Flicker
have
Strike guy is
turbo,
going to be one-shotting people. I can't wait to see those clips of that dude coming out of nowhere.
yeah, it's
Just
probably
killing
gonna be
fucking
like,
people left and right.
yeah,
yeah,
he's the
put
worst.
decoy totem, go forward. Put decoy totem, go forward. Put decoy totem,
Yeah.
go forward. That's probably how you play Sanctum.
That seems like peak
Gauntlet.
gameplay to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Or you just, whenever you move forward, you just have Molten Shell up and.
Or you just skip Sanctum.
No, you can't skip Sanctum. You need those juicy divines to make your bow.
Yeah, but
Skip
dead people
Gauntlet.
can't use divines. You know? Or you can just be alive.
That is your fortune cookie statement today.
Dead people can't use divines.
Yeah.
It's true.
True, you're gonna want a relic too, right? Like you're probably gonna want some sort of relic.
Yeah, but that's at red maps.
True.
Yeah.
You just skip the mechanic until your character's already as built as it's gonna be.
Yeah, but then you do the mechanic in white maps to build up your regular relics to be able to get the red map mechanic down and then get good
And you
sanctified.
log in,
That's
realize
true.
the event has ended.
do you need a red map Sanctum to get divines? Because I was doing white and I still got
75
with you.
for sanctified relics, I think. 75 and above.
Oh, sanctified relic. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. I believe.
He's a believer.
Well, it's because most of the... I looked at a list and I think most of the mods require 75 or something like that. And like, I mean, my Sanctified Relic, we talked about that earlier, like requires level 60 and the level requirement is always 80% of the level requirement of the mods that the item has. So 75.
Wait, what? Say that again?
I'm saying that when an item's level requirement in Path of Exile is raised by the mods that it rolls, right? Then that's like if a given mod, say, can spawn at level 75, item level 75, then it raises the level requirement of that item to 80% of 75. That is 60.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
I didn't know that. I thought it just raised it to that level requirement.
No, it's actually only 80% of that level requirement, which is important because that way it is ensured that people who are ahead in the progression can generate an economic advantage because they can find items that are better than what other people at lower level can find, but the people at lower level can still wear it.
You know what? That makes sense though, because if you had like a T1 armor roll on chest, that's like an 86 roll, right? And it's never like 86 requirement to use that. So that
Exactly.
makes sense actually.
Hmm.
That's something I never thought about though. Never crossed my mind until you just said it. That's why I was like, wait, what? Say that again?
Yeah, it's
The wealth of knowledge.
I mean, it was just brought to my awareness on the podcast. I mean, I knew it beforehand, but like, I wasn't really thinking that much about it. But yeah, now that it was brought up earlier, it's of course easy for me to put it back
Also,
together.
Extra handsome.
Oh,
See,
that's also very fair to point out. The skulls with
What?
the fire beams are both traps and monsters.
yeah.
So when you actually
Traps
have the turbo mod on Gauntlet,
So there
yeah.
most likely will be turbo mods. So I was in Ziz's channel earlier, and he said the mods will most likely be similar to the last league, but there was something he wanted to do that GGG couldn't allow or didn't allow, and that was instead of turbo having monster action speed cannot be reduced below base, so you can't chill or freeze them. So we wouldn't have turbo, but you wouldn't be able to slow them down below base. But they wouldn't allow it.
they wouldn't
So-
allow it, or they were like technically incapable of doing it.
I think I said I wonder why they couldn't or wouldn't, and he said basically they didn't want him having control over the balance of it. Was the answer that he gave, which doesn't make any sense because
It's a
it's
real
his gauntlet.
non-answer.
It's his gauntlet. He's like making up the
No,
mods
but
for it.
I know what you mean. I know what they mean though, because if you give like all the monsters 40% increased damage, then that's fair for all the monsters. If you give all the monsters 40% increased speed, that's fair for all the monsters. If you make it so that none of the monsters can be reduced to below action speed, then that's worse on some monsters than it is on other monsters. Right? Or am I making things up here?
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about haste or damage.
Yeah,
Any other
sure.
modifier.
Yeah, true. On some things, it could be the difference between getting insta one shot and not.
Sounds like fascism to me.
Yeah, I think it was just
Classic.
a bullshit answer they gave him on like, why or whatnot. Or maybe he just gave us a bullshit answer. I don't know. I'm just reiterating what he said earlier.
It's a
But yeah,
conspiracy.
the traps are in fact modified by the turbo. So if there's turbo, and there most likely will be this gauntlet, that means that those traps will be affected by it.
How likely are the guards actually killing your character with all the damage mods in the gauntlet setting?
The guards?
Probably
Yeah,
a
the
couple of
guards.
them, yeah.
Or the boss.
Some of them are going to be extremely rippy, like the ice spear or ice projectile guy that like ascends and then slams to the ground with like that big AoE. That's probably going to be one shot. The flicker dude's probably going to be one shot. If you take the charge up arrow from the ice archer that Lighty likes so much, that's going to be one shot probably.
I do like him.
I mean, that one shot me earlier already when I was testing the beams, right? When we were talking about how the beams in the floor 4 Infernum equivalent, I forgot what it's called. When we were talking about how the beams there don't go all the way down, I was like, oh, I'm gonna test that, and they do go all the way down, but then they switch off somehow. But yeah,
The guinea pig, yeah.
I mean, didn't lose anything of value. Well, except the potential for maybe a sanctified relic, and a challenge, so that's kind of unsettling, but whatever. I'm not gonna make that same mistake again.
What's been the most you've lost in a sanctum so far?
I think like
Mine
2
was-
divines.
5 divines.
5? Did you double, or did you just get extremely lucky with how many you got offered?
There was a double, yeah. It did. One of them got doubled. I had one. There was
One got
one
doubled?
like,
No, 2 got doubled and 1 got single, right? 'Cause that would be 5. Because if 1 got doubled, then you have 2 from the double, but then you'd have to have 3, and that could have been not a double, then you had 3
one that had
individual ones.
2. I know it was 5.
Well, then the most reasonable thing would be doubling
Double
2
twice.
and getting 1.
Yeah, could have been that.
But you got
Because
you got triple it because the belt implicit, you know.
Oh yeah. So
Whoa,
I really got
32 quant on an amulet? Holy shit.
no. You
That's
got
a shit
you got to
show.
triple it though. So it's 96.
Right, 96. my bad.
Real inside baseball path joke.
So you were saying earlier something about Karn, discussing something with Karn about gauntlet builds, but then
Well,
we
I
got
was
sidetracked.
asking Karn, like, what I should play in Gauntlet, right?
And what'd he say? Bone Shatter?
Yeah.
In so
Bone
many
Shadow
words.
Jug all the way.
He said Jug, not Slayer?
He said
Jeez.
Bone Shadow Jug is a trap. No Bone Shadow Jug is actually gonna win. Or something like that, right? But like he's still playing Bone Shadow Jug. 'Cause at least that's what he said, right? But the
Well, I
thing is also
questioned
like the thing is also that like if someone wins on that build, it is going to be Karn, right? Like I mean, that guy has been putting absurd amounts of hours into that build.
Or Alk. Isn't Alk
Yeah,
Bone Shatter Jug too?
I don't know, but like depending on what they find, like Karn said, if he finds a Covenant, he's gonna do Champion SRS.
And Arakali also you mentioned as another.
Yeah, Arakali, but Arakali he said he was gonna do on Jug, right? He said you don't need the Squire.
He also
Where is he?
mentioned that Searing Bond Trickster build.
What did he?
Yeah. It's
Top secret.
it's gonna break the mold. Don't worry. The key is to put the totem in a trap, because then the enemy doesn't expect it. You know, you get the more multipliers. It's pretty
Top
obvious.
secret strats, guys. Write it down right now. Leaked here by Lighty. If you know, if one of the top competitors is going to be upset that this secret strat came out, then you can directly blame it on Lighty.
Yep, as a man who's not going to be competing, I have no problem.
Where's he expect to get the Covenant and the Arakali though? Just,
No, he's not expecting to get it. He's saying like, if I get it, then that's a safe reroll, because that was
if
the
we
question
get
that we asked, right? Specifically, TheRealJamesHumphrey asked that question, like, what items are a safe reroll for you? Like, if you get that item, you're gonna be like directly new character. But although that's not fair for Arakalis, because Arakalis he doesn't need to roll a new character if he's already on Jug. It's probably better to just refund.
yeah.
But yeah, other than that, like I was brainstorming a little bit for options, and like Cold Dot is banned, right? They banned Creeping Frost and Vortex, but you could still play Cold Snap with Wintertide brand if you really wanted Cold Dot. But yeah, people didn't assign high chances to that. Some people said in chat, you need too much to make Wintertide good. You need like cast speed, you need plus levels, you need like Cold Dot multi and all that stuff.
I mean, those things are obtainable. Like, they're not unobtainable. You're gonna have to work for it.
Yeah, but like Cold Dot, like no other archetype benefits from stacking like different sources of the same kind of damage on top of each other. And if like two of the skills that you could be using are banned, and you only have 2 left, I mean Cold Snap and Wintertide probably together are a good combo, right? Like, if you wanted to play another skill with Wintertide, you'd probably opt for Cold Snap, because that also has a Val version. But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know. But that was like my thought, you know, that the fact that Creeping Frost and Vortex is banned doesn't mean that you can't do Cold Dot. It's just, is it gonna be good? Probably not. And then someone in chat talked about a Jug Spark, and Trixt was very skeptical, I remember. Trixt was like, do you have a POB for that? You level that 2 maps, like 2 tier 16 maps? In Gauntlet mods?
Oh no.
He pressed X to doubt.
Wait, he leveled like that?
No, like someone in chat claimed they leveled like that. And
that's what I mean. Like whoever was talking about this, they leveled as a Spark Marauder.
Man, the stat requirements alone would be
okay.
Great.
I have no idea, dude. I'm just like, don't shoot the messenger.
I don't know. Looking awfully scrumptious right now.
So I'm in process of rolling an SRS Jug myself. I dropped the Covenant.
SRS Jug.
Yeah, pretty early, and
that Karn was definitely saying that's the worst idea, because as a Jug you don't want to use a non-armor chest piece.
Yes, this is true. This is true. Jug loves armor chest pieces, but I could just get. He's still way more tankier than what I have. My gear set that I have for him would be so much more tankier than like a Necro or an Ascendant with what I have. The Ascendant could be really good,
Yeah,
but
Ascendant could be
needs a lot of gear though, which I don't.
Yeah,
have.
but like also like, would you want to league start your gauntlet with Ascendant? That's the question.
So
It's such a
all right.
pain to start.
So
Ascendant.
I'm not trying to do this in Gauntlet. I'm just saying now. This is what I'm doing now.
Oh, okay, right.
In actual league, that's not a plan.
I
for
thought it was.
I,
I thought it was a prep for Gauntlet or like an experiment.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
sorry.
maybe if I like lucked into all the things, maybe, but I doubt that's gonna happen. I was thinking about SRS, but I don't know.
No, I didn't notice the transition from like Gauntlet talk into like just generic.
Yeah,
general talk.
it's just something I'm doing now. Just to touch on like the Spark jug a little bit. So I dropped the Covenant pretty early, 6-linked it. I still need the sword, but you know, we're in process of farming for that and the jewel, but it's fine. We'll get it. I've been leveling it as like I've been trying different things. So I died like 4 times trying to level this stupid build, all to dumb shit. But I level it as Bone Shatter pretty much all the way and then transition, just respec. It cost me a bunch of regrets, like I don't know, 40, 50 regrets, but it's so much more comfortable than trying to force a spell leveling on Marauder.
Yeah, also not. I don't see that happening.
It just doesn't feel good. Your stat, like Lady was saying, your stat requirements alone just like make it damn near impossible. You're always struggling to keep up with gem levels. And then just where you're at on the tree, like you don't have any scaling. The closest scaling, you're like what?
I mean, you need cluster jewels or something.
20 points away? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not something that I would recommend or like tell people is a good thing. I just thought it was a good conversation piece to bring up because it's something that happened earlier on stream.
It is interesting that they decided to do that. What league did they do that in? Software trade?
They said they did it in a private league.
Oh, a private league.
Private league with all kinds of mods on them. Definitely monster life and some damage. I don't recall. I'd have to scroll back and chat. Right.
I mean, there's always going to be like your non-traditional ways to level things that people find that they might enjoy and say, oh, this works great because it's different to them and they enjoy it, but it may not be good to someone else who's like used to like Helix leveling or Bone Shatter or like twinked out Armor Brand Cremation, you know, whatever, insert OP leveling a skill here. Spark is pretty good to level with, but just not on Jug.
I do like for really any character that can reach the northeast or even minions ability, especially witches. Doing the like popcorn SRS with Infernal Legion is my favorite ways to level. It's like super duper chill, just for walking around. Drop a couple less
on league start gear or like.
Oh, you could do it on like a shit 3-link. So literally just SRS minion life, then Infernal Legion or Combustion if you want. And you just pick up minion stability, and when you get a 4th link, you put an Unleash for quality of life, but it's like super super comfy. I've done that to like maps on multiple characters with a 4-link. No problem at all. I mean, Infernal Legion scales super super strong early on. Doesn't scale at all after that, really. Has like no real scalability past that. But yeah, it's a good one.
I've seen some people like scale Infernal Legion Skitterbots builds into endgame.
You need the Shaco. You need a very, very difficult to acquire Shaco for it to be really worthwhile. There's only about 3 or 4 supports that can support it. And you have to hit basically 35 Legion plus 1 of them on a Shaco, which is like a bit of an ask,
Okay,
Now do that in Gauntlet, and you'd be great.
NP, dude.
Step
I'm gonna
1.
go for it.
Find Oshapi.
Mark my words.
See you in 2 years. Step
Yeah.
2, profit.
Right. Any other great build ideas, Deedle? Inspire me. What else are we gonna... I
Just
mean,
go
honestly, like...
go RF Jug, man. You know, you won't be able to kill anything, but nothing will be able to kill you either.
Herald of Agony Jug.
Nah, it
what you
does too
said?
much. Does too much damage. No, I said RF Jug.
RF Jug. Yeah, honestly, that's what I was considering. Like, RF Fire Trap. That's...
Unironically, me too to start with. Farm on that, and then figure out a transition build to boss on.
Yeah, let RNGesus take the wheel.
Basically, yeah. Just try to like have options, like, but not really a set plan. Like, okay, if I find this set of items or this item or this thing that could build enable this, then we'll do this. EA Jug? I don't think EA Jug is gonna be that good for gauntlet situations. It's okay for regular league. We just played it. I've been on a Jug kick lately. I don't know if you can tell.
Jug's good.
Jug
Dude,
is in a
Jug
good
is-
state.
It really is. The changes were really, really beneficial. You know what I really would like to see to jump off the rails again and completely derail this conversation is them to do that to Gladiator.
Mm,
Make Gladiator good.
make Gladiator great again.
Yeah. Please.
What would it need to make Gladiator good again? I mean, wouldn't it require like an entire rework to suppression and block and spell block?
It would probably need the Trickster treatment more so than the Jug treatment, yeah. Like a total rework. But then again, you wouldn't want to get rid of the bleed explosions. Like, gratuitous violence. You wouldn't want to get rid of that. But I think the left side, what Versatile Combatant used to be, needs a total rework. Like, no one takes that shit. You're gonna spend 2 ascendancy points on 10 block?
Yeah.
I don't think so. And then whatever's behind it is like, I don't know, even more garbage. You got Challenger charges are good, bleed explosions are good. And bleed's not even in a good space, so it like kind of reduces the value of the bleed explosions because you have to be a bleed build, and bleed builds are in a pretty bad spot right now.
Yep.
That bad?
What bothers me most is a bleed build. You can't actually get 100% bleed chance on the tree itself. You have to get something
Yeah.
on your gear or be Gladiator.
Or use chance to bleed support, which also feels
Yep.
bad.
How much can you get on the tree? Isn't it just like a matter of like getting 1 or 2 rare jewels to cap it?
I'm not exactly sure. You have 15, you have 30, you have 45. That's 50, 60, 75.
Masteries or no? Any amount there?
75%, it looks like, and I don't see any on any masteries. Not chance.
75, that'd be an absurd amount of jewels that you need. That's like 5 jewels. You can only get 5% chance per jewel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5%.
That sounds terrible. So yeah, you basically need to use the chance to bleed jewel, gem. But it's not bad because that also has flat fizz, right? Similar to the chance to poison.
With weapons.
Yes.
So if
Flat
you're
fizz of
unarmed,
weapons.
it's not going to count.
Yeah, just don't play Facebreaker. I mean,
Lol.
is Facebreaker bleed even a thing that people did?
I've done it before. I've done like Bringer of Rain, Facebreaker, bleed builds before. It's kind of fun. It's different. It wasn't great. I wouldn't recommend playing it, but if you like that sort of thing, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I've done it as War Chief.
It's so
And
bright.
what else did we do it as? We did it as something else recently.
Rigwald's ring.
Hmm?
The Rigwald's ring? Rigwald's crest?
Oh
With the
yeah, yeah,
wolves?
the wolves.
Hmm.
It's the best leveling build in the game. The
pretty
wolf,
much.
the wolf builds.
I tried.
The corrupted one.
Yeah, I dropped one and I tried to corrupt it to level 1, and it hit a. Where'd it go? Shit, I lost it.
Man down.
Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, wait, here it is. It hit a 48. It hit a level 48 corruption.
Not
Yeah.
quite the same.
Not quite.
That's
not
right when it stops feeling good.
Yeah, about 50.
Like, oh shit.
What is the wolf tech? Just the wolves are fucking like basically level 50 mobs. And if you can corrupt Rigwald, there's a couple implicits on the ring that tank the level rec to level 1. And you just basically pop those puppies on, pun intended, and it's like just a guarantee on kill. So when you just kill one thing, you just start accruing wolves. You know,
What do the wolves do?
They just one-shot everything, basically.
Yep. Feels terrible on a boss that doesn't have ads. You're just crushing the campaign, and then you just get to a boss that doesn't have ads, and you have nothing to kill, and you're like,
Most
oh
of the
shit.
bosses, to be fair, die within like a second from the wrath of the wolves.
At any level or just through the acts? Like we're leveling?
Up until about 50, then it really falls off.
Okay.
Good early level. Much zoom. Wow.
Ooh. I made a Souls Wick. That's great.
Congratulations.
Now you can do your weird Spectre build that.
Has anyone ever made a successful build with that? Because it's like specters do not travel between areas, base duration of 20 seconds. So like you have to resummon your specters every 20 seconds. Is that even worth it? Can you even find the right ones on the map?
Terrible. No.
Sounds super fiddly, right? Like either it's fiddly or you have the wrong specters and the wrong support gems.
Make a ward looper that automatically summons Desecrate and uses that. They just have Spectre spam.
How did
It's
Soulswick get kept and the stun totem jewel didn't? Or coated shrapnel didn't?
Totems were just strong, dude. Temporary specters weren't.
I think you're conflating use and removal here.
There's one GG employee that plays temporary Spectre build, and they don't want it to die, so they kept it in.
I don't think you understand how the way that Path nerfs things is they take Chris Wilson, they put him in a basement,
room.
they blindfold him, then they put a dartboard on the wall with all the names of the skills, and then they just hand him raw fish, and he just throws them at the wall, and then they just yell out skills. Glacial Hammer, then they'll nerf something. It's
that is
left.
I thought they said every.
Wait, do I lose the Sanctum if I get minus 100 to max resolve while I have... Oh no, it's max resolve, so I can do this. Never mind.
If you're at 100 or lower, then yes.
Yeah, but I have 100 out of 300, so I would have 100 out of 200 after I read minus 100 to resolve, but it's max resolve, so it just removes the max,
Timothy?
but not...
I thought they said every drastic change they'd put it into Ruthless instead.
Yeah, but they kind of doubled back on that and then said,
No,
well,
I also tried to call them out on that or like say that was inaccurate what they said, but they did say that they're like only using like only changes that make sense in the normal game or something like that. Like if they think something is overall making the game better, they'll do it to both versions. But if they're unsure, then they'll only do it in Ruthless or something like that. That was the wording.
The reason that's the biggest red flag is because that is a two-way street, and that it leads to spooky scenarios. I mean, any change they make in Ruthless that they feel like is good for the game should have been made in the base game, and then vice versa. They feel like these negative changes are positive to Ruthless, they'll make them in the core game just as easily. Like whether they think the change is positive or negative is a matter of perspective to them, not a matter of perspective to the players. case in point, all the bossing changes this league were numerically in every way, shape, and form strictly negative, but were pitched as positive. So it might just be a justification to change things, or it just might be they shouldn't have said anything and they said something that wasn't even right in the first place. It's kind of hard to tell.
Sorry, I missed like the last 10 minutes of the conversation. I was busy gambling and doubling my cat coins. What were we talking about?
That's what we're
Lady
talking
was
about.
talking about the boss changes that were, well, to quote how Lady said it, sold as a buff, but they were a nerf.
Yeah.
In context was regarding what we were saying about Ruthless, that like, you know, whatever positive change, like they implement something to Ruthless, right? And it's great to the game. They add it to the core game, fantastic. But that does work both ways. So if something's added to the game like in Ruthless and it's maybe detrimental to the vast majority of like casual player experiences, there's just as easy to justify it being added to the Ruthless as it is to add the base game. So who knows what'll be added to what from where? Like it's kind of like already, muddled what's going to be, the reasoning. If they make a change, any change they make in the game right now, that is one that they made in Ruthless already, or reminiscent of a Ruthless change that is viewed as negative, you could just make the argument that because of Ruthless, this change was now made detrimentally. So I don't think it's going to be the case, but like, just it's a slippery slope. Slippery.
I have no actual opinions about everything. I just love stirring shit.
You have an opinion about the term slippery slope? Do you think it's
Yeah,
discriminating against you?
It was my YouTube channel name between my first YouTube channel and my current one. So every time anyone ever says it, it tingles my spine a little bit.
Little slope.
I'm like, because I used to respond to that.
Slippery slope videos.
Yep, that was it. I'm like, this is far too generic of a name.
Look at him now. These are
Yeah, no
real
need to
boy.
rebrand. Just went back to what my first channel was.
I mean, other channels and or brands with much more generic names are successful, so I'm pretty sure you can do it.
What about the
I don't want
Catmaster?
success. I just want to be better than Catmaster. That's all I want in life.
That's not that hard.
Yeah, that's why I don't want success.
Oh.
Oh, got him.
Oh.
I'm constantly being roasted. 24-hour
least I've got all these cat
Catmaster
coins.
roasting stream.
How do I tell how many cat coins I have? Is there a balance, or did I just go all?
Points.
I don't want to lose them all.
Exclamation points.
Wallet. Nothing. I've
Not
got
the
a
wallet
bank
command.
of cat coins, but I don't know how many. Points, eh? Okay. They're called cat coins, but you have to do exclamation mark points to see how many you have.
Yeah, I have tried
Jesus
to find
Christ!
where
Can
I
I
can
cash
change the
these
name.
in? How do I have 2 million cat coins? What do I get
We're
for
in a
this?
we're in a big cat coin inflation
Like
here.
Zimbabwe money, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's not worth anything anymore.
No.
Oh, what the hell?
We've been printing new cat coins.
It's
The
nonstop
coin
minting.
economy.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh god. Rewards are unknown or one fewer room ahead. Oh.
Wait, didn't you have a bunch revealed though? Or are you just at the end of the thing?
I'm just at the end. I'm just running this. Oh shit.
Through the 90s.
I think the object is to miss the balls, not hit them.
They do no damage. I have 711 inspiration. I don't have this this expectation that I play mechanically adept in any way.
Mm.
Let's see, can we bring up one of the old topic documents and steal some topics?
I'm gonna run a
myself.
scam on your Catcoin channel when you're offline. I'm just gonna try and dupe as many as I can. Get to that rank #1 spot.
Go for it.
It's my new
Shit's
goal in
rigged.
life.
Who
So
is
bad.
rank 1?
Probably a bot.
Damn,
You always
bot.
have these weird like chat. Yeah, I mean, how does it work? Top points or something like that? Yeah, top
Yeah,
points.
there you go.
Stream elements.
Stream-
Well, that makes
Stream
sense.
Stream
elements.
element.
And then Commander Root, and then
Commander
another
Root.
TTV viewer, and then A10, which is probably also a bot. Chaotix is not a bot though.
What's
Chaotix is true
top
#1.
End, the top end.
Wait,
need
what
to
I
get to
can do is I can-
77 million? Oh my god.
Remove. Wait. How does it work? Points.
I could double nothing to 77 million. It's all good. I'll get there. I'm no longer playing PoE. I'm specifically roulette gambling in your chat.
Yeah, there was a way to strip people of. I think it's exclamation mark set points, stream elements, 0. Yeah, see, there you go. And then you got that, and then we need to do the other guys. Then we do fucking Commander Root.
Are you sure they're bots? You're just ripping off their points.
Yeah, you can just
No.
screenshot it and restore them later. But yes, I am sure because I've done this before. They always
not letting me
creep back up
gamble
to the
anymore.
top because they don't gamble, right? Everyone who's real actually gambles, and that's why they lose all
man.
their coins sooner or
It's
later.
all about
but
that passive income. That
passive
mindset
coin
grind.
income. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't take $1 million today. I'd rather take $10 a day the rest of my life, obviously.
There we
It doesn't
go.
work out.
Chaotix, Lurks, Lizard, Isotrix, Alisadra. I have no idea who Lurks and Alisadra are. Those
Oh,
are
he's a
probably
bot.
also bots.
Might as well remove their points too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost positive Lurks is a bot. I don't know about Alessandria.
Oh, classic bot. Now.
Alessandria.
Yeah, Lurks can disappear here. Yeah. Top points. Illusion. Okay, I'm giving up. There's too many bots. Too many chat bots.
We've
Right.
determined that
I've
That-
lost 3 times in a row.
the top spots in Cat's stream belong to bots.
Wow, most of your viewers, most of your long-time viewers are bots, Cat. That's not something you should really admit to.
No. Well, first of all, they're not viewers. They're chat bots, so they're lurking in chat.
Their
They
family.
bumped the number
They
in chat
count as
by 1.
viewers. They count as viewers.
No, they don't count as viewers. There's
Yeah,
a
they do.
difference
And
between how
if
many
they
people.
join your
man.
IRC channel, they're viewers.
It's gonna
That's how
go
it
the
is.
route
It's
of
complete bullshit,
so
dude.
many others.
Bot inflation.
Do you read?
You're
Do you
inflating,
read the number
you're inflating
when
your
I?
chat percentage with all these spam about gambling. I don't even know if gambling's legal on Twitch. Shouldn't they get rid of that?
I'm not gambling.
Are you in a hot tub right now?
It's not gambling. It's literally exclamation mark gamble is the.
I'm
Mm.
not answering
I
any more
won!
questions without my lawyer.
I gambled 100,000 and I won
Can't
10,000.
afford
Oh
to
my
lose
god,
Cat
I'm
to
rich.
viewbotting. He'd go the way of many other old past streamers.
Dude, I love it when a PoE streamer gets caught viewbotting.
Hey,
It's like
my-
watching people
Yeah,
die in
My
hardcore.
nickname is Blasting Cat.
I've seen so many. I've seen over the years. Yeah. God.
It was extra fun to get raided by them. It's like raided by 300 people, and then it's
Yeah.
just like your viewer number goes 10 up. Like, yeah, that means
Well, other than
something.
that,
Sounds
you would just see
familiar.
The active chatters would never change because they're fucking
Mm.
bots. It's like cool, man.
Like every time I get raided by Cat, it's like I get 2 extra viewers.
Yeah.
Everyone else is bots.
Very sussy.
Damn.
Sussy Baka.
Everyone's trashing me on my own podcast.
Not trashing you. Trashing your viewers.
Yeah.
All 2 of them.
Beep boop.
Have you already
I'm
told
bi-
us about all the fun farming projects that you're still going to do this league, Slippery?
Yeah, I did the 2,000 Polaric invitations, and I have like 3 or 4 other videos to put out, which are a secret, but I'll put one out soon.
Do you have to do anything with the Ferric Goatman?
Nah, it's probably not enough in the market. I have I hired middle management. There's a guy that loves doing stuff and micromanaging people. So I'm the farmer, and he's middle management, and he hires other people like traders and stuff. So if I want to do something, I contact middle management. I submit a request, and he goes "fuck off," and I go "okay," and then I don't do anything. So I went to him and I was like, "Yo, middle management, can I have 100
Awesome.
reliquary keys?" And he said no. And so no reliquary key video, sadly. Dude, Cat, you're rich.
Right?
You know, you could
Holy shit.
Yeah.
you could bucket those in messages, Cat, from Stream Elements, so it just says 100 and doesn't say 100 individual things.
Look at all those things. I don't
Getting
know any of those.
divine.
Have a look if I know any of these people. No. Look at all these bots that just got fucking subs.
Bot party.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah,
No way.
we're gonna
No
do it-
way.
we're gonna do
No
it-
way. No way.
He only just realized.
No way.
Yeah.
Again? Yeah, because that was in the list earlier.
Yeah, this is gonna. You gotta fix the Stream Elements to have it so it just shows the number, not 100 individuals, because the emotes are fucking crashing. It's like so
Turn off the
laggy to look
overlay. It
at.
hurts my eyes.
Oh my
Let
god!
it flow.
It's okay, guys. It's his first
No,
time
no,
streaming.
no, no. The people need to get their money's value in flying emotes.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's
Smell
only
your
the browser
GPU from
that's
here.
yeah. No, but if the GPU was smelly, then I'd be dropping frames on stream. The stream is doing an excellent, constant 30 FPS. It's just the browser source down there that can't keep up with the amount of emotes.
Fizzy.
Can I
It
get
looks
some-
cool though.
Celebratory cat points for this occasion.
Yeah. Can
You.
we get some cat coins?
Is
Yeah,
it not
yeah,
called
yes.
Cat Cash? Is there not Cat Coin and Cat
Well,
Cash?
it's exclamation mark points. What the hell? Cat points.
Yeah, but you could change that.
Feed us some cat coins. We want. We
Yeah, I
crave
think that's
them.
like never
Sustenance.
unbricking itself. I mean, I could switch it off, but like it's pretty.
What the fuck are you doing here, Socks? Get out of here. Go back to my channel.
Hey, thanks once again. Big shout out to the one and only Cool Joe for doing another 100 bomb in the stream, bringing the total to 210. That is
Classic Joe.
absolutely crazy.
Socks isn't subbed. That's one extra guy that's not subbed. That's a bot right there. Not non-sub bot. Would you pay if you were viewbotting? Would you pay to subscribe your own viewbots, Cat?
Would I subscribe to my own viewbots?
No,
I
no.
click
If
on
you
the-
had viewbots, would you give
If.
yourself money to give them subscribers? Scoops.
What? Would I give myself money to give them subscribe? Okay, it's a super hypothetical. I don't have viewbots, right? So obviously, and clearly, and I mean, otherwise, I'd have more. Anyway, what's a stupid hypothetical question?
It's not
That's-
stupid. It just makes you seem less suspicious, more undercover. Anyway, everyone who's subscribed right now, they're
never
all bots.
post in
That's what I'm saying.
chat, so that's the
Huh?
thing, right?
No, but they chat all the time. That's what bots do, right? Right?
I'm not familiar enough with how
Yeah, I
they
don't
work.
know.
Never read into that. You know an awful lot about that.
Yeah, I used to hang out in Blasting Cap's chat all the time, and he disappeared and haven't heard anything since. Was that his name? I don't even know his name.
Yep, that was one of them. There's a few.
I remember
Weird
using the name
souls.
Blasting Cat and Racist a couple of times after that incident.
Racist. He used the name racist. Holy shit, I wouldn't admit to that. I was wondering why that name was occupied. Cat's been sitting on it every league.
Oh no,
Oh god.
classic sitter.
I've been shit talking because you said you were gonna find you were gonna go and find a topic list, and I've been spitballing shit tier conversation for the last 20 minutes. What have you got, Cat? Have you found anything
That's
yet?
Perfect.
Or you want me to keep going?
Nothing that we haven't talked about yet. I thought it was gonna be it's gonna be more. The thing is, like, you were here together with Lighty for the year recap.
That was a
Otherwise, I
mistake.
would have asked you for what is your favorite league of the last year, but you already answered that.
Right.
So, and I think, well, hfok, what is your
What?
favorite league? Is hfok gone?
I'm here.
What's your
league?
favorite league of the past year? And why is it
Expedition?
not Sentinel? It was what? First of all, Expedition is
Expedition.
2 years ago.
No, it's last year. Okay, sorry. Last year. It is
Like,
Sanctum.
Expedition was really good.
Yeah, it has to be Sanctum then, if it is
Yeah.
just last year.
Oh, it has to be Sanctum. Okay, this league already. I think because I think we all unanimously agreed that it was Sentinel because of Recombinators. But if it wasn't for Recombinators, honestly, Sentinel was kind of flat compared to Sanctum. Sanctum is the better league. I just really like Recombinators.
I always feel them two separate entities. If you ask me Sentinel League itself, I would never consider Recombinator as part of it. It's
Recombinators
just
were specific rewards to Sentinels, and they didn't go core.
but
Like they,
yeah, but it wasn't the league mechanic, if you know what I mean. It was just the crafting that tags along.
Yeah, that's true. But still, it wasn't a core edition, but it was part of the league. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I can totally understand why that wouldn't be present when you think about it. Okay, which league did I like best? And you think about the actual league mechanic at the moment-to-moment gameplay. Whereas I was asking like what was overall your favorite league. But it's still a fair answer. I mean, if that matters more to you, like the gaming experience.
Yeah, it totally does. Because in Sentinel, I felt bored in the loop very quickly, just pressing Sentinel. While I like the control panel thingy, the respecking of it was really fun. But then it gets bored really quickly, except for crafting component. That was what kept me interested for a little bit longer. But it wasn't like Sanctum that I keep want to just do Sanctums over and over again. I don't even remember there's a league that caught my attention like this one for a long time, except for Expedition. But that is 2 years ago.
Expedition was 2 years ago.
3.15.
Yeah, I mean next league
close.
it's 2 years ago.
Yeah, getting close. That's crazy.
No, the league after that, right?
The league after.
What's 15 plus 8? 23. No, it's still like relatively close.
Really?
And then we also only had 3 leagues in one year, right? Because they shifted something, or 3.5, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I really liked how. Okay. If you still remember in Heist League, we had a similar situation as the Sanctum League, where they introduced more unique heist around the first or second week, and we have a unique relic this time around. Initially, I thought it was a really bad idea, but then it felt like a new game plus in PoE, which we never had that experience as well. And it also changes the way, unlike unique contracts, that you pretty much do the same thing, but in a longer or a little bit different way. But this time you have your set challenge, you have your unique relic runs that absolutely modify how you play. So you thought you're good at it, and then now they take away stuff, and now you have to get better at it. And then now that there's also the one resolve challenge that I probably never made it in this league, but it is a fun thing to actually give it a try. And the other thing is I can try a lot of these stuff without worrying that my XP going down, because most of the time your resolve is gone before you're actually dead. And that doesn't stop me from choosing whether I want to play the league mechanic or whether I want to farm maps. That doesn't interrupt it at all. So yeah, that's my reasoning for Sanctum.
Yeah, no, like I agree with that. I'm a real big fan of leagues that bring a little bit of another league into that league. And what I mean by that is I like how Heist brought a little bit of hardcore into softcore, because you couldn't die in a heist without losing all your loot. It's like a soft version of hardcore, right? Like a soft permadeath.
It's like medium core, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, or punish core, if you will. And in the same way, Sanctum brings some softcore into hardcore, because it allows you to fail the run without losing the character. But it also brings some hardcore to softcore, because you can, fail the run without losing your character. You lose the Sanctum. And it brings some SSF into Trade League, because you can't trade the relics, and you need to acquire them by yourself by engaging with the content. So I think In that regard, Sanctum is really good because it forces people to engage with the game in a different way than they have previously. And most people don't actually like notice it and take offense with it. Like take Balor Mage, for example. He hates himself when he plays SSF most of the time. Like he like plays it once per league or something like that, and he's like, yeah, but that was okay. That I just wanted to stay up to date with it so I could talk about it and that I can give people advice for playing SSF, but it's not for me, right? But then this league he really enjoys. He's like, oh man, I'm having so much fun and this is really good. And like Balor also said that he's like 100% on board with how the Sanctified Relics are designed and how they are account bound and all that. So I think they did a really good job, like Trojan horsing the play style to people that
And
previously
keep in mind
wouldn't have
this
enjoyed
was
that.
yeah, and keep in mind this was from the failure-ish from last league, 3.19. They actually took such a big steps to do this instead of they made a Scourge 2.0 just to please everyone, do everything like quote unquote right that stuff to please the player. They just do whatever they had in plan, just keep making it, delayed it a little bit, make sure it is good, and they ship it out.
Absolutely agree. Like I said as much early on in the league that I really expected like they're going to do a sure shot league mechanic that will just add juice to your maps and like be really rewarding and like a crowd pleaser, right? But instead they did something that was like fairly experimental, and I applaud them for that. I do think it could have backfired. They could have actually had like a sort of heist 2.0 or synthesis 2.0 where like the league gets really delivered in a not so well cooked through state, and as a consequence a lot of people leave early and don't get to experience the league when it's actually good after a while when they patched it. But like this league, they really wrote it home. I mean, yeah, solid delivery. And then about the additions, I'm not sure about that, guys. What do you think? Should leagues always be like augmented with additional stuff that didn't make it into the release, or is it only appropriate in certain circumstances? And if so, which? Or do you think like leagues should be like fully done the moment they're released, and then there should be no changes? You have any strong opinions on that?
I think depending on how it's done, it could go either way. If they could do it, correct, like how they did this with, like adding in some of the relics and stuff a little bit later. Like it wasn't that much later. It was like a week into the league or so. It kind of keeps it a little bit fresh. It'd be nice if we knew like that we could plan for like, hey, we can expect these changes to happen. But I don't think it's that bad to have some late arriving features. If anything, it kind of keeps it fresh in a way.
Well,
I
certainly
don't know
like.
if they.
Okay, please go ahead.
Alright, it's the regime go.
I said I'm fine with it. Nothing else. I don't care. More content, good. It's not in at the beginning, so it's not like people that are really quick can get ahead and then start abusing it. So like the fact that we get the stuff later on means most of the players, or at least an average amount of the players, actually have figured out the content and whether they like it or not, and then you get the new stuff. So it's like, oh, I can push through this as well, kind of thing.
I think that's the
Nice.
best take you ever had on this podcast. You actually blew my mind right now.
I say good stuff sometimes. I just can't think good. Leave me alone.
No reason to act insulted when I made a compliment.
I'm not. I'm feeling insidious. Go ahead.
Well, you wanted to say your piece, hfok, right?
Yeah, I was thinking, I'm not sure, just skeptical that maybe it was because they want some content to push near the Christmas holiday, so that's why they have a delay. But then on the other hand, I was also thinking they push this. It can be that or not ready, or they want the first week as a tutorial for players to actually find stuff out themselves instead of giving us a proper tutorial for the Sanctum. So after a week, most of the players or the content creators have a decent enough guide to let people know what they should be doing or how they should be doing, and then they push this new game plus out. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, what Slippery Jim also said, that it like allows everyone to get to the same level first, and the people who had a head start can't like progress. They have to sort of, there's an intermediate stop, and they have to wait for everyone to catch up, and then the new stuff gets released, and then everyone gets a shot at the new stuff at the same time, rather than the people who were ahead from the beginning already having it figured out, while the other people still struggle to get on the same level.
Yep.
Which is, I haven't looked at it like that, which is why I thought that it was a really good take. Thanks for presenting that point of view to me, both Slippery Jim and you, hfok. Because I'm always like, you know, when you ask me whether the glass is half full or half empty, probably would say half empty. And so I'd be like, someone was like, oh, well, if they're patching in something now, then that's just because they didn't finish it in time to put it into the main release. But maybe there's a little bit more of a calculated approach, and it actually makes sense because it makes for a better reception by the community.
Mm-hmm. But as to your answer, whether I would like it for every single league, probably not. It will always, like, if we have this happen often enough, people will just delay their league start by a week, because they always prepare there will be a better and full content 1 week after.
Well, but then they would miss out on the first week discoveries, right? And
Maybe
they would be
SSF
behind.
players, but I don't know. I feel like people appreciate advantages of trade and league start quickly. Ooh, too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And in SSF, it doesn't matter. In SSF, there's no like economy that you can fall behind. So but it's generally the case. It's always better in SSF to start later, right? Because you can take all the things that people already found out in Trade League or like whatever, wherever they played, and you can take those realizations and base your gameplay around them, right? And not make the same mistakes that other people made.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Well,
Do you like this approach?
Well, like I said, like I'm more of a glasses half empty kind of thing, which is why I'm happy that you guys opened my eyes, because I would have like strictly interpreted it as a negative thing, right? Like, I mean, from a promotional point of view, from a marketing point of view, it was kind of cool because it got people hyped when there was another news post that introduced the invocations and the unique sanctified relics and all that. But like if I look at it like without considering what you both just said, I'd be inclined to say, well, that should have been part of the original release. That's like part of the league. I don't see why it's released later. But when I take what you said into account, yeah, that makes sense, because it allows people who play or who progress at different pace to stay on par.
It could be both, and that could be fine too. Like, it's very possible that they just didn't have shit done on time, so they released it 2 weeks later. But that also could just be received better.
Well,
So-
I mean, and then also there's the point, like, do you rather have it released late or released in an unfinished state, right? If that were
Well,
the two
that's-
choices, then
Every
I
time.
don't have it released late, but that's
Yeah.
also why when
Mm.
people ask me, "Hey, lady, should I play next league?" I typically say wait 2 weeks, because very seldom is the league mechanic complete until weeks 2 or 3. Not even talking like additions of new, things. I'm just saying like the shit doesn't work half
Yeah,
the time.
like basic
Like,
mechanics working.
Calandra height. I mean, the list it's every league for the past like 5 years.
Sanctum
been-
was surprisingly complete when it launched.
Yeah,
Like, we
much
didn't have a
more
lot of-
so than I was very much expecting it to be. I mean,
Same.
there was still like 6 micro patches that make it substantially better. I mean, a good example of this is the Infernum room. Anyone with half an eye, would have realized that was not fun. And then the change they made, which is still challenging compared to other rooms, is just better. Like that sort of thing is like that should not make it through the cracks, but there's like a laundry list of those things. So I don't think for the marketing and the delayed with the implementing new content, whatever the reasoning, I think it's still a good decision. But I still would recommend people not play the first 2 weeks, because just shit doesn't really typically work, whether it's because of tuning or bugs or unpolished, unfinished. I mean, like very seldom is week 3 worse than weeks 1 through 2 in the league, as far as the mechanic functioning.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I also thought that Sanctum initially was going to be a hot mess.
Yeah.
Because it seemed like they had a lot of moving parts, and usually when we have leagues with a lot of moving parts, like i.e. Heist or things of that nature, they usually come with a fair amount of bugs and bug fixes. Heist was being bug fixed like a month into the
Yeah, at
league
least,
still.
yeah.
I mean, it still has bugs to this day that still
Yeah.
exist.
Yep.
Detonating any door takes like 10 attempts sometimes.
Right, like
Leave Vindy
Vendiri
breakdancing across the room. Yeah.
and Tibbs like doing their Irish jig right next to me while I'm like, hey, bust this wall down, please.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sanctum definitely felt like it
for
was
sure.
the most completely initially that we've had in a while, if ever.
And like to say that someone who plays Trade League, if you don't play the first 2 weeks, you're missing out, is like very much a two-way street. Because yeah, the things you find might sell for more, but also the build-defining uniques that you typically want will be almost always incredibly cheaper. Like an example would be like Obliteration Day 1 in Trade is 1,000 times more expensive than week 2. You know, so that's like the core starting uniques are just as much. And even then, you're giving people a lot of credit for saying that they are economically savvy enough to fully take advantage of league launch versus probably just finding shit and selling shit. Like, if you have to ask about being worried about somehow missing out, you're probably not to the point where it's going to make a difference anyway. Like, you're not, being that early on is not going to be that impactful.
Do most people that are new just play by themselves? Well, not new, but I mean, like, do most people just play by themselves, or do they have like? I wouldn't be playing this game if I didn't have friends to play with.
I
I mean,
don't know
like,
if we could even answer that question
SSF
realistically.
grind set. You just play by yourself, laddie?
Well, I do, but I'm saying that we have no way of faithfully answering that question accurately.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm not sure if the information exists.
I don't know why I asked.
It'd be disingenuous to give an answer. I would say I assume most people, if not playing with other people, play in the presence of other people, i.e., like in a Discord call with friends or like that sort of shit. They may not be like leveling together per se, but I imagine a large chunk of people are playing, in the presence of other people,
or in a stream with a stream on their second monitor.
Like, in the mix of it.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
So missing that is one thing, but that's not the economic angle. That's just it's hype league start, which I totally understand.
Yeah, it's the social aspect of it.
Yeah.
Which is also equally as fun, in my opinion, to pog out and get hyped with
for sure
people. And
to a degree, you could bottle that a little bit because of all the events and races and private leagues you could do with friends. So it's not as important as it used to be. Like, realistically, like 4 years ago, we didn't have private leagues. It wasn't really events. It was nothing. It was, if you missed league launch, you missed Christmas. Like, that was kind of it.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's so many. You have the Badger thing, you have the Ziz thing, you have charity things. You and your friends could start a week-long private. Like, there's so many things you could do. Or like, oh, I'm going to restart in Ruthless. Like, there's basically 10 league starts each league now, and that's up to you to pick which ones you want to participate in. So it's not as important as it was to be like, I'm here for league start.
That's true, but the actual league start is still the biggest league start.
Well,
it
naturally.
is until the next league start, and then that's the next biggest league start. That's the thing. It's not as if this is like you're chasing the dragon a little bit. There's always going to be the next one's always more hype. The grass is always greener. Next league, my build will be better. It's like you just got to
play Flicker Strike next week.
Yeah,
this game never ends. Well, no.
I mean, what is the name of the company? It's Grinding Gear Games, the game in which we grind for gear. It's an endless process. Chris did a TED talk about how he wants the game to be played forever and how he's designing it to be played in perpetuity. This was always the decision. Yeah, this was always the plan.
10 years isn't forever, laddie. Eventually, we'll hit a wall, and then it'll go open source, right?
If the company goes under, I hope it goes open source, but I hope the company doesn't go under.
I hope the company goes under. Laddie, 2023.
It doesn't go under. It's possible. There's a lot of tinfoil about that sort of thing, but I hopefully that's not the case. I don't think it'd be beneficial. I don't think Path has done anything offensive enough to merit having the game go under as of yet. I like my favorite conspiracy theory because for those who don't know, like Tencent owns the vast majority of the company, like 87.5%. And so what in the midst of arch nemesis, which was like I would say pretty universally not liked, right? As far as whatever. There was like a real fun conspiracy theory that I heard going around, which was Chris is purposefully tanking the game so the stock, so the value goes down so you can buy back the company from China. Like, that's like real deep state tinfoil.
I kind of like it though.
Yeah, that's why he's been hoarding Black Lotuses as seed money, cranking the price of those, sells those off, rebuys Path from Tencent, bing bang boom.
Yeah.
Then eventually he just sells Path and makes a card game, which is his dream,
Right.
Then we get Hearthstone too. We'll see. I've been saying for 7 years, I think Grinding Gear Games has been making a secret card game on the side, though.
Yeah, probably.
Maintain my conspiracy.
Honestly, they could have just taken the ExileCon card game and made it a digital thing and drop it next time
we'll see.
ExileCon comes out.
Yeah,
Didn't
next time it's
someone
going to be
make
an
a
app.
digital thing?
Hmm?
So didn't someone on Reddit said that they remake the ExileCon card game at some stage?
Wait, do you have a link to that? Like someone is actually like claiming that?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll try to look for it.
I heard from that NFT guy again, lady.
The NFT guy, which one?
The one that wanted to make a PoE NFT game and was like in contact with GGG to get the rights. And they basically very politely told him to fuck off.
I thought you meant the guy who emailed everyone. Did you get that email? There was some guy sent out an email. This was real fucking crangled, but he sent that.
It might be the same guy.
He sent an email and he tagged like every GG employee and everyone, like anyone who's streaming. So like I saw in the email it said like at Zizzer at Gmail, lighty@gmail.com. Ziggy, he tagged everybody in this. He just sent a mass email out, and he was trying to make a copy of Path of Exile in 3D in Unity, and like just wrote this giant run-on paragraph sentence about his plans to make this game like a 3D version of Path, and then no one responded to this poor man. It was I was wondering maybe it's the same guy.
Maybe. This guy was like trying to make a marketplace where you could trade your PoE items, but as NFTs. And I just was like, oh, yes, that'll go well. You should make it and then get hit in the face by the lawyers. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible they make an NFT-esque thing.
They said, fuck NFTs, Lady. Aren't you paying attention?
I was going to say, are NFTs still a thing?
They're going down the Aussie route.
I mean, they're going to be
game design
rebranded as any other thing. Just any non-repeatable asset is basically an NFT. So if Chris, signs tarot cards of Path of Exile and mails those out and they're numbered 1 through 1,000, it's basically an NFT. I was waiting to see if the Voidborn keys would have like some sort
numbers
of
on them.
numerical. Yeah. That would have been like the giga red flag though, if that happened.
Opened by this player.
Yep.
Because that's how shiny tabula's worth more if Ziz opened it than
that's how demigods are. The original demigods all had the names of the people who won them on them. They still do if you trade them. So it would be really interesting if they had that.
Yeah, I have like a demigod's chest piece from the Perandus race that actually has that.
Yep.
It has their name on it?
No, I don't. Actually, it only has the rank. I think they went away from the name because I remember that Chris talked about like there was this whole emergency podcast 3.15 with Gazi, Grim, and Tuna, and Gazi went on this whole monologue about how he wants flavor text on his items crafted by Gazi TV or something like that. Yeah. And Chris was like, "No, that's not happening, dude."
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. That was discussed before. Yeah, my demis has my rank and rank 1 HC SSF Gladiator Delirium everywhere. That's me. Let's go.
It was discussed, or Chris was disgusted by the suggestion?
Both.
Same.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I would pay less for a Gazi crafted Elder Hat.
You pay less
if it had the tag. Like people make stuff that's like vendors for more or whatever. Yeah. If it said crafted by Gazi, that's a discount. if I had an
Yeah.
item like that.
An item in Minecraft that was on the black that was used on the anvil. Add your little tag to it. Yeah.
You guys have any favorite flavor? Like, just that you brought up Anvil. Anyone has any favorite flavor texts on PoE from like unique items? I can name a couple from the top of my head, but curious whether you guys have any.
I like the replicas just because all the replicas have like snippets of conversation about them bootlegging the items.
Yeah, some
Which I
sort
think
of
was
like
kinda fun.
log entries from the
Yeah, it's like
experimenters.
kind of gives like SCP vibes. So I like those. Nothing particular.
Chimera's Maw, I think, has a pretty good one. You'll have my riches when you pry them from my cold dead hands. That's how I prefer it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's so many. It's hard to pinpoint just one though.
Well,
I don't even read what currency does.
I was like it's series foible. I'm
What's
gonna
it?
read it out. Don't worry.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna read it out? Okay, I gotta leave. Like, for how long do you reckon it'll take it to read out? Like 20
10
seconds?
seconds.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be back until like 10 seconds.
Sure, whatever. The world is but a piece of parchment, blank and symmetric. We label each side, one good, one evil, one black, one white. The divine truth, however, is that both are one and the same.
Oh shit, that's deep.
Too deep. Yeah,
Balls
I think Lighty's gonna want that in a fortune cookie.
Oh no.
It's too long.
I'm also very partial to Tabula Rasa's flavor text.
It doesn't have one.
Exactly.
Clean.
Does the alt art have one? I wonder.
I don't think so. But I don't know. I don't have one.
I can't seem to find that game anymore. Sorry.
It's alright. Oh. Right. Sure. So, would you want there to be, just like we had Endless Heist and Endless Ledge, would you want there to be an Endless Sanctum? Is that something you
No.
would be interested in?
No.
Probably not. No. I want to do more of them at a time. Like I'd be able to store more and just be able to run like a whole sanctum. But I think anything endless kind of gets old after, I don't know, a little bit. Like Endless Ledge and Endless Descent Champions, things like that worked really well because they were short form.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Like
even
4
though
hours,
it was
yeah.
even
Well,
though
I mean-
it was endless, quote unquote, and you could, it's just, no towns, no nothing, you just keep going, it was relatively short form. You weren't doing it for a week. Whereas like Endless Delve, Endless Heist, and it loses
Well,
its...
but that's just how GGG does events nowadays. But like
Yeah.
it just the premise of Endless Sanctum existing doesn't imply that it has to be a week or something like that. So if you're saying if it was 2 hours,
24
you'd like
hours, yeah. It was a day.
24, 4, 3, I don't know. I personally
4.
prefer like something that you can count on one hand, right? Like,
Yeah. I'm more partial to the like short form races anyway. I really enjoy like a season of short form races, an hour here, an hour there, 4 hours here, maybe a 12-hour culmination race that's like, you're the pinnacle at the end. But I really, really liked when they did those short form race seasons, and I really wish they would bring them back, even though I know they won't because they've stated that they feel it's bad for the longevity and the retention and whatever he says.
Yeah.
Because not only that, like it gives you the option for less casual or yeah.
Much more fair to be for entry. The entry of players is much more. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
I
So
think
if you
it's-
have less
yeah.
time, if you have an hour a day to devote to Path, and there's a week-long Endless Ledge or Endless Delirium or insert race here, think you're going to be more likely to hop on that hour a day and have like 7 hours of progression by the end? What are you going to be in like yellow maps maybe if you're quick? Or have the option to run like one short form race a day in that time, right?
I definitely feel like that is the biggest barrier of entry for any of these race events that I think is really easy to be rectified. And Havoc did something similar. That was a great idea, which is if you have an event that lasts a week, just cap the playtime for like 24 hours in the character. So at any point during that time frame, you could spend like that amount of time on your character. That way, anyone who works or has a family, they have, because anyone who's racing these events, you're just going to play 24 hours straight for like almost 3 days straight, probably, because what the incentive is there to do so. But that totally excludes 99.9% of anyone who wants to even come remotely close to competing, unless they're putting out similar numbers. So that's where those brackets for the earlier races were so much more even. Like there could be the best Path player could be some guy who just doesn't have the fucking time and we don't know it. Like any other type of competition sport or whatever, But it's just the opportunity's not there because they don't have the time. So these events that last a week long, like first boss kill, it just promotes these things where you're just going to stay up forever, not sleep, like push. Obviously, they're extremely talented at the game, but you're just totally excluding anyone from really being able to compete, which is why they add those, secondary goals or bounties or whatever. But just like a more even playing field, I think would be so much more accessible.
Yeah, I have to say personally, I really prefer the events that I can do in one sitting. Like anything like 6 hours and below, where you don't even have to. I mean, I guess you sometimes have to go to the toilet, but like you just can't, start it and bring it to an end without having to take a break, without having to manage your time, and you can like find closure afterwards, which it bugs me a little bit that they feel that they can't offer that without hurting their retention. It's like, does it really make my experience with the game better if I play more because I don't get that satisfied feeling of having finished a session properly, but there's always like more to do and always more things? Like that's what I really liked about the races with their self-contained sessions. I mean, I said that earlier when I talked about my gaming history and about League of Legends when I got into gaming. And what I really enjoyed about League was that they were self-contained matches. Like, yeah, sure, there was a little bit of a meta progression in terms of unlocking champions and runes and stuff like that, but you could bypass that with money, and in the end, it didn't matter after you got to a certain point. And then what you had was literally just, I can jump into a game, I know I'm done in an hour, whatever happens, however long it gets delayed, it's probably done after an hour, and then I can do something else. And that was just very overviewable. And now with Path of Exile, it's just like you tell yourself, oh, I can hop on and do a couple of maps, and before you know it, 3 hours are over. And sure, it's like my own poor time management, but it's also like, I don't want to use the word predatory because it's so overused and it has nothing to do with money and stuff like that. But the game's literally like taking more time from me than I want to spend sometimes.
I don't think the game respects, the problem that Path has, I think, that a lot of games have nowadays, is they just tend to not respect the player's time very much. And this happens more and more, especially a game like Path, where the benchmark for like beginning to complete when you could start like fully mapping gets pushed longer and longer and longer. Like it began.
I don't mind that. I don't have the particular feeling that the game doesn't respect my time in that sense. Like the time that I do spend is worth it. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's like there's definitely like an innate, I think, fear of missing out in Path for a lot of things, though.
Yeah.
Like the same way that
more.
Not that I would, if I pass an expedition and I'm not spec'd into expedition, I'm not going to touch it because I know what it's like to do expedition when I'm fully spec'd into it. And not that I feel the same way always for bossing, but it's kind of like after doing my one Cirrus, I'm not touching any more Cirruses because the gap between it being whatever that content is and that content when I'm invested into it is ginormous, right? So I kind of feel the same way like when first setting up the Atlas, like I don't want to really use resources because I know the massive difference of having my Atlas set up versus day one and not having it set up. So, and that whole process takes a lot of time, takes longer, almost every league. If you look at it from like, especially a year perspective, zooming out, over the past 5 years, that process has taken tremendously long. So that's kind of what I mean by like not respecting their time as much. But it comes, it boils down to in a variety of ways. So we'll, maybe if like Lab was a good example of them shaving that down by making it so the trials were at one point character based. Well, now they're account based. Well, now you don't even need the offering to do your Uber Lab because they know like that process. Just like you feel like you're doing a chore versus kind of doing something fun, because it is mandatory to begin playing whatever you want to play. So I think like shaving off those things definitely feels better because it does save you lots of chunks of time.
Is there such a thing as tiny RAM? Because I think I bought the wrong type.
Yes.
Small RAM.
There's
What the?
For laptops?
SDIM, SODIM, and regular DIM. Regular DIM goes in like a
Uh-oh.
desktop PC. I think what you have, you need a SODIM, I think.
I think I'm gonna upgrade my computer with some RAM. That's what I'm gonna have to do.
Just
Nice.
download it.
Just
You're
download
fine.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is good because one of
Downloadrem.com.
my sticks exploded recently, so I've been running on like 8 gigs. So now I have 32 gigs. God, it's gonna be an upgrade. Hell yeah, I'll go a map so quick. Shit.
Yeah. I do remember when there was 16 quadrants in the Atlas, but we've also gained the Atlas passive tree since then. So, all those little nuggets of favorites and what have you. Those are pretty time consuming. At least in trade, you could buy them. Like if you can't do the feared, you could buy it. If you can't do, whatever, you could buy it. So that's a fast track for trade players, I guess.
A lot of the time when I'm getting like my watchstones early on, I just buy the completion, and like even though my
that's what I
character's
mean.
nowhere near the point where I can do Uber Elder or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like a month later, I'm like, time to finally try Uber Elder now that I've been in T16 maps for 3 weeks.
It's a substantial difference. I mean, having those watchstones, having your favorite slots, having the points to just get maps to start dropping. It's extremely
Like
important.
a lot of people in trade definitely aren't playing the way the game is designed to be played. They're just buying the shortcut to then have the benefits for it, to then get their characters better, to then get money, to then do the thing they were originally supposed to do.
I guess like in a perfect design game, you'd be incentivized to do it yourself. I mean, but that's like obviously that's one of the bigger issues I think with Path is just there's like we've talked about ad nauseum. There are so many moving parts and so many little microcosms to balance that I think it's definitely like better than it's ever been. Like I think the Atlas Passive Tree is, in my opinion, the best iteration of the mapping experience we've ever had as a whole. But it's still
Absolutely.
it's still
Without
far
question.
from like being perfect if it still doesn't really incentivize you to set it up yourself. I'm not sure if that's even a problem you could even solve. But it's obviously very tricky. This is like a multi-tiered Rubik's Cube of convolution, but yeah, that's like an overarch, like whether or not you think like because this past year in Path overall has been probably one of the more tumultuous ones with the whole Archdem thing. But like if you just zoom out a little bit, the entirety of the Atlas Passive Tree kind of is, in my opinion, worth every negative thing that's happened, because this is just that level of modular play is so far superior to anything we've had as someone who's played Path since it's been in like closed beta and alpha. It's like this is definitely the peak of mapping. It's just being able to customize ourselves to this amount. I'd still like to do more. Like I'd like to be able to block bestiary or like the mission people from spawning, but beggars can't be choosers. It's still pretty good.
I agree that the addition of the Atlas tree as we know it now, the Atlas wide tree, has been just it's carried like whole leagues, right? Like leagues that didn't seem that great the past few, like it's kept them somewhat interesting and
For sure.
and bought some time to be able to to just spec so heavily and customize everything you're gonna see is just like it's so good. Like
even just if the favoriting maps alone, I think is pretty monumental. Like it's no surprise people have their preferences of what they want to run. Like that is a pretty universally shared thought, is like whoever you are, you have your preferred map or maps, and to be able to just like realistically get to do nothing but that if you want to, and then the ability to change that if you want to something else when you get bored is everything. Like that's everything.
yeah, because no matter how much you like something, you'll eventually get tired of it.
Yeah.
I love Expedition. Usually I keep Expedition on my Atlas all league. It's a beginning strat, it's an end strat, it's something that just stays, and then I kind of revolve around. So like I started this league with like Essence, expedition, a little bit into harvest, and then mostly just full spec expedition and the essences. I just respect my tree recently to breach an abyss, a full breach, full abyss tree, and managed to keep essences, expedition, and a little bit of harvest. I had to drop some harvest. Oh, yeah, and Harbinger. I started with Harbinger too because I was under the impression we were going to be able to farm fracturing orbs and they would be coming out of my ears. Yeah. That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
You're like the toothless KW guy.
Yeah, exactly. But my point, to go back to the very beginning of this rant, was now I see expeditions and I'm like, do I want to do this? Like, I got so many re-rolls and all this stuff. I got a locker full of logbooks that I need to catch up on and run. And it's like, you know what? No, I'm just going to keep running. I'll get another one next map. I'm getting them like every map. That's another thing. When they put the extra chance for things to spawn, like it basically guarantees if you're full spec into something, you're going to see it pretty much every map.
Yeah. Especially if you're blocking and having like stream of consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Catmaster.
The streamer consciousness.
I'm gonna go because it's
you've been going strong, dude. Do you think sick support? Thank you so much for spending. How long have you been on here? 6 hours?
Something like that. 6, 7, 8 hours. I don't know.
Crazy. Longer than on any Slippery Jim podcast.
Well, the Slippery Jim's a quitter, and he's making like a fucking pipe bomb on stream right now or something. But...
What do you mean? I'll do a long one. I don't mind. Here's the problem with my ones is I hate talking about PoE pre-league, and I don't know why I ever fucking set it up like that. I should just do.
I'm gonna have to remove your camera, dude. IEDs are against TOS.
Yeah,
it's not
the Geneva Convention issue.
Leave me alone.
Well, good luck with your 24-hour fun time.
We got through the worst, dude. Thank you so much for
no problem,
providing so many talking points, fun conversation, and all that, and always being there.
Not to mention the RuneScape footage of me sitting here chopping wood for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Content is content. What can you say?
Oh yeah. All right, have fun, enjoy. Take it easy, guys.
Lady.
Talk to you
See
soon, Lady.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah, Lady, the grandpa of the PoE community, basically.
The old man. Yelling at kids on his lawn.
You know, like, man, so grateful to be in this position where, you know, I started Path of Exile like 2014, and I had no idea who anyone was, and the first streamer I checked out was Pox, and then I discovered Zeno's podcast and all that, and I just, you know, was like just some kid on the sides, like looking through the window, and it's like, oh, it's so cool. And now I'm here, and I'm cool with all the cool people, and that's
you know more people than I do. It's crazy. Because I'm a hermit and I live in my house.
I feel that though, Kat. Like I kind of feel the same way. Like you go from like, you know, looking up to people on Twitch and like hanging out in their chats and doing what you do as a chatter to like being a streamer and actually being like known by people.
Yeah.
Like,
and eventually like people actually saying your name. Like,
right. Yeah, it's wild. It's like, wait, do you know who I am? Oh, okay. Cool.
Crazy.
Social as fuck.
Crazy shit. Oh, Lighty's continuing to diss me here in chat. Oh god.
He's very nice.
I thought we finally got rid of him, but he doesn't give up. Great. How are you holding up, hfok? How late is it over there?
No, it's not too late, but then I'll need to have some dinner. I'll probably join you again.
You're gonna come back after dinner?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome to. I'm looking forward to more conversation. And we still have to power through 5 hours and 50 minutes of podcasting here.
Is Jim okay? Okay, Jim.
Sorry, I'm just contemplating. I don't know what RAM my computer has. I'm figuring shit out. It's all good.
But before I go,
not the green wire.
Yeah, but before I go, I want to say one thing about the Atlas passive that we were talking before.
Yeah.
Is that Think about how little Sanctum provide in map and how much fun we actually enjoy this league mapping. That is the sentiment of how good this league Atlas passive and the outer rework was.
Yeah, that's true. Like even like a Alkan Go map, we have no league mechanic essentially that adds anything to your map, and maps are so full of stuff. Like sure, there's some setups on the tree that are not that great, and like early on when you get into maps, it's not straight away good, but it just feels pretty good most of the time. Like once you start getting into your first clusters on the Atlas passive tree.
Yep. Anyways, I'll head for dinner. I'll see. I'll come back later.
All right, let me know.
Enjoy.
Have a good one. Thanks for
See
joining.
ya.
Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. I'm so happy that we could have hfok on. It's like I wanted to. At first, I was like thinking I'm just gonna offer everyone who was already on to come on, but then like hfok is like someone who I wanted to get into an episode for a while already, and I didn't want to wait longer, so I was like, hey, might as well jump on here. But I probably forgot like a whole lot of people. I didn't reach out to everyone I would have liked to have on, but there's just some people who I've there's various different reasons, but I'm mostly forgetful and my Discord list is limited and all that.
Is there anyone that you would like to get on the show that haven't been able to? If you want to talk about it, I know that can kind of be maybe sensitive, but if you can or want to talk about.
I have a lot of people. Like, I mean, I don't want to call out people for not wanting to come onto the podcast. That's
kind of why
People.
That's why I like.
So I don't want to name
responding.
names, but you can imagine there's a number of people who haven't been on the podcast. Like some people who I think I would vibe with, who I think I even like some dudes who I met in real life before at TwitchCon, and it's just like I don't want to push the issue, right? Like I don't want to pressure it. Like I offer it every now and then, and I'm like, what can I do? I don't want people to come on the podcast against their will just to do me a favor or something like that. If they're not feeling it, they're not feeling it. If they're feeling it, then they're letting me know. Like I get the vibes when people are actually like, making positive comments about the podcast, when people are shouting out the podcast, or when people are retweeting what I tweet, and that sort of indicates a kind of alignment, right? They like, oh, okay, I like this podcast. I think these people are cool. I listen to this, and then those people are also more likely to come on when I ask them, right? And
I could get my mum on if you want. Just go get her. She's got a computer and a webcam. Could do some
all right,
chats.
what does
I'll
she
just
think
tell her
about
not
the
to
Atlas
do
and
it.
320?
Yeah, exactly. Just I'll have to remind her not to say my name or any local.
We
I don't
all
think
know
she
your
plays the
name.
game. Well, yeah, but specifics.
All right, your mom is
tried
gonna
to
say your
invite-
last name or what?
Yeah, shit like that. I tried to invite someone on podcast once, and they were like, I can't come on and talk about PoE. I'm not allowed. I'm like, okay, yeah, fair enough. But like after asking, I just harassing every single person I could find in the Ruthless Alpha Discord. It's like, hey, you want to come on and talk about PoE? And they're like, no, because they were like 80% devs, and I'm like, they're like, it's in our contract. We're not allowed to do that. We can't do the PoE podcast. I'm like, just come on and pretend you're just someone I know, and we'll just pretend like you don't have to say you're like a GGG employee. We'll just lie. Like no one will know. Like we'll just say that you're like some random dude hanging out in the Discord. It's like people will recognize me. It's not gonna be worth it.
People
so we
will
could try
know.
them.
They're not
Yeah,
gonna
no one will
know.
know.
Right.
No one
No,
will
I
know,
just want to like
exactly.
quickly go on record before we like move on naturally from the topic of the no bad feelings. Like whoever may be listening to this and say, "Oh shit, I turned down Catmaster for a podcast once. He's gonna hate me," or something like that. No, like I understand that it's a very complex thing and there's many factors that play into it. And just because you don't want to come on the podcast and talk to us doesn't mean that you hate me or anything. Even though
I'll message my mum.
I'd feel more loved if you came on the podcast. So no, it's all good.
What about this one? What about what in your opinion and your experience from what you have noticed has been the best well-received guest?
I'd say widely.
I think I know who it is, but I'd like to know your opinion.
the best received. Like, I think the best received are
most
the people who do
famous
the
guest?
community tools and who don't, who like the non-content creators usually, because that's the least controversial. That's where everyone like joins and is like positive about it. The content creators are usually somewhat controversial. There's some sort of split polarization. Some people have strong feelings for people, and some people have strong feelings against people. But when we have NeverSync on, that's always super valued. When we had the community wiki episode on, I think that was like, maybe it's not the most viewed episode, but overall I think the reception was the most positive, and it's an episode that by itself has like garnered interest, right, based on the premise that the community wiki people are there. And then also the most recent one we did with the BPL organizing team, well, 2 people from the BPL team, and
My mom said she'll join in a minute. She
That
doesn't have
looking forward to
Discord,
that.
but I don't know how this works.
That wasn't what I expected you to say, but that was a really good answer.
Or what do you expect me to say?
I figured like an episode like Jim and Lighty, where it's just nonstop memes, would be like the most quote unquote well received. Like,
No, I've read those comments. People hate us.
really? I
Yeah,
always feel like they're like the most fun when they're just like half meme, half discussion. Because you have a level of seriousness, but then like at any moment it can just turn on a dime.
That's the part that people hate, though. They don't
But
know
it's
what's
so
being serious
good.
and what's
Yeah,
not being
yeah,
serious.
people can't
and they just take
predict,
it
Jim.
all
They
as
don't-
100% serious.
They don't know
And
how
so
to
it's, like, very negative.
categorize it. Don't know which drawer to put it in.
That's why the middle of this 24-hour podcast, as soon as Lighty got here to when he ended, that's like the gray area that people are just going to skip through when they're re-listening to it.
Who all have you had? Who all has been on the show already?
Who
Joe,
all has been on the show already? Do you want me
Today.
to read out? Oh, today. Okay, that is easier.
I'm gonna say no,
That
not
is-
everybody. I mean,
I was
yeah,
like, you
all
want me to tell you
100.
what?
Oh. Which would technically be more than
Well, Slippery Jim has been on today. We started off with Marion and Lily Licious, and I think TheRealJamesHumphrey was there relatively early. Then Tarky joined. We had NeverSync on. We had Trixt on. We had Crouching Tuna. We had Tenkiei came then. Yeah, hfok. Enki91, did I say that? Aphelion was here. Yeah, now I kind of lost track of the list because I went up and down the list. Balormage was here.
I was gonna ask about Baylor, like where.
Balor was here, but he's streaming right now. Like he doesn't cut out his regular stream times. He was here for a full, actually 2.5 hours earlier, and he said, "I'm gonna be back after I finish my stream." But like
All right.
if I want to do a
He's never coming
24-hour
back.
episode, it's kind of my thing, and I understand if Balor is like, "That's stupid, dude."
I respect that. Yeah, I respect that.
I mean, right. And I mean, I'm super grateful for Balor. Like, the podcast wouldn't be what it is without him. But like, Balor has made clear in the past that like it didn't work out for him when we tried to do this equal partners. So he's just like the co-host. Like he's the permanent guest, so to say. But he doesn't have any like co-host responsibilities other than being there and bringing good vibes and insight and that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it makes it easier on like your guys' relationship that way. Probably puts a little bit more work on your plate, but
What makes it easier to distribute the work because before I was doing work and distributing at the same time and trying to like figure out, okay, that's what I do, this is what Balor could do, and it was I don't know. I wouldn't even put blame on Balor. It's just like I'm really not someone who likes to micromanage other people. Like that's not something I want to do. Otherwise, I'd be doing a professional job in some leading position and organizing a company because that would actually pay money. No. I'm happy at the place where we're at. I'm just like worried that it becomes something that is too monetary driven, which is why like this year I really want to make sure that I get like some sort of other income before this becomes so big that I start relying on it, right? Like right now it's still like a little side hustle, but like what if it actually like doubles, triples, or quadruples in size, and all of a sudden I'm generating a full-time income, and then I'm starting to rely on it? That would be horrible, because then I'd be inclined or like tempted
Treat it like a
to-
job. No escape, kind of a break if it's your income. No? Never mind.
What I'm
it's
trying to
okay.
say is that I wouldn't be necessarily following my heart when I make the decisions, or like following what I think is right, but I'm scared that I would be following what's financially the best decision, right? And
Yep.
that's not where I want to get this, because it's like at that point it's no different from like a, you know, regular profit organization, right? So
That's why I don't try, and that's why I try not to make any money. It's great.
It makes sense, you know, having your motivation just be the content and quality content rather than financial gain.
Do you have a
Well, I
job,
mean-
Cat?
no,
How
but,
are you,
like,
how are
what
you
I'm tr-
surviving? Sorry, go ahead. What are you trying to say?
I have very, very low costs of living, and
Agree.
I had some savings, and I get regular help from my family. But yeah, no, I definitely want to phase that out and want to make sure that, you know, regardless of how the stream does, how the podcast does, and if like for some reason, and I don't see that coming, but like if from one to the other day I'm like, I'm gone, guys, I don't want to. If that's one thing that I learned, is that I don't want to like rely on this too much. I mean, I'm happy, and I'm gonna be pouring more of my heart, more of my work into it, if like there's, you know, more reason to do it. But yeah, I'm just trying to be very aware of how money changes things, and try to be very careful with that.
Smart though. A lot of people don't really think about that aspect when thinking about a situation like this.
I used to be
Yeah.
very passionate about producing music, and I thought about it a lot in terms of professional music production, right? Like just making beats for a living and stuff like that. But all of a sudden,
Yeah,
you're
you
not
wanna
making
take
the
that
beats anymore that you wanted to make, but you're actually starting to
Can I
make beats
see
that are
you?
selling, right? Because you want to make money, and then in the end, it becomes like something that is completely alienated from the art, but it's just something that you do because you do it, and because it's the only thing that you know how to do. Hi, that's cool to see
It's
you.
so heavy.
Hi,
Welcome.
slippery mom.
Yeah,
Yes, a slippery mom is good. That's very good. Hi, I'm
Slippery
the
mom.
cat
my
master,
name's
and this
Slippery
is
Jim. Come on, don't worry about it.
this is
No,
Deedle
no name specifics, no location. What?
Deedle do.
Yeah, that's Deedle Do on the right, and that's
That's me.
CatmasterOP.
Do they
Hi.
play your game?
Yep,
Yes.
these are
Yes.
people here as well.
You know, it's Mark's birthday.
Yeah, I know that. Don't say specific
Oh.
names.
Happy
Other
birthday,
person.
Mark.
Yeah, let's sing. No.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, no, you don't want to hear us sing. But
Kinda
no,
here.
no, it's great. It's great. Happy
Oh, do you
to
wanna
see
share?
you.
We're going to break the new.
What are you doing? What do you want to know? Secrets about Slippery Jim?
Don't say.
Yeah. Tell us all the dirty secrets. No, like I don't know, like, you know.
What's the name of the game that you play?
You don't know that?
No.
He must have mentioned that at some point in the past.
Minecraft.
It's one of the games we
told
play,
you.
potentially.
No, let me think. What is it? Give me a hint. Dunes of something? Something
Off,
of
off is
something.
good.
That's
Something
close,
of
yeah.
something is good, yeah. Good start.
Yeah. What is it?
Path of Exile.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Path of Exile.
It's so well known.
Yeah, it's a good game. You play it a lot.
That means it must be a good game if Jim is playing it all the time.
Do you play it too?
A little bit, yeah, here and there. Sometimes I
about-
invite people onto my stream, and then we talk about the game for hours, and it's just really
18
exciting.
and a half hours at that.
What?
You're really heavy. You want to sit here?
Where are
Okay.
you having a break, James?
No.
You need the
Right.
double headphone
It's
thing.
fine.
Can't you put
Yeah.
it on speaker?
Nah, that'll
That's-
ruin everything.
You get
Doesn't work.
feedback.
That's right. Yeah.
Ah.
Well,
So,
Well, wait, what's
Hey.
your favorite game, Slippery Mom?
Sims. I used to play Sims. One night
which
I played
one?
Sims all night.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah?
4?
Till like 4 a.m.
No, all night.
Till like 4 a.m. We woke up to go to school, and you
Yeah, I had to take the kids to school. And then I played it again when I got home.
Mm-hmm.
It's terribly addictive,
You're
and
looking at this thing
time
here.
goes by faster when you play it. It's
That's the way-
absolutely
that's the-
terrible.
So you play Sims as well?
I once played Sims for 2 weeks, and then my file got corrupted, and I lost my multi-generation family and the house that I'd been building, and then I was like, screw this, I'm never playing Sims again.
Damn.
James showed me hacks.
What?
You showed me how to get lots of money so
Yeah,
I could build whatever I want.
Yeah. Cheats!
Jim is
Unbelievable.
hacking.
Is
Yeah.
that not
It's
hacking?
cheats. It's cheats. You call it cheats, not hacks. No.
No,
Yeah,
don't do
you
hacks.
don't
No.
mention
That's
it though
bad.
online because it hurts your gamer reputation if you use cheats. Real
Oh,
gamers don't
James
use
used-
cheats.
James used lots of cheats for that
What?
Exile thing.
No. Don't say that.
Yeah.
You're gonna be cancelled.
I knew it. I always
now-
suspected it,
now
but I
it's
couldn't put my
right.
finger on it.
I tell you.
Oh, that's hilarious.
It's a troublemaker.
Not a troublemaker. Oh, I learned it all from you. So, Path of Exile, is that what it's called?
Uh-huh.
It's a little bit
So
like
Exile,
Sims.
is it? See, it's nothing like Sims, is it? You kill people, don't you?
You kill
Not
in
people. No one kills
Say,
people.
don't you kill people in Sims too?
I've
James
seen some
does,
people
I
do some
don't.
psychopathic stuff in Sims. You know, those people that build like the swimming pool and then they remove the
With
ladder.
no steps. Yeah, that's what James showed me, but I don't do that.
Yeah, that's
Stop looking at
psychopath
me.
stuff.
They can see you walking around with a box.
So stressed right now.
He loves that box though.
What are you
It's his
doing with the
favorite
box?
Have you seen his room? It's full of boxes.
That's why it's blurred.
Yeah,
Ah.
the technology is there.
See the garbage bag.
You should have a green screen behind you.
I am
Or a
also
black
an
screen.
avid box collector, so I can't really
Really?
say
He
much.
gets upset if I take his boxes.
Yeah,
he's
'cause we
got
might
the
need
group,
'em
he's
one
getting
day.
green screen.
We might
There you
need to put something
go.
in that box one day, and
professional
then we
you are.
won't have
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
All right,
We
time
use
for
them
some
for
green
mulch.
screening. But then you
What
have
do
to
you-
crop
now
the
how do you-
sides,
Huh?
Jim.
You've got one little green screen behind my head.
You just cut it out. You can't get much closer.
yeah.
You lean
What,
back and
what,
then you crop this down. Don't. You be
Oh.
careful.
The sound's gone.
You be careful. What have you done?
yeah,
Okay.
Jim doesn't have any
Oh,
lateral
yeah.
movement when he's gaming.
Yeah.
Like he's just like very, he doesn't need that much background.
On.
He doesn't move very much at all, actually, in his whole life.
I moved once.
Very rarely. He needs when
He moved
You
out
talk to
of the
him?
house into the shed.
What?
he needs to exercise more. We were just talking about this. Don't you find that you need to exercise double when you play games like that because you're just sitting still all the time?
I used to go do a lot of workouts like just before the pandemic, so I'm still kind of living off of that. Like my body has not completely deteriorated yet, so I'm grateful for that. But I do feel the need that I need to pick up more physical activity soon again. But like I don't know
I
whether
agree.
you've seen it, but like outside it's snowing and it's terrible
Ah,
right now. So I'm waiting until the spring kicks in and I can take my bike and bike to the gym, and that's gonna be great. Looking forward to that.
I
You
feel
can
like
get
we've
a walking
feel like-
machine.
I feel like you've had this conversation and statement before. I feel like I've heard you say that before.
I said that multiple times, yeah, but this time I mean it.
Can you play the game like while you're at the gym? Like, can you play it on an
No, no.
iPad or no?
No. You can be online in the game while you're at the gym, so that people can like message you for your items and be like, I want to buy
Mhm.
this for 13 orbs of alteration, and then you come back and you go through your inbox messages and you're like, hey, do you still want that item? And if you're lucky, then people still want that item, especially if it's something more expensive that they've been looking for a longer time. Then there's a chance you could still make a sale. And some
So
people
you-
actually, yes.
You make things to sell to people on the game.
Yeah, well, you find things. The game is very much about objects
like
that you can
Bitcoin.
use, like armors and helmets and
specify
axes
anything.
and stuff, right? And like some
Okay.
axes have magic
Tools.
properties. They have like fire damage, or they can attack faster than other axes. And yeah.
Wouldn't you
Uh,
want them for yourself?
Depends. If you're a wizard, you don't want an axe, right? And if you're an axe-swinging barbarian, then you don't want a wizard hat. So there's always like something that is not good for you, but good for someone else. So you can turn that into money, and then you can turn the money into something that's good for you.
So the money stays in the game.
Yeah, yeah. There's no exchange between like the real world money and the in-game money. In fact, that's against the terms of service of the game. And you'd actually get your account suspended if you traded in-game commodities for real life values.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a game where, like, you see a lot of games where you have to put money into it to buy the extra tools and things. You don't do that on that game. You have to find them within the game.
You can. The game is generally free to play, but you can give the company money and you can get like things that make you look fancy, but they don't give you an actual in-game advantage. Like you don't run faster because you spent money on the game, but you have like a beautiful hat that's shiny or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Or like big
So
wings.
you stand out then to the other players.
Exactly.
You get more interaction then.
You just look cooler. It's just
More respect, like more street credibility, I'd say.
yeah.
So is this what the conference in New Zealand's about?
Yeah.
Are you going to that?
I wish, but it's like I live in Germany, so going from Germany to New Zealand is going to cost me about as much as buying a new state-of-the-art computer, and I probably prefer the state-of-the-art computer. As much as I'd like to meet James and all the people down there, I mean, there's like someone who lives really close by who goes by the name of Balor Mage, who I'd love to meet him because he's been on this show many times. He's kind of my co-host, even though he doesn't do any work for it anymore. But he's super chill. And
Is he going to New Zealand?
Well,
yes,
he lives in
definitely.
he lives in Australia, right?
Yeah, right. And then like one guy who used to live in the United States, is called Octavian. He actually got hired by the company who makes the game, so he lives in New Zealand now and he works for Grinding Gear Games. And I mean, I'd also love to meet him. And there's tons of interesting people to meet, especially because everyone is coming to New Zealand for that convention. But I don't think I can afford it this time. It's too much.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It'd be like $5,000 for me to fly out from the East Coast of the US. Can we get down?
Yeah.
Which I just don't have at the moment. It's just not feasible as much as I would really, really like to.
Do they
It'd
do
be
like
great.
live streaming from New Zealand so that you can still participate?
Yes, yes. The entire event, the conference is also like transmitted online. Yeah, you can actually watch a stream, but it's not the same as being there, right? Like
No.
shaking
Right.
the
like,
hands of the people who make the game. That'd be awesome.
and the streamers that we often, come in contact and interact with, but hardly ever meet face to face. Like, I'd love to hang out with Kat and Jim and Lady, just all hang out at dinner and joke around and be awesome. I just don't think
Is
it's
it-
in the cards.
No. Does it go for a week?
I think it's a couple.
Is it a week
4,
long?
3
I think
days.
it's 2 or 3 days.
It's a long way then, just for a few days.
Yeah, I'd definitely have to make like a 2-week stay out of it.
I was gonna say I would stay for about a week, because if I'm in New Zealand from the East Coast of the U.S., like I may not have another chance to be in New Zealand. I'm gonna go to like Hobbitville and check out the mountains and all the other cool things to see in New Zealand.
Yeah,
It's some
it's
quality
pretty,
New
it's
Zealand
pretty good.
grass-fed beef.
It's what I hear. Yeah, it's a really, really pretty place to be. Very
One
scenic.
day.
Yeah, I've been to Germany. I haven't been to America.
You been to Germany?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
I went to my favorite place was Cologne.
I live really
KO.
close to
Ah, that
Cologne.
was it was beautiful. That was my favorite place. No snow when I was there. There in
You like
I
the,
went actually
the cathedral in Cologne, the historical building.
and there's a bridge, like a river or something. I was only there for about a week, and we walked over this bridge over a river. It was really lovely. I do remember the cathedral. We worked down in Greece, so we had to be on the Greek islands for the summer. So I would have been just before summer that we were
Nice.
in Germany. Yeah, it was good. What are you doing, James?
Reading chat.
Oh, I didn't even know that was there.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
need some glasses?
Yeah. So is this live
Yeah.
podcast?
No, it's a rerun.
No, I mean you
No,
don't
I'm just
record
kidding.
it. You don't record it and play it. That's a podcast. I listen to.
Yeah. We're like actually
That's
on
not
the
a podcast
100th.
then.
It's
It's
a
a
special.
chat.
It's a special edition,
Mhm.
24-hour podcast. So you
Yeah.
can't upload it because it'd be too big.
Well, I am going
Ah.
to upload it, but just to YouTube. I don't know about the other platforms. I'm probably gonna just take a subsection, like
I was gonna
2
ask
hours.
about that. Yeah, how are you gonna go, if at all, uploading it?
Well, the host that I use, there's hosts that are free, but the host that I use is paid. But it allows me to recoup some of the money that I pay for the hosting via advertising. Like there is some ad monetization, and it's really cool because it's not like any company that puts ads onto your podcast, but it's just other podcasts on the same platform that can advertise their podcast and your podcast. I don't know
It's
why I like
nifty.
that so much, but it's like
Ah,
it's
it's-
better than like like someone trying to sell a product. That's what I'm
Sure.
trying to say. Right? Like
Yeah,
I
that
wouldn't
makes
want
sense.
to be in the middle of my podcast. Now buy our beds or buy our toolkit or whatever. That would be silly. But yeah, so like the hosting costs that I have are not that high, but there's a limit. I can upload like a certain amount of hours per cycle, and then I have to pay $2 per additional hour. So if I upload a 24-hour podcast and I have like no hours left, then that's $48 just to upload that. No, that's not reasonable. Also, I don't think it's that necessary. It's also a great idea to just upload a subsection and then steer people to the other platforms, right? Be on the podcast platform. Like, if you want to listen to the entire episode, you can find it on the YouTube. So, like, easy
So
way.
it'd run for 24 hours on YouTube, or you'd break it into segments.
I'll just we're live streaming on Twitch right now. We're doing like a full 24-hour live stream, and then I'm going to just ship it to YouTube. There's like an inbuilt feature where you can export videos to YouTube, so I don't have to download it and upload it again, but it just goes from Twitch directly to YouTube, and hopefully that's gonna be good enough, because it'd be terrible if not.
Twitch.
That's the entire thing that makes the money.
Twitch.
Yeah.
Wait,
That's what
Twitch
this
makes
is.
money?
Yeah, I've heard of Twitch. I've heard of Twitch.
Wait, you guys are making money?
That's news to me.
What you get paid for subscribers? Do you?
Yeah.
Like better than YouTube rates, or?
I don't know if we're allowed to specify
Gee, there's a lot you can't talk about.
the contract.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
I'd
finding out all
say
these comments.
if you're putting in a lot of time, you're probably able to generate more income on YouTube, but it requires more of a plan. It's less like spontaneous, right? Twitch, you just press a button, you go live, and if you're entertaining and if you have something to say, then people will listen to you. Whereas on YouTube, you have to have like a sort of a structure to your presentation. You have to think about things like thumbnails, video titles, description, and all that. It's more of a
SEO. Yeah,
well.
there's lots of people making money though.
Her internet business is more successful than my internet business.
Wait,
Sell
what
more
are you
products.
doing? What is your
Wow.
internet business?
You're allowed
You
to.
can't talk about that.
No, I'm not specifying anything. She's not on OnlyFans. Before we say
She
anything.
looked at him
She's
like,
not on
no,
OnlyFans.
no, we
No,
we
no,
don't,
I
we don't
thought you
talk
couldn't
about
talk
that.
about money and
You
stuff
can
on
tell.
here.
You can do what you like. I just can't specify how much I make off Twitch, but your online business isn't tied to a contract, so you can say. I'm just saying that you're better at this than me.
Yeah, I know a lot more about it than you.
Maybe not that, but like you make more money.
Like every time anything goes wrong, who do I go to?
Yeah, exactly.
James, this one. Oh, slippery
You,
Jim.
they know that James means Jim. They're aware. That's not much of a secret. I just don't say last name.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, you're
Is
too
he coming
far
back?
away.
Is he
That's
coming
fine.
back, or is he just gonna
Yeah,
be like
he-
standing there all the time?
He's standing there. You see his hand?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's coming back.
he's a wizard.
He's blurred out though. He looks like he's in witness protection.
Well, we won't talk about that either.
What?
He can't hear what you're saying. Oh, I could say lots of things.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he
But
can
yeah.
hear you. He can't hear us. so-
But what I can tell you
Yeah.
is that I've been a fan and a follower of Slippery Jim's work for longer than he knows me. I've discovered
Really?
his channel, I want to say like somewhere in 2015 when he was like really active on YouTube and he was pumping out those videos, and it was really good. And recently he's been
quiet.
not so driven on the YouTube. He's been putting more time into the Twitches.
And
But
Into the Twitches.
I remember he did one that you got a lot of views on that music one. Didn't you make the little characters dance or something?
I do singing ones, but they don't get views.
Oh. What did
What
we
was
all
it?
have? We had
The Pokemon one? Was it the Gotta Catch 'Em
no,
All?
not Pokemon.
Taylor
No.
Swift.
Taylor Swift song. And he made them all dance. And then he got people from all over the world to sing, and it was really bad.
Oh yeah.
Really bad singing, but it was funny.
It was bad, but it was good because it was so bad.
Yeah, very.
yeah,
very
there's
bad.
definitely a market for that, like some, cringe content, basically.
Does he make anything other than cringe content?
That's so mean.
Oh, I can be mean because you can't hear what
Slippery
they're
Mom
saying.
is on fire
think-
today.
You think I'm mean? You should hear what they're saying.
No, he's definitely like, as far as Path of Exile YouTube videos go, I don't think there's many content creators that are as unique as he is. I can say that with full conviction. Like the content that Slippery Jim made or makes still was, I don't think anyone like was quite able to capture the essence of that in the same way. It has a high degree of original ideas in there, like a high amount.
Agreed.
High concentration.
Yeah, very unique in his content, and I respect him tremendously for it. I will never. I respect him more for getting Quinn to sign his egg at ExileCon, and Quinn not knowing who it was. That was like MVP moment, I feel, for me personally.
What egg? Did he wear
Yes.
that hat? Where's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
blue hat?
He had the
Fish
he had
hat.
the
No, no,
Where's
no.
Waldo?
Where's Waldo? Can I tell him about the costume you've taken this year?
No.
You can tell us where Waldo is.
What?
It's
Whoa.
better. That's all.
He reckons it's better, but I thought that chicken hat was good. He wore his dressing gown to the shops the other day.
What?
Yeah, just like a shopping mall, where people. He wore his dressing gown. Do you know what a dressing gown is?
No.
Oh, I don't even know what a dressing. It's
You
like
wear a dressing gown.
you did.
I wore this.
That was
Cat,
today.
you know what a dressing gown
Today.
is? I mean, I could Google it. I
when you have pajamas,
like I was gonna say like pajamas.
but it's the robe thing that goes over the top.
Right.
It's made of velour. And
So you only
people
wear
in
that on the
hospital
way
wear
from
it.
the bed to your
Yes,
wardrobe.
not to the shopping mall. You don't wear it to the shopping mall, but James
The
It-
first image that popped up when I googled dressing gown was a very scantily clad woman arching her back
Oh.
at me.
That's probably saying a bit about your search history.
Okay. Oh wow, Mom really has jokes today, doesn't
Yeah.
See,
On
I'm
fire.
onto that search history stuff because here it is. Because I live with James, I have to be.
Oh,
Have you seen this hat? It's good over the headphones.
I haven't seen it on
This
you.
is
I'm
what
not
he
sure.
wore.
I'm not
He
sure
wore
whether.
this to the last one
Okay.
on the plane over to New Zealand.
You wore it on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
A man
And
of
wondered
style.
why customs check over him.
You want to get up now?
Oh, he wants me to leave.
I'm not.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Just saying, like, you've been here a while.
Yeah, I have
It-
been
it
here
was
a while.
very nice
It's
talking
nice
to you.
meeting you.
I was hoping for
bye.
like
Yes.
you'd spill like a little bit more beans, like to like give us a little bit
What do
more
you want to
munition.
know?
Well, I mean, something that we can upset him with.
He sleeps
something.
a lot.
I can't really.
And he
bully him
doesn't know
there.
you. He wears an hoodie all the time. Oh, will I talk about your special needs?
What special need?
Oh, with special needs, huh?
Yeah.
What do you
And-
mean? What are you
He
trying to say?
gets obsessed with things like games, computer games, and he's quirky.
I'm the
That-
only
that's
one
not
that
a
hasn't
surprise.
been diagnosed.
Yeah, this
Um,
all checks out. I don't know what's the
you
problem.
already
here.
know it all. He's addicted to Pepsi Max.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff.
You
Any
like-
nutritional like facts? Any weird?
He
kinks?
likes Jaffa cakes.
Okay,
he
that
wanted to
is
buy
weird.
He wanted to buy Spam the other day. Do you know what Spam is? Meat in a tin. Yeah.
Mhm.
He wanted to try that.
Meat.
Jaffa cakes.
Yeah, Jaffa
Can
cakes.
you,
I never got. That's just
no.
these orange slices with the biscuit and then the.
They're not very nice.
I've never
And-
heard
Terrible.
of them.
Oh, it's not
It's
worth
like orange
sourcing them
jelly
out.
or something like that, like an orange jelly
tried the
filling and like a
German
biscuit with
Crumpet
chocolate.
thing with caramel in it.
Oh, he said he bought a German crumpet with caramel in it.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
Wasn't very nice.
And it
Sounds
wasn't
like it would
German.
be good. Yeah, it sounds like it'd
Then
be
it
good.
wasn't
Yeah.
authentic German if it wasn't good.
Wasn't real German. He lives in a shed. Do you know there's water shrimp in his room? Do you know about
What?
that?
No.
No.
Water shrimp. When it rains, these little things, they look like little shrimp, come out of the grass and they get into his room and he's scared of them like they're as big as,
Scared.
you
I'm not scared.
coming to me, oh, there's shrimp in my room.
Stop being mean.
I don't want to live in the shed
No,
anymore.
I'm fine with it because it's cheap.
It is cheap. He doesn't pay much board
Rent.
rent.
Yeah. I know I pay rent. That's good enough.
Yeah, he does. Actually, I'm using his rent money to go to New Zealand.
Mm. Are you going to come meet anyone who's coming?
They're not going,
Oh,
but they might see us there on the live stream thing.
I don't think you're allowed in.
Oh, you're going to ExileCon. You're going with
You're
them.
going
I'm
with?
going, yes, but I don't think I'm allowed in.
Yeah, I don't bet you
James said,
get you a ticket.
they'll let me in when I tell them who I am.
I mean, she's
Tell
got
them I've got
sass.
an
They
egg.
might
Okay.
let him in.
What?
Or let her
Say,
in.
I've got
yeah,
an egg for you to sign.
I mean, if I was a GGG employee, I'd probably let you in. I'd be like,
I
this is
would
good.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
old
Absolutely.
lady.
But I don't know whether
They'll
they
let
can
me
do
in.
that because then they're like, they can't give you special treatment and then not give it to other people, right? Like it
How
depends on
many
whether
old
they can
ladies
sneak
will
you.
get? No, they won't get many old ladies wanting to go.
I'll be-
No, they want me to go now. I'm just going to get a drink. I reckon I'd get in. Anyway, what happens there? Do I want to go even?
They're gonna reveal the new game that they've been working on. You know how we've been playing Path of Exile? They're going to reveal the new game Path of Exile 2 that they've been working on. It's gonna be a banger.
So a new version. And not a new game, a new version of the current game.
Kind of both, right? Like we get new versions of the current game all the time, right? We had like 3.0, then 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, and right now we're at version 3.20. And eventually, there's going to be version 4.0, and instead of like calling it 4.0, they decided to market it as Path of Exile 2. Essentially, it's the same game, but then again, it's not, because it's been developed so much further than the versions that we've been playing that it's going to be a big jump. At least that's what we're all hoping. That's what we've been promised.
So
I have faith.
do you have to start from scratch? Can you transfer over?
No,
things that
everything
you've
goes over, like as far as I understood, especially the microtransactions, like the shiny hats that we talked about earlier that you get that don't give you any advantage in the game but make you look cool and give you street cred. That stuff will carry over. But as for like your existing playthroughs or like your game, yeah, that will carry over, but there's like a soft reset every 3 months anyway. So with the release of Path of Exile 2, there will be another soft reset, and you'll be heavily incentivized to start over. Like, you're not forced. You could play in on your existing stuff, but they will make a new challenge league where everyone wants to start fresh, and because everyone's playing there, everyone wants to play there. No one wants to play outside of that. Basically,
That's interesting. So is it a subscription?
Path of
Or
Exile.
you said
No,
it was
No.
free.
It's free
It's
to
free
play.
to play. Yeah.
I wonder
but
how
pay
they
to
make
feel
money
good.
then.
They make money on supporter packs, which give you like the shiny hats and other cosmetic things. And then they also sell stash tabs that
Yeah.
can expand your storage space of what you could store.
Mm.
So if you collect a lot of items and you say, "Oh, I want to keep all this stuff," and now I can buy another stash tab. You know, if you're a hoarder like most Path of Exile players are. Then
And have you got the shiny hats and things like that?
I have
Tons
a
of
couple.
shiny hats.
I have a couple.
More
So you can
shiny
swap
hats
them
than I want to
around?
admit.
Yeah.
And you can swap them around and wear whatever you like then. Appear however you like.
Mhm.
Basically.
Yeah, you can make a bunch of different characters look a bunch of different ways.
That aspect
So
is
how
pretty
do
much
people
like The
know
Sims.
it's you?
Well, they see your name. There's like a name label.
Are you Slippery Jim in the game?
Sometimes.
Oh, you
Most of
play
the
under
times.
another name.
Yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated.
Well,
It's
sometimes you want to
Okay.
avoid getting preferential treatment by other people because you're famous, right? And Slippery Jim is pretty famous
Oh,
in the
are
game,
you
so
famous?
No.
He says he's not famous.
Jim has a cult following.
yeah.
Oh, that would not surprise me.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
very
very loyal.
charismatic. He's very charismatic, don't you think?
Has he
What
had
do you want?
any like real
Come on.
life followings that he built?
Oh, he's got. Did he tell you he had a real life tumor on his leg?
Come on.
No.
Give up. Come up.
That's unfortunate, but it's fixed now.
Come on, girl.
Yeah. No, like benign, totally. Yeah. He's probably got.
You think I'm charismatic? These people love you.
He's probably got. What's your
Huh?
shiny hat? Have you got a shiny hat to wear in the game?
Yeah, got a couple of shiny hats.
So you're collecting all this stuff too.
No, I like spending.
I know he's terrible at spending money. I'm surprised he's going to New Zealand.
Huh. I bought really cheap plane tickets and really cheap accommodation.
Yep. You'll be sorry.
No way.
Cheap
Yeah, I'm
accommodation never works out.
I'm sure the price that Jim has to pay versus like what me or Kat has to pay to get out there is substantially different.
I'd say probably about 10% he's paid
What do you mean?
I would believe it.
your
yeah.
flights to New Zealand compared to them.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, nice talking to you. I'll fill you in on how I get into the convention.
You're not.
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am-
curious to
Wish
hear
me
that
luck.
story.
I am now deeply invested in your ExileCon
Yeah.
2 story.
It was
I
nice
just
meeting
need
you.
to get an egg. Yeah, you too. See ya.
Have a good
Bye.
one.
I just need to get an egg
What does that mean?
so they can.
That puts
talk
so
my
many
way
things into
getting it
context,
signed.
right?
Oh,
Like,
okay, yeah.
now, all of a sudden we know
Probably.
why Slippery Jim is
Yeah.
the way
Is it
that
yours?
Slippery Jim is.
This one?
Yeah,
Thank you, Nelly.
it really paints the background
See ya.
picture very well.
24 hours.
No.
Is it Nelly?
Everything makes sense now, Jim. Everything makes sense now.
What do you mean? See ya. Yeah,
Uh,
the entire family's like this. Crazy. I don't know what was talked about.
Please don't tell me you're gonna bring someone else on. No, it was good. I was glad meeting your mom.
I
that
thought
was-
she just said she
that was
wanted to talk about bread for like 5 minutes, and I don't know how long she's been here, but God
We
damn.
didn't discuss a single bread thing.
Yeah,
That's
She didn't
crazy.
even try and bring up bread.
Not at all.
She said that you should work out more.
She did.
Yeah.
I know.
But then again, I do too. I need to work out more as well.
Yeah, we all need to. Yeah, it's so bad. Like when I look into the mirror, I'm like, oh, there's just like, like some indication of like nice muscles, but like, they need work to pop out. And...
Atrophy.
No, it's not atrophy. It's like they're not disappearing, but they're like not ready, right? Like when you don't use your muscles in a long time, then they don't store water and they don't store ATP, and then they're just like not all that big, right? And if you use them a couple of days in a row, then they start building up those resources that they need to activate, and that's when they pop out more.
They look big because you're lacking in water. Because you haven't hydrated yourself. Or you've recently done push-ups. I don't know anything about muscles.
I think I seen you do like a handstand one time.
Yeah,
Kat.
yeah, I can still walk on my hands. I just need to do it more often. It's like, should I do a special episode 100 handstand?
Sure. Let's get it.
Oh god, hospital trip incoming. Oh god, he's got the Adidas pants on. He's prepared for this. He's been waiting for you to ask him. Gonna start breakdancing. Holy shit! Are we allowed to see nipples on Twitch? Is he doing this with a headset on? That's ridiculous. First of all, I do not
Yeah.
have the balance for that in the slightest.
No, me neither. I could do a
Holy shit.
headstand, but that like kind of puts you on 3 points, right? Not
Yeah,
just two.
that's crazy. You're like the most fit PoE person I've ever met, apart from Mathel, and I haven't met you.
Yeah, I've even thought about doing the whole. Have you seen the memes where Methil did he did the photo with the red bow tie and topless and shit, and posted that, and then Zizaran did the same thing. I was thinking like I got a like nice healthy body in between. Like I'm not super jacked, but I'm also like super dead, right? So I'm, I'd like to do that, but oh wait,
Was it MBX that did? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's good that you say MBX because as the coincidence wishes, look who we got here.
Oh shit, that was a good coincidence.
Hey, that was very coincidental.
Wunderschönen guten
Yeah.
Morgen. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Good morning. You just missed Slippery's mom.
No, I saw her actually.
Oh, right.
It was so good. We
Right.
need more Slippery Mom on the podcast for sure.
So
She needs to be a regular guest.
All right,
Co-host
welcome.
even.
Welcome, the one and only build creator, gambling video producer, streaming Viking, mad person, MB Extreme, the one and only crazy Austrian, like Mohawk.
Probably the guy with a freaking worst webcam I just see. Dude, this shit cam is like $250 and the quality is like, bro, what the look at this. What is this?
Can't see anything. Can't see anything.
Oh.
Webcams
light.
are only as good as the person setting them up.
Wow. Yeah, but apparently
Wait.
it doesn't matter.
I mean,
As long
like,
as my voice is loud and clear, the rest is like,
you sound beautiful. Hey, can you do a handstand? I just did a handstand.
I can actually do a headstand, kind of.
Hand, not head.
Yeah, handstand. Yeah. I think I can. But I'm
I
just about to
think you got the
start
physical
practice,
strength to do it, but
I mean, I can try.
you sound unsure as to whether you have the balance. Don't ruin your
quickly-
stream room on my behalf, by the way.
What if I change the background? What do you guys see? Okay, this is breakfast. You can just move this away.
Is that a knife? I don't want you to don't do a handstand next to a knife. Holy shit.
I need this. My cats
Yeah,
are
but, like,
terrible. No, I'm just.
Just
What?
put it like put it
I was
put it a lot
opening letters,
further away.
okay? I was opening
okay, but
letters.
like a lot further away. Oh my
Okay,
God.
let me try this. It's so early in the morning, dude. It's like what? 1 p.m. in the morning, middle night. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
try
You
this.
also
Okay?
have
1 p.m.
No.
Yeah,
If
actually
I die,
doing
it
a
was at least live.
doing a handstand before breakfast time, unbelievable.
Yeah, but first sip of coffee because otherwise. Okay, let's try this.
something to choke on. Oh no. Dude, how high is his ceiling? Holy shit.
Damn, boy. Wow. Wow.
Right?
Rock solid, man.
Yeah, he's got it going.
Hey, close enough.
Yeah, rock solid, dude.
Close enough.
I mean, you didn't fall forward out of the window, so that's good.
I could actually
Nice.
close it.
Can you imagine? That would have been terrible.
Right.
Damn. So me and Jim can't do handstands.
I'm too tall. And I'm too
Yeah.
skinny in the arms. Too skinny in the arms. No strength.
You
Wait,
can
Jim,
do
you're
it.
like
So you
like
need
2
to work
meters
out more.
tall, right?
Close, yeah. Not really. A couple of centimeters off. Rise is
Like
huge.
more or less.
192, 196.
less.
How tall?
Damn,
188.
got me on this fucking dot 192. I'm like a centimeter off 6'4" or 2 centimeters off 6'4".
Crazy.
Mm.
I think that's the tallest person I know.
Rice is also pretty tall, actually.
Yeah, but
Rise
I
is
meet him
huge.
on TwitchCon, actually.
But you don't know Rise, is what
Same.
you're saying.
hey, is he
Yeah,
that,
how are you guys
is he
doing?
that tall though?
Yeah, he's huge.
But the thing
He
is,
must
like,
have his webcam like up here, like a selfie shot.
but he's also
he looks
massive.
tiny.
Like, he's not fat or any, like, but he's definitely like
Big, yeah.
chunky.
You never
That's why I'm
seen
saying
the,
huge.
yeah. Never
He's
seen the
not
picture
tall,
of
he's-
him next to Quinn?
Built.
I think that was
Is
manipulated.
that the one that people Photoshop?
You think it was
No, no.
manipulated?
There's a real one, and then there's one that's photoshopped to make Quinn even tinier.
Yeah, but Steel Mage is also like my size, I think. I think I'm taller than Steel Mage, though. I don't know, people always expect me to be like 180, 185, like normal person or normal man size, you know, and I'm like, bro, I'm a fucking midget.
It's-
What are you guys talking?
It's so
But I
funny,
think
like
I'm
how you
still-
have like expectations on streamer size just like based on nothing, because all you see is like their upper body on
Yeah,
stream.
exactly.
And like whenever, I mean, Tarky Cat says that a lot, like that he gets that a lot, that people think, oh wow, you're way taller than I expected, because you know, with the camera perspective that he has, and like with his like boyish cheekiness that he had like not too long ago. I mean, now he, like, Tarky Cat changed his appearance quite a lot, like now with the mustache and the long hair and stuff. He now looks like an independent artist or something like that. But he used to be like a, you know, like a little cheeky beach boy or something like that.
You should have seen me like 10 years ago. I like 3 piercings in my lip, 1 in the nose, no beard, short hair. It's like times change. But Metho is also like kind of short, right?
Yeah.
And you don't really like when you watch his stream, you're like, okay, there's like also like pretty tall, but. So what are you guys up to?
Well, we're 19 hours into our celebratory 100th episode 24-hour podcast, and so far we spent a lot of time with like interesting people. We're looking forward to also getting the remaining 4 hours and 56 minutes over, because if we made it this far, we can also get it done. And I don't know why I say we, because like only I have been here since the beginning, but yeah, it was
It's
great.
like Valor Mage putting you down or what?
No, Balor was here for 2.5 hours, but like, he has to do his stream as well. He's gonna come over after his stream. At least that's what he said. There's a real chance. Oh, and I also noticed that you guys up for some more action? We got hfok and Neversing coming back. They were here earlier already. I'll just pull them in. and say hi, and then you get to talk about your league experience and all that, MB, because that's what we need to hear about. First, guys, give it up for hfok being back and NeverSync. We already introduced these guys. Glad to have them back on. I hope they wanted to be back on, but they were in the onboarding channel, so I think the expectation was that I drag them into the podcast. And now, without further ado, MB Extreme, what have you been up to, PoE-wise?
Oh, wow.
Do you still play Path of Exile?
I do, actually. But I'm kind of like blown away right now because this is actually really toxic if I'm not really allowed to play anything else but PoE. But hey, it is what it is. So yeah, League has been actually, I would say, pretty amazing, honestly. I really like the league mechanic and everything. I had a lot of, like, my league start turned out insanely good, which is actually quite fun because when I made like my league starter video, you know, it got like a shit ton of views. I think it was like 100,000 plus on YouTube within like 24 hours.
Well, the EK Ignite build.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
And then Reddit was full of it, and people on Reddit are like, oh, don't get you baited by MBX. It's definitely not a league starter. There is no fucking way you can make this build running below 100 divines, and don't get fooled and whatnot. So I got that kind of shitstorm. But hey, like 3 days, I was done with the entire Atlas. I killed the normal Pinnacle bosses, not the Uber versions. But I think with this build, I had like the smoothest league start of all time, and that was just like some kind of a happiness to just prove everybody wrong that it is definitely possible with like 5 chaos, whatever, you know. And now I even think that you don't even need 5 chaos to begin with. So all over the place, like. It was just amazing. It's not like that I really care about what Reddit says or what other people say. The way I produce my content is I just showcase what I do, right? If people like it and play it, that's fine. If people don't play it, that's also fine. You know, I don't try to sell the builds that I'm playing, right?
Please tell me that you're going to be here until Balor Mage comes back.
Depends how much you pay. Yeah.
Great answer.
Yeah, it is indeed a great answer. No, like, because Balor Mage just recently played EK Ignite in Badger's private league, and I think he has a slightly different idea of and opinion about the build than you do. So
yeah, that's totally fine. If you have like limited experience in Path of Exile, then you're gonna struggle because okay, that was toxic as well. Shit.
Shots fired.
The thing is, the problem, and this is something I said like in the very first 5 minutes of the video, I said like, this is an advanced build, okay? This is not something that you could pick up as your first build, it's your first league. You know, we talk about conversion, like multi-conversion, all the sources of physical damage added as extra, you know, chaos conversion, like all the kind of things. And I say like, this is definitely an advanced build. So if people have no clue about all of that and they're too lazy to just copy my POB or check the video, then I see a fair chance that they just gonna fail on the build just because they don't understand how the build works, that they don't understand how it's properly scaled. And it's also like, they also have like this problem since I'm playing with Eldritch Battery and Mind Over Matter combination. You know, they are not ailment immune. So they get an Ignite, they're down to 0 ES, they cannot cast anything, they just run away and then just die, you know? There's like so many, like, it's really, like, the build is really like a puzzle, you know?
Wait, but they're not ailment immune, but they're following your guide, so what are you suggesting for ailment immunity?
Yeah, because my builds are ailment immune. Every build that I play is ailment immune. So either in the start you run like Purity of Elements, but apparently they just don't run Purity of Elements because it doesn't give damage. And we're not like, in those times, like, remember back in like Blight League, Legion League, whatever, these kind of leagues, you know, where, you know, the classic, like, the Mathil build, what we refer to, okay, we're 4K life, we're res capped, and that's it, you know, no armor, no defense at all, right?
It's an old meme, but it checks out, yeah. I think as of recently, Mathil builds have been, like, more hardcore viable, but yeah.
Well, defenses as a whole were just not as good back then, right? Like,
exactly.
armor was half effective, evasion was half as effective, like...
And honestly, if you don't run any form of defense, you're lost in this game, you know? Like, I think, like, back in the days, you know, the first thing, level 24, the first hour you get, Malevolence, whatever, any damage hour, right? And for me, it's now, okay, either like Determination or Purity of Elements. And then after I have like some mana reservation, I get the second one, right? So the first damage aura actually comes after the first 2 defense aura. And this is like baseline for me at like every build. Like I tried some high DPS builds, but just without defenses, and like on this amount of death effects on the altars, you know, if you play like endgame in terms of like tier 16 maps with like altars and stuff like that, I don't even say that you have to like juice with scarabs and whatnot, but there is so much shit going on, and you just randomly get blown up. So, and I don't like this. I mean, yeah, I play softcore, but I don't like this like
Walk of
6
shame.
portal mentality, right? Yeah, it is not. Well, I use custom death portal for that, so I got this going. So if I die, then it's fine though. But yeah, it's like without defense, doesn't matter. But nowadays you have like so much power spike that even though you're building a great defense, you can still have like some insane offense based on the skill basically and on the level of your gear, I would say. But yeah, and based on the league mechanic itself, I think it's like is actually freaking awesome. The only problem that I had, I was like super hyped, you know, every day I was like grinding the Sanctum next to my typical Alcan Go strategy, right? And I was like, hey, I cannot wait until I find a stat stacking relic. I cannot wait until I find 1 max power charge or 1 max frenzy. I'm gonna build like an insane like Slayer masterful form replica Pharos kind of character, right? And I just got shit on. Like I found like probably over 100 like sanctified relics. I vendor recipeed them, right? The best thing I got so far was like +1 endurance charge, but endurance charge stacker. I was like thinking about one with like transcendence and shield crush, but you know, it's like not my type of
Just
build.
a one
It's like,
step relic, one stat relic, just the +1 endurance charge, or did it come with something else on top?
no, I just had one max endurance.
I got
Okay.
a +1 max frenzy 10% move speed relic, but I lost it because I died.
Sounds awful.
Yeah, my level
Time to
98
play
jug.
softcore.
My level 98 jug. I died to a bleed because I was reading map mods and not paying attention. Fun
Yeah,
way
but
to die.
so in the start, I was like super hyped about this, and the further we went into the league, now I don't even want to do Sanctum anymore because I gave up. You know, I was farming Sanctum a month straight, and I just didn't get any. Like there was like 5 relics that I was interested in, and I didn't get any. And now I'm like, honestly, even if I would find it now, we're so late into the league that would I be hyped enough to play another build, for example? I would more like looking forward to next league, right? So I kind of gave up right now on the relic stuff. So that's why I think the account bound thingy is like not that good, because there is always a way if you play trade league that you don't have to find yourself. You just need to make enough currency to buy the stuff that other people found for you, right?
Yeah.
So I could just have saved up enough currency and just at some point get my 1 max power charge relic and play a
So,
power charge stacker and
man,
whatnot. But
May I hook in there? So you're generally not a friend of the account bound thing, or you just think if it's account bound, they should be more generous with handing them out because after the grind that you've done, you'd expect better sanctified relics?
actually, both ways. I would say both ways. So either, like, I don't know. It's like hard to explain because a friend of mine, he like found a +1 power charge relic on day 4, right? And it's still on his stash because he's not interested in power charge stacking whatsoever. But he has like crazy good relics, and if it's like account bound, you know, at some point you can just vendor them, and that's pretty much it. You know, it's like that's the problem in PoE in general. You most likely will never find the stuff that you actually want to have, but you find other stuff that other people would like to have, right? So it's constantly like a trading perspective, and at some point you're gonna have all the gear that you want and that you're looking for. And if it's like an account bound thingy, then you can farm, and after a while you just get demotivated because you're just not finding the one that you're looking for, and at some point you're like, screw that.
Would you be more happy to have it account bound if it was like more generous with handing out the relics so that you're more likely to get the one that you want? Or would that not be enough to make you happy with the account bound? You're generally not a friend of the account bound.
I think in PoE, like everything you farm, you can sell, right? This like recycling your gear. Let's say you get an upgrade, you just sell your old weapon, your old whatever. So it's always like a recycle path, right? It's not like in Diablo 3 where everything you have is like soulbound and either somebody was in your party or you cannot trade it, right? Like this system is absolute dog shit, like honestly. But in PoE, we have the quality of life to recycle all of our stuff. So I would really appreciate if, like, I don't think this account bound thingy, it has pros and cons like everything else, right? So, but then in the next hand, when you say like, yo, what if they're like more generous with handing out those rare ones, more or less? But who decides what is a rare one? You know, if you're not playing a power charge stacker, then you get a power charge and you're like, yo, this shit again, right? It's like we as a player make the decision what relic is the most OP 4-hour build for our next build. It's not like GGG deciding, oh, everybody wants a +1 power charge. That's just not true. So it's always like hard to say what is rare, you know?
Well, I mean, for Sanctified Relics, I think there's like a clearly outlined like 6 or 7 chase mods that you like everyone thinks are build enabling, or like at least are very, very valuable to the point that you wouldn't play certain builds without it. We had a whole discussion about it earlier, what the definition of build enabling is. But basically, yeah, like a lot of the Sanctified Relics are not that great overall. For example, Enki told us that the best one he found was 30% spell damage and 12% cast speed, which is just like such a generic buff. And considering that like you can only equip it at level 60, whereas like you'd be happy to have 30% increased spell damage and 12% cast speed at level 10, right? But at level 60, it's like really, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's better than not having it.
In a vacuum, it's good, but you know, considering that the other things that you could have gotten, yeah, it feels bad because it's just generic spell damage and cast speed.
Yeah, but it's just general, like, there is no, how would you say, deterministic farming of something. So if I say I would like to have, I don't know, an awakened empower of Uber Maven, for example. Doesn't matter, right? But I know I can farm her until I find it. At some point, I will find it. But will it be in the first 50 runs, or will it be after 500 runs? So at some point, like, you're motivated, you're like, okay, I need this shit. So you're just grinding. And at some point, you're like, either you found it, or at some point, you're just gonna give up because, hey, I already have like 400 Uber Maven kills. Like, I'm not gonna do this until the end of the league. I'm done with it, right? And this is like the better thing. If it's not account bound, then I could still do my Mavens, and then I either I find it, or at some point I'm just gonna buy it because I cannot find it or get it myself, right? So in that case,
yeah,
and like
I
think I
totally
found like
get
5
that.
relics.
I totally get that, but what I was trying, like, earlier I had this whole conversation about how I think it's great that some leagues in Path of Exile introduce playstyle elements of a different league type into... Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, for example, Heist brought a little bit of hardcore into softcore, because every heist that you do is in itself like a permadeath thing, where you lose everything if you die and you can't re-enter the heist, at least after you triggered the lockdown. So it gave softcore players a little bit of a taste of hardcore. Similarly, the Sanctum allows hardcore players to die during the run without losing their character, because you can fail by losing all the resolve, right? And it brings a little bit of softcore into hardcore, because you're able to, you know, lose the run without losing your character. And likewise, the other way around, you can bring a little bit of hardcore and softcore, because similar to Heist, you can lose the run without... Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the Sanctified Relics bring a little bit of solo self-found into Trade League, right? They force people to engage with the league rather than bypassing the league by means of like economic wealth, right?
I wouldn't really say it that way, because for me, like, relics are completely random, right? Like, I think I was like 5 times I found a relic with like 15% enemy stun threshold stuff, you know, and I'm like, bro, what the fuck is this, you know? But let's say if I just play a solo self-hunt, you know, and a friend of mine plays it too, and he finds a headhunter, he finds a mage blood, whatever, right? I'm actually not even mad, because I know realistically the chances of dropping one of that, like, I have like, what, 13,000 hours in the game. I've never dropped a headhunter, never dropped a mage blood, not even dropped a squire or anything like that, right? These drops are like so extremely rare. If somebody finds that, I'm like, bro, that's insane. I would like to have that too, but I'm not mad at it. But with Sanctified Relics, where you get like 1 to 3 Sanctified Relics every single run, and people in guild chat permanently post you like, oh, here I got +1 power charge, here I got like the fire damage per strength stacking or in stacking. They post all of that, and you're finding this stuff, right? You identify them, and you're like, you know, I could just leave that on the ground, I guess. I mean, you're still gonna put them on the stash because you have the 5-to-1 vendor recipe in the end, right? But it's just like the amount of Sanctified Relics you find is obvious, right? I could farm like, I don't know, like 2-3 sanctums per hour if I'm farming fast, whatever. So I'm gonna find those relics. But if it's just never gonna be the one that I'm looking for, then at some point it's just gonna get annoying. While in the other hand, like if you drop a mage blood in solo self found, that's gonna be a 1 in 10 leagues thingy, right? So people know it's insanely rare. But if you get flooded with sanctified relics and still unlucky, then it's just like, it kind of sucks, you know. I was like super hyped about the league, and I played like a month straight nonstop. But I'm on a point where I say like, I'm thinking about skipping it, because the thing is that gets me going in the Sanctum. It's not about the currency, you know. I think it's actually terrible currency. Yes, you open the chest in the end. There's like 2-3 divines and like 30 chaos and whatever. But thinking about, you ran 32 maps for that, and the time invested in the league mechanic, it's actually the worst freaking league mechanic when it comes to like currency gain, right?
I mean, you
But
also
in the
get
other
other
hand,
things from the 32 maps, right? If you ran them entirely. Or are
yeah,
you just
but
like saying you run to the Sanctum and then you leave the map?
no.
Because you're speedrunning
I run
Sanctums?
I obviously run the map, but just considering the amount of time an entire Sanctum needs, you know, we're not talking about like going in and saving 8 times. We talk about running the 8 tiles, the next floor, running this. And so doing all the floors, like the 32 floors, if you take this combined time and put this into mapping, I surely make more just in Alkid Go maps. But anyways,
yeah,
the thing is like, currency doesn't get me going in the Sanctum. It's just the sanctified relics. I go in there because I still want to have this stupid sanctified relic. And if I
Yeah.
don't get it,
No,
unfortunately, you know,
that's super interesting because Balor has the same take where he says like, you know, currency, I don't care about it, I just want those relics. But like he actually colors it as a good thing, where for you is a negative thing. I think that's an interesting contrast.
No, it is a good thing, because even though I'm not interested in the currency in the Sanctum, I still do the league mechanic because I'm interested in something else that is in there. So
Yeah.
it is definitely a good thing. Definitely.
So
but
if these
this-
weren't account bound, you're saying you wouldn't be doing Sanctum because you could just do something else that would be more efficient for the currency and then acquire the relics
And
that
just
way.
buy it.
yeah, I actually would say so, because yeah, I mean, yeah, probably I would do it that way.
Would
yeah.
you be
I would
happy
do
with the
Sanctum.
league with the amount of like new stuff that we got, the amount of like the state of the game, so that you'd still be playing the league as much without engaging with the Sanctum mechanic? Because there's really not that much new stuff if you like take out the Sanctum mechanic.
Yeah, but the game feels amazing right now. I think there might be a thing that just because Kalandra League was such a downer, like honestly, right? And
Yes.
I think at the moment the game just feels amazing. Yes, there are still a couple of things that I would adjust and I would like to have back. For example, like prefix reroll, suffix reroll. If I get those 2 crafts back in Harvest, for example, right? Then I'm like super fine with the state of the game. Like honestly, I think at the moment there's like nothing to. There should be there was I guess a loot buff or something based on like last league, because I'm still finding my stuff, right? But I was never the guy that was complaining about it. So I said like, hey, if everybody gets less, then it's still balanced, right? It's just like people want to have the drops just to have like this good feeling, you know.
I
But
can
this-
totally
I-
agree with that. I always have the feeling like people shouldn't be comparing what they get now or like whatever now to previous league, but they should be comparing like horizontally rather than vertically, right? Like they should be looking,
Yeah.
what does my neighbor get? What's like the other people get? And if we're all playing the same game with the same rules, it's still fair. Like, you know.
Exactly, and the majority of people treated it the way that I don't find anything and everybody else finds everything. So I'm gonna quit the league because, dude, I'm not making currency. But the problem is like nobody's making currency, right? It's still the same grindy aspect. The only thing that was a bit weird, everybody had less currency, but the items were more expensive than usual. So I was like, wait a second, I actually expected Mage Blood and stuff to be like a lot cheaper just because people have less currency, right? But on a certain level, I mean, at some point people jumped on this like loot goblin hunting with like, I don't know, like a fucking 1,000 rarity and whatnot, right? I never did that, but I think this was like absolute terrible for the game, because in my opinion, I'd rather have 10 chaos every map profit than a divine every hour, you know? So the thing is like, I want to see every time I finish a map, I want to see like my currency getting more and more, as long as I don't spend it, right? And let's say you're like, but this is me playing like 10 hours a day, right? So I get my currency either way because I'm playing a lot. But if you're the casual that says like, you'll have 2 hours or 3 hours time per day, and you have a strategy that used to make you 5 divines an hour, for example. Okay, if I play 3 hours, I should somewhere get around 15 divines. So it's a permanent progress in your currency tab as long as you're playing the game. But what we had with these loot goblins, you could play like 5 hours and not find a single one, and you just log off and say like, dude, fuck this shit, like I'm not getting I'm farming and I'm just not making the currency that I used to. And other people are more lucky. They're finding like 2 or 3 loot goblins within 2 hours, and you're like, bro, I just made 50 divines. It just like, it's just so casual, unfriendly, and this is like a major problem in the game. And I think all like in the current state, especially with the introduction of the Atlas passive tree, this shit is amazing. I don't feel bad doing any league mechanic that I enjoy. I could run Blight, and I mean, obviously you should make like, there's probably something for Jim, like run 10,000 maps with each freaking current like league mechanic and then see what's the difference, right? But I never feel bad of saying like, hey, I feel like farming legions. I make a legion strat, I make my currency, right? Oh, I'm a big fan of Blight, which I'm not, but hey, let's assume. I farm my Blight, I make currency. I can farm Breach, I can farm Heist, I can farm like whatever thing that I feel as a player is fun for myself, and I'm still gonna make the same currency or more or less than everybody else. But the thing is, like, I don't think we currently have like an omega superior way of making currency that this, or you just don't make currency. I know a lot of people were farming a Legion, for example, but I think this is also like a content creator fault. I think like Grim was like blasting Legions like a month straight, for example. So obviously, and he has currency, and people see, oh, this guy has currency, I need to farm Legion too, right? So it's definitely like streamers have like an insane influence in the community, and if somebody makes something crazy good, then you guys know what happens to prices, what happens to like farming strats and those kind of things. But overall, I'm like,
is easy to polarize, yes.
Yeah, I think it's like still the game is in a super insanely good state. Just give me back the prefix cannot be changed suffix, prefix suffix reroll, so we can actually craft some mirror tier items. Because as of right now, you awaken orb something together, oh, prefix suffix full, yeah, then a null. And you're running like 2 awakened or elevated mods on the suffixes, and you get like a tier 5 int roll, whatever, and you're like, I have to annul this. And if you click this and you miss it, there is like 20 divines down the toilet. If I would say, okay, wait a second, I do have a shit suffix, but it's fine, I'm gonna reforge the prefix until I have 1 open prefix, and then I do like suffix cannot be changed, and then harvest life or something, so I can make a usable item for the current state. But without that, how often I like ruined an item just by being unlucky with the annul? And this is like, I'm just thinking like, yo, do I want to annul this? Like it is another 30 divines on the line, and then the next try, maybe again unlucky, and this is like, in my opinion, terrible. And I think there a lot of people are just like not interested in crafted overall, just because the risk. There's like it's such a high risk of actually filling up your prefix suffix and then just sit there and be like, do I sell it as it is, or do I risk the annul? And if I fail it, then that sucks.
That was a lot to take in, and it's great you just came on, so we got all a little bit of an idea where you stand on the league. And I also haven't talked to you in a while, and I'm also super happy to let you talk for long, because I've been streaming for super long, and I'm like, I'm just like, I like chilling and laying back. But maybe someone else wants to say something. Maybe you guys have like some points where you connect with what MB presented there. Maybe like you disagree or you agree. Anyone? You don't have
a bunch. I have a bunch, but I'm afraid of holding a long monologue, so I want to give the other ones a chance first.
I'll just ask.
Well, first of all, I pretty much mostly agree to what MB said. I think most of these are very valid points, but I think it's also kind of a data point of one experience. I wonder if you would have found a relic that says scales with dexterity or has some instacking or +1 power charge, something like that, if your experience of your perception of this self-found approaches, account-bound relics would be different. So this is something I wonder, because people who find something that eventually really helps or really defines a certain build, and I would say that majority of people who run who do run Sanctuary for a bunch of weeks eventually find one or two of these relics. And this is obviously completely random and you can't influence that. That is bad. But I think most people at some point find something that inspires them to make a new build. So maybe the solution there should be, it's a bit hard because I agree that on trade, you should be able to trade. But at the same time, there's something about this account bound thing that I like because it inspires people to be creative about something, because you get something that's exclusive to you in a sense. Sure, there might be someone else with a dexterity stacking relic, or there might be somebody else that has a free spreading relic, or whatever you have, but you find this and it feels like, okay, this is something that gives me a lot of extra power and I can build around that, make my own guide, make my own build, make something completely unique to myself. I think this is a valuable part of this league, but maybe there should be some sort of way to pay yourself into re-rolling relics. Maybe alternatively, like after every Sanctuary run, you get a currency item that you can trade that allows re-rolling relics specifically, something like that, so that you can at least respect a person's time. And this is something where I usually have trouble with when the game presents you with a choice where you are basically, your only way to progress is putting insane amounts of time into tasks that are not fun. And this is somewhat of a case there. I find Sanctuary really fun, but then again, I played for like 3 weeks and then I got sidetracked by different projects. Was main track by different projects, I'm not even sure at this point. Yeah, so that's the first point. The second one, I completely agree that Lake of Calandra was in a terrible state, and this whole loot goblin style was probably the worst part of it. But ironically, it kind of came back in a different version, and everyone's happy with that. And that is the Divine Altar thing. I think the big difference that you can't invite a whole party to cow for you, but otherwise this whole choice of Ether versus Exarch kind of boils down to that. You can go for the Exarch, which is probably numerically average the better choice, and it mostly gives you better rewards. You get Chaos Orbs and Vow Orbs and all of these useful things, and then you have the Ether Altars, which are most of them completely terrible. Like, I'm not even bothered picking up a single chromatic orb. You won't even see it probably on my filter in most cases. But then you have this super, super low chance of getting this huge Divine Altar. I think it kind of just displays how different people treat that. I think if it only have Divine Altars on both sides, people would hate it. If it have Chaos Ops of both sides, people would hate it as well. So it kind of presents people with this risk versus consistent reward choice, and I like that. And finally, just another point I want to present. The ingenious part of the trade atlas is that if someone like Grim or anyone else presents a certain atlas strategy, unless the atlas strategy pretty much is completely giving just generic rewards, and this sometimes happens, it is nearly always self-balancing. Like Legion is balancing itself. Because Legion is being popular, Scarab prices go up. At the same time, the whole Timeless Dew, the whole red key pieces go down. And this is something really interesting, because if a lot of people think something is super profitable, all the other things become effective niches where you can invest into, because this one thing kind of drags itself down by its own weight. And I think this is kind of a very cool aspect of the aspect balancing, because it's really hard to balance something like PoE, where everything is crazy interconnected, and everything is really hard to kind of put in a point where it's still fun and time respective and so forth. So I think it's really good that most of these things kind of have their own typical reward type. So if everyone runs that just drops in price, and everything else kind of stays afloat. Because if you would have one mechanic that just drops pure currency and nothing else, and this would be super effective, this would be a problem.
It reminds me on Heist, remember? When you got like 500 chisels for 1 chaos, because the market was just flooded with flat currency. Like, Exalt price down to 30 chaos because they, you know, I was like doing like consistent like 30, 40 Exalts per day just by flat picking them up in Heist, you know? So that was like terrible. Like, one Exalt gave you like, I don't know, like 5,000 chisels, and every currency was just not worth anything. Like, it was actually interesting, yeah. But it was the only
Can I elaborate on Neversing's point as well? Even the altars on the Exarch or the Ethers, they also balance themselves out like that, because the one that is running Ethers, they'll have a lot of Divine, but they lack of a lot of the useful currency. And therefore, they will also often trade defined for the other lesser currency, which you find from the exchange as well. So I find it really interesting that this leak, they somehow managed to do this balance on both the Altus and the Atlas tree as well.
I don't know whether I mentioned that when some of you were here earlier. I don't recall in which hour I mentioned it. But in BPL, I actually found like one of the rare outcome altars from Exarch as well. I found an annulment altar and I got 13 annuls out of one map. Now, of course, in Trade League that's not super huge, but as someone who has a little bit of an SSF background, I was slightly pogging about that. I mean, obviously in BPL it didn't really matter. I just dumped them into the guild stash for the team and the crafters used them. So it didn't really make that much of a difference, especially because it was late. But my point is Exarch also has like the super rare outcome, which is not super chased like the Divines on the Eater, but still you can have that rare outcome of getting annuls.
But MB Extreme, if you actually find a useful sanctified relic for yourself, would you have, let's say, 3 weeks ago, would you still be doing Sanctums this all time, or would you have stopped playing Sanctum altogether?
I would have still played the Sanctum because I had like the problem is I wanted to do this like no hit run, right? And I found this like Sin thing like twice. But the problem is I couldn't do it because I'm not Asian, right? But I tried it. It was fun. And I actually get like failed just because mechanical issue. But overall, I think like those kind of things were kind of like super interesting. And I think like the problem is some people have made builds and are really good at this. And they're just making a shit ton of currency if they would be able to spam that, right? While other people are like if those things would be like account bound, I would have no problem with that, you know? Because I can like play it or try it, but it would be cool if there would be more things like that. I mean, we had some unique relics where you get like, oh, you don't have inspiration this run, and therefore you get like 10 sanctified relics, whatever. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. But overall, I think the league mechanic itself was still fun. I think like the league mechanic is actually fun, and so I don't like it's as soon as something is fun, I don't really care about how much currency I make. If it's fun, it's fun, so I do it.
Yes.
You know, until I'm like done with it, and then I'm like, okay, I'm CBA.
It might
But
potentially be also, one of the most amazing mechanics in the future if it becomes to be consistently accessible. To be like Delve or Heist and so forth. Not a lot of people enjoy Delve consistently for many leagues in a row, and not a lot of people enjoy Heist. And when you're planning a new league, you can say now, hey, this league I want to farm Sanctuary like crazy, or this league I can farm Heist like crazy. So I think it would be a really awesome spec in mechanic. Even if you kind of get bored of this point, some other people will just enjoy this playstyle. I think this will be a very valuable aspect of it. It's one of those leagues that is actually good as a league, but might be even better as a mechanic later on.
Does actually this Sanctum go core? Because I know I remember something that they said like that the sanctified relics will kind of disappear. They're not going to go into standard.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. It kind of leads you to believe that they're planning on it not to go core, right?
Exactly, but I think like the league mechanic has at least more effort put into it than something like Ultimatum, for example. Oh, there's a circle, there's a monster spawning, there is your end boss, and that's about it. I think they put quite some effort into this entire Sanctum thingy,
Yeah.
so it would be weird, but they announced something that, hey, those relics don't go core. But in the same hand, why does it not go core? They're account bound, so
Yeah, they
you're
never
gonna trade
said
them
why.
anyways.
Yeah.
I think they
wonder-
made it out of safety. Because if they would say, I think it would be the only right thing to announce, because at the start they don't know if they go core or if they don't, or if they will. But later on they can still say they will go core and no one will complain about that. Not a single person. If it will, if the mechanic will be available later on somehow on the Atlas, because then the standard people can still farm it. But otherwise, but if they from the start say that this is a core part, they basically commit to that. But now they have the chance to test, or have tested out the mechanic, and now they have the experience. Wait, people actually enjoy that. And we probably want to integrate that because GEG largely covers to what people want, more or less. Sometimes they do things on their own and try to do creative things, and this is totally fine because often they see things, understand things we can't, or not at least the general player base can't. But if they see a mechanic is really popular and it's not really presenting a huge problem for the game, I think they'll integrate that. Besides, it's like a lot of wasted work if they don't do it. So we might not see Sanctum next league again, but I'm pretty sure it will get in-game in one form or another.
I disagree. You said if they if they think it will not be a problem for the game, they will implement it. They implemented Harvest, and they knew it was going to be a problem for the game.
And then they brought it back full power too.
True. And nerf it again.
But we talked about this concept of each league being kind of experiment of their own, and it's also important for them to keep the game interesting for a while, so they can't keep things monotonous. So sometimes I think they implement things that are outright doing something they have never done before, and that would be in the current continuum would count as actually OP, breaking, crazy, and so forth, just so that the game changes and evolves. And so I think this is perfectly fine. Like Harvest was insane, and now Harvest is kind of in a weird spot, but it was good because it kind of was this meta forever. It was this meta that lasted over multiple leagues that was presenting how the game was played. And I mean, we had like Shaper Circles in the past. We had a ton of insane strats that came and go. And I don't think it will be any different with Sanctum if they implement that. For a while, people will play it for probably some things. And if they integrate it, they probably treat Sanctified Relics differently as well. But I do think they will want to bring it core. I think that too many people like the mechanic, and the general reception was way too positive.
I mean, honestly, does it really matter what they're doing the next 4 or 5 leagues?
Of course not.
Because we are all like, Copium, PoE2, and so even if they bring like a legacy league or something where people have like immense fun, it wouldn't do anything for the game. Yeah, of course, people in standard would be richer, but honestly, like there's probably 95% players are playing the league, whether it's like hardcore, softcore, whatever, or maybe it's more than 95%, right? So we are beta testers anyways, every single league. But that's why we play it, that's why we like it, and if there's a bug, come on, there's worse things, right? But honestly, for the greater good of PoE2, the all saver, and everybody looking forward to that, I don't really think. I think, like, from the business perspective, I don't see a problem giving people fun in the upcoming leagues because it's gonna be gone anyways when PoE2 hits, right? And the OP character is gonna like rot in standard, and then we all are gonna have a fresh take, right? But if they do something like Kalandra League, where the player base was like halved in like after a week, it was like absolutely terrible, and then delaying it by another month, and you're like, come on, dude, this is crazy. I think this is also like a reason why people love the game so much right now, because they just didn't in the past 4 months, But I think like in the league mechanic choices, like I don't see a problem giving people some like a legacy league would be fun, the perma explode and stuff, and people get like ridiculous power spikes. But on the other hand, you also need another way of scaling the end game to the extreme. Remember when we farmed like tier 19 100% deli maps, canyon and stuff with the watchstones and stuff? So people did have the chance to make it even crazier, and that's why I would like to have a league mechanic that is like similar to Delve, which is like an unlimited scaling, where you just go further and further and further and further the further you can go. But then there is like the other problem that there is going to be builds that are going to be like bypassing the difficulties, like people are creative, right? So it's always like risky, but I think like overall, like just give us some fun and people are gonna love it instead of like Kalandra.
I think this is very likely that will happen. So with ExileCon being in July, the next league starts somewhere in March. So from March to July, you have 5 months. So I'm going to assume that they want to release PoE2 somewhere around the end of this year. So I can absolutely imagine that either the next league or the league after would be a very long league, where at the same time they would be testing the alpha of PoE2, because they need to also keep up with Diablo 4. So I'm pretty sure that they will be forwarding processes a lot so that they can get at least an playable alpha of PoE2 out this year. So I can absolutely envision that something will happen, like you said. There will be a crazy leak, and maybe they'll bring back like Ultimatum, Sentinel, Sanctuary, and even Lake of Calandra for some reason. At the same time, where you have a ton of different mechanics that you can spec in with overtuned stuff, with like a ton of different content, just so that you can play this for a while, or bring back events and so forth. Because for them, this is a low effort thing. This doesn't actually put a lot of development power. They can just bring back a few crazy mechanics, spam people with items, maybe add a few super high tier over the power, I don't know, triple corrupted stuff or something like that, things that didn't exist before, just so that people can explore kind of the absolute madness that the current engine can present. And this is appealing for some people, while at the same time put all of their forces so that they can actually work on ExileCon, which is also an insane effort on all of the stuff, plus working on PoE2.
I just see the big problem here. They have to take away player power as well. Because the thing is, like, you give people a bunch of cool stuff. You know, like, let's say Sentinel with, like, recombinating and having, like, evasion, like spell suppress, fractured on like every item, and like it was Sentinels were an insane power spike. So they knew they had to take it away, because if they bring another thing that has a lot of power spike, you're just stacking power spikes, and at some point, you know, this game is ridiculous. So you give them a league with a lot of power spikes, so next league you kind of have to remove it again, and then people are mad because, hey, all my, like, you know, remember when in Expedition everything got nerfed by like 50%, like all the spells and whatnot, you know? Like, you have to do it, but you also know if you do it, then you're going to piss off the player base, and the league is probably going to be bad. To then have the next league to give them like some power back, and they're like, oh man, this is like an amazing league. It's crazy good. So you just cannot give them power after power after power, and keep your relics and keep your sanctify, like your recombinators and all the other stuff, because at some point we're gonna have like every character built fully tanky will have 1 billion damage, just because you know, it's like it's hard to say.
Yes, and I think you are absolutely right for most leagues. I completely agree with them that there's kind of this interesting curve of GEG bringing back power and people coming back and being happy, and then eventually they add a bunch of new power sources, so the eventual player power goes up too high, and then they nerf it down and people are upset again. And sometimes they overdo it. Like Expedition, I think, has done a few silly things, like nerfing flasks and movement skills that were, in my opinion, probably less clever, and some other things like just nerfing down some damage numbers. But they also have done it a few times and in much higher proportions without actually invoking the player's wrath quite like that. And that usually happens when they at the same time threw on a whole bunch of huge reworks on new content. An example would be 3.0. I mean, they killed Valpack, they killed Dots, they killed Energy Shield. Like 3 huge archetypes that were used everywhere in the same punch. And people were still happily playing Explosive Arrow and stuff and barely complaining, because it just added so much stuff on top. The whole campaign got reworked, I think it was Harbinger back then, something like that. There was a patch long ago where they just removed shotgunning. Before that, the meta was just everyone's playing with shotgunning. It was one of the earliest leagues. And people, well, I mean, Reddit wasn't the same state, it was a different game. But people also weren't quite complaining this much. And when the whole auras thing got completely butchered, people were generally also happy because it brought back a lot of things with them. I think the trick is, if they remove power from the players, they need to do it in a way that is generally more of an interesting rework, instead of just downright cutting off a lot of power like they sometimes do.
Yeah, but for one example, like with a power spike, right? Like, in my opinion, the classic dot build, whether it's ED Contagion, whether it's Ignite, whether it's those kind of things, you're looking towards, like, with high gear, like a 4 or 5 million ED DPS, maybe like a 6-7 million Ignite DPS, right? That was like the normal state for me. And I'm an Ignite lover. Like, almost every league I'm playing Ignite builds, right? And just, was it last league, I actually learned that there is an Ignite cap, like 35.7 million Ignite. I didn't even know that before. And that already tells you what kind of power spikes we do have. Because this was like, even though this is my 20th league or 21st or something like that, I did not know there was an Ignite cap. And now I'm sitting on a character that has an Ignite cap, and I'm like, wait a second, I'm used to having like dot builds for like the 6-7 million DPS, and now we're looking like over 30-35 mil DPS. So it's like crazy, dude. So there is definitely insane amounts of power spike going on, and I don't know, does Poison have a poison cap?
Yes, I was at the poison cap this league as well. All the dots are together to this dot cap. This is actually part of a joke of mine that I've been making with some programming friends, that part of the reasons why they keep nerfing things is because they do have some int or just development level overflows where they need to respect the maximum values of certain numbers, because their systems can't keep up with that. So they need to sometimes bump down the numbers, because this cap actually existed all the time. People have been hitting this cap with double dipping during the ancient times, pre 3.0, where people were using
like
double dipping.
Poison or something?
It was usually poison, yes, but ignite as well. Like poison was used with traps and mines to stack these double dipping trap multipliers, where you could create back then it actually just stopped damaging the enemies instead of hitting the cap, so you had to balance your builds so that if you throw your instant, it was usually done with, I think, bow attacks. So if you would throw a trap, and it would usually sometimes bleed, it would usually kill a Vow Oversoul at 0.1 seconds. If you've done too much damage, it just didn't take any damage at all. So it's a bit of a silly thing. So I think this is kind of also technical limitations why they're motivated, unlike Diablo, to not go like into something like absurd numbers, to actually tune the numbers down a little bit.
Can they not just divide all the numbers by 10? Like divide everything by 10, divide the monster health by 10, and then they have like way enough leeway for the future to power creep out of control again?
On one hand, I think this works. On the other hand, I'm not sure it's quite as primitive as that.
You know, like how countries with like huge inflation, where like 100,000 are all of a sudden like worth like €1, and then they just remove like 6 zeros, and then everything is back to normal and can keep out of control again.
I am not exactly certain if such a division would work out one-to-one. You have cases with some very special scaling, like stacking of stats, and a lot of other cases where it might mess up the formula. So on the first hand, it might look like something that would be straightforward, but it might be actually not. I don't know. Besides, it feels like a cheap move, and I think GEG wants to avoid that. WoW has done that at some point, and I don't think everyone really approved of that. It just feels like you're trying to... it doesn't fix the problem at any point. Maybe it fixes on a technical level, but it doesn't feel like it addresses the actual problem. So I think it's better when it's trying to keep up with actually balancing the game. And previously, for instance, there was this point made that you currently only scale defensive auras, or you want defensive auras first. Sure, you then threw in your blessing with malevolence or zealotry or whatever you run, but usually your defensive auras comes first right now. This is a bit of a meta problem right now. I think this can be addressed by actually balancing out the game a little bit, because auras are a little bit too strong, or defenses are a bit too required. Because I feel like while this is cool, the defensive auras are useful, I kind of like the times where you could actually make a build without them. Well, unless you have like Mage Blood or something on this level, you basically require these auras pretty much in all builds. I mean, can you make a modern build without Determination, Grace, or Discipline? I'm not sure. Unless you are like over the 50-60 divine mark, I'm pretty sure pretty much 99% builds require that to survive, because things are so deadly nowadays.
Yeah. There is also like another thing before we skip the topic here with the dots. There is also like, if you're stacking faster ignites and you get your ignite duration below 1 second, your ignites don't deal damage either.
Really?
Because it's like, or is it like 0.5 seconds? Or I think Wolfio also tested this, but ignite has a tick rate. That's why you can actually generate overkill damage with ignite. And if you have way too much faster ignites without unbound ailments and stuff, and you get them down to like 0.4 ignite duration.
Wait, you can have overkill damage with non-hits?
Yes. But only with ignite for some reason, because this is how you trigger like righteous fire explosions, for example. With the Explodey and ignite as Elementalist. But it's like ignite.
You do that with the Maven boots.
No, I never ran Maven boots. Okay. But yeah, there is a tick rate with ignite. And if you're lower that tick rate, your ignites don't deal damage. And if you're higher, like if the tick rate is calculated in that portion of damage, and if that kills the monster, you're actually generating overkill damage for Herald of Ash.
Is
So
there
there's
a good,
like a
Reddit
lot of
article
things.
on that? Like a good Reddit post or something like that? Where
Why
that's
do I need
explained?
that?
Well, I'd
I have
like that for
Righteous
my personal
Fire.
research.
I have Righteous Fire on, and I have run Herald of Ash, so I cannot kill. I cannot trigger Herald of Ash, right?
Oh, with
There's
explosions,
just no way.
yes.
Yeah, with
Explosions.
Righteous Fire, yeah, but
Explosions deal
if you
overkill
don't have
damage.
those,
If you don't have them, then not. No.
but
But
you still,
Righteous
like,
Fire
can-
is also not ignite, so.
Yeah, that's true. But if you're running just Righteous Fire, you don't kill stuff, so you cannot proc Herald of Ash. But with Ignite, it works for some reason. But I might be wrong. Like whatever.
I
doesn't
can't
matter.
add anything meaningful to the Ignite overkill part, but the tick rate thing has been ticking me off personally quite a bit in this league. I've been doing some impending doom shenanigans, and there's just, when you get to these reduced duration and trigger spells, at some point you start concerning yourself with kind of server level response stuff, because otherwise your build stops working right. And this kind of gets to the point where I feel like, okay, this is getting ridiculous. Because I kind of get the whole complexity of PoE. I like that. I like working with like cooldowns and trigger rates and working out these percentages so that I get completely the right time. But then you start working around server times, and this is kind of becomes to the point where I feel
real
like
life.
yeah, but in real life I get paid for this job.
Yeah, but in real life, you also, like, when you want to, push the boundaries of what's possible, you have to engage with quantum mechanics, and in Path of Exile, you have to engage with, like, the server mechanics, right? The framework on which the world runs, basically.
Fair enough. Oh, it's an interesting analogy. We're kind of pushing towards the very basics of the quanta of Path of Exile.
Yeah. Basically. Slippery Jim, any thoughts? Or you just...
Before I go to bed, I
That's a
played
good
an
thought.
Ignite build. It was yeah.
How close are you to Ignite Cap?
Ignite cap ages ago. It's really nice. I use Mora Mischief, so I explode minions. I think I got it to dot cap on 8 minions exploding, which is like generic boss clear. On like just clear with 1 million exploding, I do I think 25 million or 29 million maybe dot DPS. Pretty nice. Yeah, there is a problem with like if I have my fast ignites too quick. Because what I'm doing is using that node at the top of the tree that means when you curse something, it refreshes the ignite duration. So like, I just have to balance my duration of how quickly my ignites run with how quick my auto cast, my like brand, Arcanist brand or whatever, how quick it like. If my ignites last too quickly and I can't curse with the amount of time that's left on, then I just kill my entire setup. It only matters for bosses, and it only matters for like Ubers because nothing survives long enough at max ignite.
This
Anyway.
node is so interesting. I've been seeing so many cool applications around this one curse node. So in my build, I've been throwing in I'm not even sure what it is. 1 second. Oh yeah, a Hex Blast with Overshock onto enemies, so that I create 50% shock on pretty much anything, and then spam Impending Doom to increase the duration of the 50% shock on any enemy. And this works just wonders. Really like the setup.
And ignites work when you're dead. So if you die to an Uber, but you manage to ignite it and curse, put it with an Arcanist brand, that bitch will die, no worries.
Yep, a friend of mine has been using more of Mischief to basically kill all of the all of the single time release feared bosses last league before they removed the doubling.
But I think this is only like as long as you don't release, right? I feel like as soon as you release and you're spawning in town or hideout, then your ignite stops doing damage.
Yeah.
So you just need to
Of
stay
course.
dead. and
Just
watch
stay on the
them
floor.
burn.
Yeah.
But is it
Like,
like how dot builds like poison? You just get like 100 poison stacks up, assassin, like forever duration. And then you die and you're like, okay, then I guess I'll just get a coffee and then pick up
Severe
loot later on, I guess.
Think they're ever gonna like destroy that? Like if you die, that your ignites don't deal more damage, just like they did that with.
I hope so.
with the minions, right? Like
I hope so.
remember at some point the best way to kill Shaper was just running in there with a Golem Mentalist and dying and waiting for your golems to kill him, which were unkillable because they're immune to elemental damage on Elementalist.
It works with totems as well, but I don't know any way to refresh totem duration while you're dead. So if you could get a totem that has like a minute duration and just throw them down and die, it'll work the same. They do damage when you're dead.
I can absolutely believe that they want to change that. I mean, I'm not sure if it's a higher priority, but at least once there will be more builds that will be abusing that mechanic, they'll definitely change that. And GEG has been on this eternal quest of destroying mechanics that provide, I'm going to use a technical term, bullshit scaling. Like a few leagues ago, they basically, I think last league, they killed all of the frenzy and power charges on minions because they were just providing such an insane boost to minions. It was just pretty much comparing to nothing else. So every summoner was running his 2 apes along him in order to give charges to his minions. And this was kind of a crazy power source, so they bonkered that down. And that has been going on for pretty much all of the leagues. When they see that there's some sort of insane scaling that they can't really put it in balance, or this part of scaling, pretty much everything is focused around that. So if they try to, for instance, buff or nerf some skill, it will be inevitably be affected by this thing. So they can't introduce a new skill because this exists. So I think they are trying to give themselves more creative space and make balancing easier by killing off anything that has this type of scaling type. So I can also imagine that things like on death effects might also fall onto this spot. I mean, they've already killed Cast on Death, so I can absolutely imagine that next up would be something like stacking tons of dots.
I mean,
Just
I
a
wonder why they nerfed
universal,
Castle
like-
Death.
Just a universal all damage on monsters stops when the player is dead would probably fix it.
Maybe.
I'm still wondering. I'm not a minion player, but I know that like a frenzy charge for a minion is like insanely strong compared to a
Yes.
frenzy charge for a player. And this is like, I remember, like as I said, I'm not a minion player, and the last minion build was like Blight League, I think, with Zombie Man
Same,
for
yep.
frenzy stacking, yeah. But I remember that there is a different scaling on charges on minion, and the question is, why is that?
Yeah,
Not
I was gonna
anymore,
say
there's
was. That still
Yeah,
holds
it's
for
not
endurance
anymore.
charges. They changed frenzy and power charges to be the same bonus as on the player. That's not accurate anymore. But the unfair thing about that is monsters do still get the bigger buff, just not your minions. Monsters
Yeah.
still get like 10% attack and cast speed per frenzy charge. It's absolutely nuts.
But yeah,
It
I'm like,
started out.
go ahead.
It started out like that with Rampage as well. Like minions used to get Rampage bonuses, but they don't anymore. That was killed a very long time ago. But yeah, they got to keep their frenzy charges, but now not so much. That's okay though.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
But I'm wondering, actually, like, remember? It's like always like people say, like, "Yo, remember the good old days?" Petridge Farm remembers, you know. But I thought, like, hey, if your character had like 1,000,000 DPS in PoB against bosses, you were
was
able
good.
to do it. You were able to do all content.
Mhm.
Now we're looking like, wait, your build has less than 50 million. Wait, you're not Ignite capped. Like, what the fuck are you even playing? You know, we're just reaching like 100 times the power level. I mean, obviously with all the changes, like monsters got a lot stronger as well. You know, so to keep up, because otherwise, but I'm just saying, like back in the day, you had like 1,000,000 DPS, and yeah, you were not like the fastest Cyrus killer, but you were definitely able to do that. Like, get 1,000,000 DPS on your character now and try some of the Uber bosses, you know, like, you know, have fun with that shit. You know, it's like impossible. So the game also like kind of forces you to get ridiculous kind of power spikes. But then we are back to the problem where you say like, hey, can we just reduce every skill by 10% and just lower the monster life by 10% because we're getting to a pretty sick scaling. In the end of the day, it probably just doesn't even matter. It just looks better in PoE if you open up and you're like, oh, I have 30 mil DPS. That's crazy, or that's good, right? So if you open up next time, there's a big patch and everything gets like nerfed by 90%, and you're like, bro, I have 1,000,000 DPS, you know? But the monsters also have less life, so it feels absolutely the same in this case, but maybe people are just like not happy with seeing low numbers in their PoE, even though they wouldn't even feel a difference in game. So yeah.
Is there any way that they can like balance things or keep things in check without like disappointing players, like without tuning back numbers. I mean, the only thing that I can imagine is like constantly creeping up player power on the one side and then creeping up monster power. Like after a league or two, it's like, oh, all the monsters have now more HP or something like that. But that would like
Every
not feel
single
directly.
thing.
That wouldn't
Every
directly
single
feel
thing
like a
they
nerf.
do
Yeah.
will disappoint players, no matter what it is. It could be a
That's
buff.
true.
It could
Yeah.
be a
It will
nerf.
at
No
least
matter what
disappoint
happens.
someone. Yeah, even if
Yes,
they buff
exactly.
something, they will someone be disappointed that something was buffed that is not their skill.
Yeah.
And there's, but yeah, they can. It's just the way of how and when they do it, and in what proportions, and what they release at the same time. I think it's also important to do it in a way that people. I think I've mentioned this thought last time that they intentionally, I believe, they intentionally don't nerf some overpowered skills so that people have this fallback strategy to go for, so that they can feel like, oh, they nerfed a lot of things that are very strong, but this one was left out. So they're feeling like really clever that they can go for that. But it was intentionally left by GGG so that people who really like these already known powerful power spike, something like Seismic Trap, and they go for that, and GG is like, okay, we're going to leave it intentionally for them so that they can go play that, and next league we're destroying that and bringing back some other things, and we'll leave another power spike out there. So I'm pretty sure they usually have this kind of operation mode where one skill always kind of gets an obvious contender, always is left out so that people have a safe thing to go for. And this kind of works, especially if they introduce different things, because they don't need to necessarily make everyone completely happy. They need to give all the player groups something to play with. So if you have a group of players who enjoy new skills, then they need to introduce at least one new skill or concept per league so that someone can go to that. If there's a player who likes powerful boss skills, they need to leave at least one good skill in game at this point that people can gravitate towards. The summoner should have at least one proper summoner build. The people who like, I don't know, who like just juicing maps should have at least one strategy for that. But if they really completely destroy one archetype, then that's when people get upset. For instance, if you can't magic find anymore, when you have a group of magic finders, suddenly you have upset people that will complain will leave the game. So they can balance things, but they need to give people ways out that they can alternatively go to, so that while they complain, they still play and they can do some balance change at the same time. And this is obviously a very tricky balance, because it's not just numbers and power and Excel sheets and knowing the game. It's actually knowing psychology, community, really, really care for communications, which actually have been slipping a little bit in the past leagues. I mean, some of the responses during Lake of Calandra were suboptimal. Let's go with them like that.
I think it all comes down to the communication between the devs and the community. Because if they say, boys, we're going to remove 50% of your power, everybody's like, oh, what the fuck, you know? And then they're like, in the same hand, but in the same hand, we're also reducing a monster life, and in brackets, you shouldn't feel any difference. And then everybody's like reading this line and be like, oh, okay, I guess. You know, but if you say like, yo, we reduce it by 50%, like Expedition, for example, I think Expedition was a great league. But it got so shitstormed because, hey, everybody's nerfed, you know? So people were just unhappy about that. So I think it's all about the communication between devs and the community. For example, Lake of Calandra, nobody had an idea about what happened to loot, you know? And people were figuring that out while playing the game because it was nowhere listed. It was not like a minor thing, you know, like, oh, we fixed some sound audio bugs in Act 10. Nobody gives a shit, you know. But people were playing and they are like, I remember I opened YouTube day 3-4 of the league. Every content creator was like, where is my loot video, you know? And by hiding that message that was so freaking obvious, and they knew that everybody will experience that, and especially once the content creators are starting to like, yo, GGG, what the fuck is going on? Everybody's like getting like polarized and be like, oh, what the fuck, GGG, what's going on? Reddit is full. Everybody's like, there was like 49 out of 50 content creators were making videos about how shit the current state is, what is wrong with the loot and stuff like that. While I'm still not sure how many of those did it for the clicks and how many did actually have this opinion. This is also like a different thing. But I remember I was like one of the very few that just kind of ignored it, because I said like, yo, PoE is my job, right? I'm a streamer. So I could sit here complaining about the game, but I still have to play it. It's my job, you know? So why do sit on this train of like hate and garbage and stuff? because I need to sit here and play this, right? So just make the best out of it, but stop complaining, right? But that was like a thing that GGG just didn't mention, and it had like the biggest impact. And then the entire shitstorm could have been avoided. I mean, probably not really avoided, but it would have been different if this would be communicated properly. But just not saying anything and let people find out and be like, "Hey, surprise! No loot for you." And then obviously being like, "Yo, wait, why is everybody pissed?" Like this, like a bit of weird take, but it's all about the
Plus, it
communication.
created very specific groups of people that were very, very upset. For instance, the crafters were upset about the unannounced harvest changes. Then the whole Magic Finder community was upset because, well, what you said, nothing was said to them. They planned their builds around that. They have their highly organized parties. I know quite a bunch of them that are specific guilds or streamers that have like people, okay, you're playing a Magic Finder, this is our account strategy, this is our color, this is our aura curse board, carry, let's go. And then they play their build, set it up, somehow get together their gear despite getting minimal loot, then run their map and suddenly, what? Why?
And take 2 weeks off work to do that. And then finding out on the third day, what the fuck is going on? If I would have known that before, I would just like plan another vacation, because there is a lot of people that are...
They were like, get your Magic Find gear ready, right? Which made it so much worse because they knew in the back and then they still made that.
Ironically, Magic Find was still viable, but they didn't exactly tell in what way it was viable. And it wasn't actually viable in a good way, but...
It's all about communication. What are you going to say?
Yep.
And if they don't talk to us and we know upfront what's going to happen, I mean, even if they say something bad, but we know it beforehand and we can like change our plans or do whatever, but just not saying anything and let people find out the bad things, then I think like Calandra League was by far as long as I'm playing the game, I started 3.0, right? I've never seen the community that upset and pissed and like really, really freaking vocal about it. We had streamers getting banned for it, that was a crazy shit show. Like, honestly. I mean, we had bad leagues before, but that was like the pinnacle of a bad league. That was like ridiculous.
It begs the
the
question
1 out of 50. Sorry, go ahead.
Should we expect that type of communication? I mean, yes, we do, because of the way GGG is presented and has given us information and communication throughout the years, so that when we don't get it, we expect it. But if you look at like some other companies, they don't communicate quite like GGG does. A lot of companies, anyway.
I think we should expect that, but for different reasons. In many cases, the company have basically established a sort of distance to the community, and people don't actually expect them to be close. Like if a new Assassin's Creed game is released or something like that, do you actually expect the developers to talk closely to the gamers? Maybe there's some complete shitstorm because, I don't know, the game is unplayable, like with Brotherhood or whatever it was. I didn't actually play it, but where the whole models didn't load and was lagging like crazy, the devs actually responded. But in the majority of cases, people don't nowadays expect this kind of communication, and GAG is actually doing something because this communication is not easy. It comes at a lot of resources, and people like Bex are not easy to find, and it takes a lot of work on her side and the part of her team to establish this sort of communication. It takes resources, time, it takes preparation, it takes a lot of work to have this sort of type of communication without getting it to explode. I mean, other companies try it, and then you get like memes from the Star Wars community about the sense of pride and accomplishment, where they try to communicate. So it can really easily backfire if you don't do it correctly. So in the case of GG, I think it's a different case. GG is, and I've already talked about it multiple times, the speed of their development is absurd. Like, by the standards of any modern software development company, a 3 months release cycle with the content amounts they have, with creative content, with bugs, with a lot of new content, rework content, at the same time working on larger releases, this is insane. And they have such an insane and completely in any proper way untestable game. Like, they can test a few mechanics, but you can't properly test all the interactions. It's just impossible. On the scale how they try to do it, at the same time keep some things hidden or keep some things surprising, there will be always a price for this type of development. There will be a price. And the price could be that the game is untested, that there's some bugs, that some things are unbalanced, that there are abuses, that the communication is going badly. So they're trying to basically work out a methodology that works, but I think they will never reach perfection, and this is also kind of fine, I suppose. It's because it's kind of the price that we as players pay by engaging with such content. We want regular, good, free-ish, free-ish is a game I spent most money on, but free content. But
But you were free
Yeah.
to spend it.
oh yeah, it's so free. But yeah,
Yeah, no, I agree. That's actually a very healthy perspective to have. That you know, you can't have everything. Like, kind of, you know, you can have, like, I don't know, if you have like 5 points and you can only make like good score in 3 out of those 5 points, and the other one you have to leave behind. And I don't know whether anyone gets what I'm trying to say, but it's like, yeah, sometimes you have to like compromise on certain things in order to deliver on what is really important and what matters to you. And like, what matters to the PoE community is that we get a lot of content every 3 months, and that it's also tickling us in a certain way. Like, we all want like a certain innovation and a certain level of sophistication from the game.
And this
You
week they've
honestly
done a
running an
fantastic
8
job.
ball?
Sorry, go on.
Go for it, hfok.
Are you-
Why
are
did
you
you do a
running an
fantastic
8
job
ball?
this league?
Because they've never established a live thread for about whatever they're updating. We have never ever have that league launch with a live thread that has been updated for at least a week or maybe even 2.
That's
We
true.
know exactly what bugs are there, what they already knew. We didn't need to go into the bug forum, look for multiple threads to get an idea of what is happening and what they are trying to do. They have all communicated and centralized in one piece of information.
Mhm.
And
That was a
yeah,
great
I
addition
wish,
to this league. Yeah.
yeah. And go on, NBA screen.
My
Was he here?
input was like not really interesting.
You were
I was
asking
just
me
complaining
whether
about. Yeah, I'm kind of like complaining about Catmaster playing a tall map here while we have like interesting discussions. It just shows that he
it
doesn't
helps
give
me
a
to
fuck.
focus. No,
Oh,
I
okay.
actually copied from Ballermensch. It's like, yeah, when you do like a podcast this long, it actually helps you to stay focused. If you like distract yourself, your hands a little bit, right? Like, it's like, you
Yeah,
know,
you can have
like
them in your
doing
hands.
I don't know, like a phone call at the same time as knitting, or I don't know. I don't do that, but like, I could imagine doing that if I did knitting.
I like your background, MB.
Great, right? Because when I look
Awesome.
out of the window, it's freaking like snowing. So
My cat's complaining, so I'll be right back.
There's a big puddle outside, and it's reflecting into my eyes. So I'm not happy with that.
well, there's curtains that can be closed, I guess.
Yeah, but that involves moving.
You know, the typical gamer thing. You wake up, you're like looking out of the window, like, oh, such a sunny day, curtains closed, PC on, like, let's go.
And I already talked about that. Over 20,000 steps this week. It's unacceptable much. Way too much.
So in regards to power creeping or the damage keep going up, what do you guys think when PoE2 actually hits, when we have multiple of 6 links? Because that will only go higher and higher. Or do you think they'll have a cut down in damage when PoE2 hit? So that is one of the big change that comes in, and everything is shuffled or shake up, and we'll be fine with that? What do you guys think?
I think they'll throw a whole bunch of nerfs our way and be like, they typically don't do carrot and stick at the same time. They typically just hit us with stick over and over again. But if they were to do a whole bunch of beating us with a stick because of nerfs, then dangle the one carrot of, you're going to get like 4 6 links. And I think everyone will be like, okay. And then it hits and we're like, ah, shit, everything's on fire. And it'll be great. And everyone will love it. Maybe. Opium.
Opium.
The thing is, like, I don't understand, like, just I haven't done any like research on PoE2. Yeah, we saw the trailers and some gameplay and the 6-link thingy, you know, and I'm just wondering, where am I gonna put my 6-link in? I can see that I say like, okay, I have 1 6-link for clearing, 1 for single target. It's fine. a 6-link aura setup, I don't think that works because of mana reservation, maybe. But then I still have like 3 other 6-link? What am I going to do? Like a 6-link
a 6-link for
damage
single
setup,
target,
or
a 6-link for clearing, a 6-link for mobility, a 6-link for utility, a 6-link for auras.
6-link portal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but where does that
Movement?
But where in that equation does that increase your damage though?
Well,
But you
I
can
think
have
you can do a
totems
lot
or-
of utility skills. Exactly. You can totems, ballistas, galvanic fields, whatever crazy things you can put up, firewalls. And I think, in a sense, it will allow people to play around with a lot more things. But at the same time, I think what the game will gravitate towards is still that in the end game, I mean, people that play the game for, let's say, more than 3 hours per day on average at league starts, so most of us here, so where we go into the double-digit count easily. I think that applies to the majority of people here, at least during the first week. I think if you play the game like that, you still don't want to play the game like that. You don't want to play the game where you have like a ton of different skills. Maybe during boss fights, that's cool. But the majority of the map, you still want to breeze through by using 1, maybe 2 buttons, maybe 3 buttons if you're like doing some extreme stuff. So this just opens up more creative possibilities kind of on the end where you can now build more minions at the same time and slap in some totems, have more support setups, and maybe a lot of cool tricks. So I don't actually expect them to do a lot of nerfing at the start. I think they just threw it on us to give us a lot of creativity, plus the, I think, like 19 additional Sensei classes they planned. So it'll be just a huge fest of chaos, and then they'll start kind of clearing out all of that after that. But I think at 3.0, they just want people to be hyped about it, come there, and ideally steal players away from Diablo 4.
You don't have to use a 6-link. It's just like your gear has a certain amount of sockets, so maybe you get 6 optional 6-links. Maybe cast when damage taken is only limited to a 4-link, like it can't go any higher or something. People are crying like you're going to have 7 cast when damage taken setups in your ward loop, and all of them are going to be 6-links. Like, you don't know. It could be balanced a completely different way. But
Yeah.
fucking, I'm not going to complain if I have the option for 6 links. I'm going to level so many gems that I don't need so I can flip. Is it support? Is it? Oh,
I don't think you'll be able to socket active skill gems into active skill gems.
Yeah,
I think
it's
you can
only
put
like
support gems in.
Yeah, only supports.
So you'll actually be able
There's
to level
meta gems,
fewer
though.
items because you'll only be able to put them into the sockets on your gear, and the gear will have fewer sockets than before.
You
But
should
what I
be
wanted
able
to
to
say
socket
is
them into meta gem, because the meta gems like cast when damage
True.
taken, you can socket a lot of the
Mhm.
active gems into there.
Why
So
are we
it's
theory
potential.
crafting this?
well, we have no idea. Like, it's all subject to
Kiwi
change.
2 comes out in 6 months, and we need to figure it out now.
But what I wanted to say is, like, with so much space for more gems, and obviously that opens a lot more, a lot more design space for them to add utility skills that currently aren't even in the game, right? Because right now we can't imagine what kind of, like, different setups we're all gonna run because we have a very limited selection. But in the world of PoE 2, they know, oh, players have so and so many sockets to fill, so we can offer a wider variety of different abilities, of different utility skills, different, like, little triggers or whatever interactions. It's gonna be super interesting. But,
I don't think that that's a design focus on their end, though, is the sockets being the limiting factor in the utility skills or skills they put out.
Well, there's going to be definitely, like you said, with the meta gems, there is definitely going to be more interesting ways to build setups
Yeah,
that maybe you
absolutely.
don't even have to use actively, but that just are ticking in the background in some way, shape, or form.
Sure. I was just, I guess, picking apart the way you said it and like more or less
You feel very welcome to.
more or less the actual point, I guess. Because like it just seems weird that they would consider, oh, well, character only has this many sockets, therefore we're only gonna create this many skills or utility skills. Whereas like we have like what, almost 500 active skills in the game right now. That's
Yeah, but most of them
bit.
you don't want to use at the same time. What I'm saying is when
True.
they are aware that like, there's more things that players are running.
that need to be filled. So more spaces are going to need to be filled. So we're going to have more options available to us.
Yeah, in
So
terms of
everything's
like
not so
supplementary
cookie
skills,
cutter.
not like main skills or like even active skills, because I doubt that they want to add like a third switch button to the hotbar. I think like, maybe we
I
get
don't
like
want them to do that
another,
either.
yeah, maybe they add another button here that we have like, instead of having 2 times, what do we have, like 2 times 5?
We could have
No, then we have
6.
2 times 6 then on the keyboard.
We could
That's
have
the
6
most I can
individual
imagine.
divine blessing buffs that we can press like we're playing WoW. Oh hell yeah! Wait for my cooldowns to come down before I hit everything. I've never played a war crying build. Is that what they're like? I don't know.
No, because
Like
when you're
Apple.
war crying, you're juggling. You don't take call to arms and then wait for each one. You have like 3 or 4 that you juggle through. So by the time you're back to your initial war cry, it's pretty much off cooldown.
I
That's how
thought
it
you were
was
making
when I
a
played
pun.
last.
I thought you were making a pun on the word juggernaut. I'm so confused.
Yeah, exactly.
Just let me play my feral druid. Give me a shape shifting, and I want to do some claw, cleave, bleed thingy. Can't wait.
You know that's gonna turn out just like Summon Reaper. It's gonna be really cool in principle, but really shit to play.
You shut
I
your
don't
mouth,
care. I
man.
can be a cat.
You
I'm gonna
shut
be
your
a
mouth.
cat.
I'm a
Don't
cat
put me
now.
on-
Leave me alone.
Yes.
You on a parade about shape shifting. It's gonna be great.
It is. And if not, then we're gonna make it great. Fuck it.
Sure,
Do you have the MTX where you get to turn into a spider in your hideout?
I do. Yeah, it's
I
pretty
do.
cool.
Mm,
Sometimes I run around in
You missing
town
out?
and freak people
Freak
out.
people out? Yeah, high speed, like fucking
Just run
What's,
circles around them. Like they're like, "What?"
onslaught in town. Yeah.
I have the
Why?
delirium pet thing.
I have that guy too. No, I have the harpy from Scourge with the wings. I have the yellow spider and I have the harpy.
And I have like
Sorry,
almost every MTX in the entire game, so I'm just not
there's a
gonna
guy
say
in
anything.
standard with the daddy long legs one and like the character size items, and he's just a huge fucking spider in standard. It's amazing. You've seen that guy. Terrifying.
bit of a question. Do you guys think next league will be another large expansion? Because it seems like that they have the tradition of the first league of the year becoming one more of the Atlas leagues. So we had like Conquerors of the Atlas and Siege for the Atlas and all of these things.
I thought that
And I
as
think-
well, but they kind of already said that they're not going to do any big Atlas expansions before PoE 2
okay.
anymore.
Yeah,
They-
and PoE 2, bro, this
Yeah.
is like we're talking about 2025, like they're not gonna let us starve for this. So usually it is the end of the year where we get the release of the like new Atlas expansion.
Yeah,
but
it should have been the
since we had
Christmas League. It should have been this one.
Yeah. But since we had multiple times that the league got delayed by 1 month, whether it's like Cyberpunk, whether it's Calandra League and other leagues, so that's why we are currently in this like new year fashion. So the next Atlas expansion should be in March, and I think this is gonna happen. New endgame bosses, new stuff, because you cannot really like. Let's assume that PoE 2 would get released official date, let's say in May 2000, like this year May, for example, right? Then obviously they're not going to do, because you're not going to bring an Atlas expansion to have one single league with it, right? So, but realistically, when do they going to release PoE 2? I think like next year. So maybe we're going to skip next year's Atlas expansion if we say we have like a release of PoE 2 like in the start of 2024 or maybe in the summer, then I can see them skipping that. But this is like at least a year to go, so I don't think that they're going to skip on the Atlas expansion this time around. Because
Well, they're gonna have to add something to Endgame, but they specifically said there's no more Atlas expansions.
Yeah, and they also said in 2019 on TwitchCon that PoE 2 is on the line, is soon going to be released. That's like 4 years ago. We don't even have an alpha version, so
Wait, they didn't
this
put a
is
date
really,
on it.
Yeah, but this is like the kind of like Blizzard take for release dates, Nobody cares about Blizzard release dates anymore because everybody knows already after like the last 20 years on how they handle it, right? They say it's coming, so you don't care about it until 2-3. Like when was like Diablo 3, like the announcement was in 2008. And the game got released in 2012 or 2013, somewhere. Like it was like a 4 or 5 years from the announcement until the release. And we are literally having the same here on, for GGG. I'm not saying that this was planned because we had all this COVID shit going on for like over 2 years, like they all also posted that they cannot like get a lot of the stuff done because of COVID, because like some devs couldn't like fly there and like because of the lockdown and stuff like that. So obviously this definitely did not help in the like doing the Diablo the PoE2 thingy. But honestly, if you would have asked them like in 2018 when like when do you think, because I remember Chris Wilson said like, yeah, we're probably gonna have like 310, 311, 312, right? Before PoE2, 312. Then in like 312, there was another statement, another announcement. Yeah, we more likely look towards 3.15. And since then, they haven't said anything anymore. And now we're looking towards 321. And we're probably going to go up until like 324, 325. So we are still like... The thing is like, they cannot make any announcements anymore because they learned in the past years on how terrible this can like this can go, right? So that's why I say like I assume next year is going to be PoE2 without any inside information. It's just me as a player experience, and I do certainly think that next league is going to be an Atlas expansion because of PoE2 being still like a year away.
I agree, and I know that Chris has said that they're gonna just release content when it's ready, and every league will be a pseudo Atlas expansion. But I can't see them like keeping the same like end game story arc until PoE2, like MBX is saying. I do believe that we will get another Atlas expansion because it could have been just either miscommunication on his part, or maybe we're misunderstanding what they were trying to say when they were saying that. Maybe it's more
they
like
said no more
like-
Atlas expansion. That could
but, like-
mean a lot of things. There could be an expansion that is endgame focused that is not in the Atlas, right?
There's no more leagues either.
Can
Everything's
it though?
an expansion.
Can it though? Like the Atlas basically
Well, it could
is
be
the
outside
end
of the
game
Atlas.
right now.
Well, I mean, Delve is outside of the Atlas. Beastry is outside of the Atlas. Sanctum is outside of the Atlas. You get what I'm saying? Like just a place where your Atlas tree doesn't apply.
So okay, so like for instance is like memories. They added in memories to the core game, where usually they would wait to add something to the core game for the quote unquote big Atlas expansions. I think that's what was meant. I mean, we'll find out. And I think discussions like
we'll
these
rather
are
get
healthy.
like big and well thought through and designed leagues rather than endgame expansion. I mean, honestly, I thought that until like 2 or 3 months ago as well. I was always saying, hey, like big Atlas expansion and so on. And then every time in the YouTube comments, people like, no, they said we don't know. No, we don't do it anymore. No.
See, I'm
And now
opposite
still
of you. I used to think that we
No.
weren't getting any more Atlas based off of that comment and the community thinking like that. But now I kind of think
Well,
that we
Atlas
will.
like Atlas does not equal endgame. Like I think we could still get an endgame expansion without it being an Atlas expansion. Because the Atlas
I
is
used to think
honestly
they
in
had
a
a
great
plan.
place right now. I mean, we already said that all, right? Atlas is a good thing. Maybe they add another like endgame system that is, similar in orders of magnitude as like, any of the side systems, or like Delve or something like that. Maybe Synthesis is coming back in some shape or form. Who knows? But like I'm saying,
I think like the problem is like every time you release a new set of endgame bosses, whether it was like the Uber Elder back in the days and then it got like followed up by Saurus and the Conquerors, this has like an insane impact on the game, because not only this is here Saurus and the Conquerors, but also every form of influenced items, as well as Awakener Orb and the stuff that you can do with it. So then we go next is like Maven and stuff, with a Maven Orb, and then get like even more power spike with like elevating your mods. Then you have Searing Exarch and the Eater of Worlds coming in with the implicit modifiers with like these two influences. So people actually would probably expect, if we get like a new set of like Uber Pinnacle boss, whatever they're gonna be called, then that there is another form of like crafting and you're stacking those. Like I always said, PoE is gonna run into this problem that the more like every 3 months we get a new league. Yes, they do recycle old leagues, but you cannot really say that Ambush is a league. Yes, it is a league. Yeah, obviously, but in nowadays standards, it's not a league. It's like a memory, for example, right? It's like or Nemesis or like Essence is also like. Yeah, there is like a monster frozen, and you get some crafting resources, and that's it. This was a
It
league.
is a league. I understand what you're trying to, or what you're saying, that it's not a league in like our current understanding of a league, but it was a league back then, and it still counts as a league now.
Yeah, but even
if you bring
they
it out right now,
it,
people wouldn't consider it actually a fully worthy league.
Yeah, but this was just back in the days, right? So now we're getting like every 3 months we're getting a new league, and I would say 8 out of 10 leagues go core. And I was always like, how do they gonna match that? Or in 2 years, they're just gonna like. Because I always had this problem. I'm like this Alcan Go gamer, I throw in my map and I just run and clear the map. But the problem is the map takes me like a minute, But doing every single league mechanic in the map takes me 5 minutes. Oh, there is a breach. Oh, let's Cassia sing for a moment, right? Then there is a legion. Then there is like another thing. So you get like, that's why my Atlas strategy, the first thing I do is I go and block every single league mechanic, because I want to map. I don't want to play league mechanics all day long, because I know in Trade League, if you haven't spec'd into this league mechanic, it's a waste of time. Like, why doing breach if you haven't spec'd into it? Why doing other things? Because like, if I would have spec'd into it, it would be way more profitable. So you're skipping those leagues naturally just because you haven't spec'd into that, right? And what I want to say is, like, if we get more and more Atlas expansions and more ways to influence and manipulate our items in what form either, like, it's going to be a mess at some point. So I was actually wondering at some point if they're going to do like a shuffle of league mechanics the same way as the map device works, where it's say like, oh, this league's map device cycle is that. Next league, okay, we don't have Delirium, but we got Harvest back and stuff like that. But you cannot really do this with league mechanics, because if you would say, okay, next league, there is not going to be delve, there is not going to be heist. So what about the people that are only delving and only heisting? They are like, hey, if these two things are not in the game right now, then I'll see you in 3 months again when you're back, So it's like,
I don't know
very
anyone
hard
who
to like
exclusively delves or heists.
Yeah,
I know a few people.
But the thing is, like, you cannot take away league mechanics, because there are people enjoying that. And like, let's assume, what about the lab runners? I have a bunch of friends, they're running like close to 10,000 Uber labs per season for currency, for whatever. I don't know what they're like. They don't even have like their Atlas. Like, they have like 2 maps done, and the rest they spend their entire life in Uber lab. What if they would remove lab? You're gonna lose a bunch of people. Okay, it's not going to be a bunch of people, because I think there is like 5 people that enjoy lab in the end of the day. But you can, like, every time you remove some form of league mechanic, you're going to piss off people with the player base. So that's why I think I really like this this Atlas passive tree, where you say like, hey, if I don't want to play this league mechanic, I can just block it, And in the end of the day, the first thing I do is block every single league mechanic besides the one that I'm farming, so I have a higher chance of doing the content that I actually enjoy playing, so I can manipulate the game in the way that I say, yo, this game feels fucking awesome. And if I don't like heist, I just block this blueprint shit, and I'm never gonna see it again. I just like, I really feel as a player to have the power to play the game the way I want, and this is like an amazing thing. But I'm just like worried about like all this like influence things, because now we have like Searing Exarch, Eater of Worlds, we have 4 Conquerors influence, we still have Shaper and Elder, which get heavily outscaled by Redeemer and Hunter. Like, all the good Elder mods are on Hunter, and Hunter has even better ones, So I think like they get a kind of outscaled. Then we have Fractured, we have synthesized items, and if you add even more to that. But nowadays, I think I have a feeling that GGG wants to remove Awakener orbs at all, and like maybe some of the other influences, because honestly, even though the Searing Exarch Eater implicits are not as powerful as the influenced one, especially when we talk about elevated, but what they do bring is give your item 8 mods instead of 6 mods.
Yeah.
So this is
you
something
can't
you
say
have
they're
to
not
keep
as
in
powerful.
mind.
They're not numerically as powerful, but they don't eat up an affix slot. So technically, they're like actually more powerful.
They don't. But in some forms, they are just less powerful. But they still bring a lot to the table, because
And
like for speed, like Tailwind Elusive Boots, you can get action speed on your implicits, but it's still different if you have elevated onslaught, elevate elusive, and elevate tailwind on your boots. It is still better, but as you say, the other form is like a lot more deterministic. I can just go buy some nice boots, good movement speed, life, triple resistance, and then fix my implicits and get some action speed, and I will be like a little bit worse than elevated mods, but the investment on those boots is like a lot higher. So I'm thinking like, how many people are still like interested in like those kind of Awakener orb crafting? And that's why I think like with this Searing Exile of Worlds, they kind of want to give people so much power with it to stop people from going Awakener orb crafting. And then maybe in later stages remove influences.
It also integrates itself much more nicely with existing crafting types. For instance, that gives fractured items an interesting reason to exist, that integrates itself much better with a lot of existing item types, and doesn't just with Awakener Orb. Once you've Awakened Orb an item or Elevate an Awakened Orb item, some crafting types are just off the table. Chaos Orbs are just trash for crafting in general, but they're completely gone. You can't use these Eldritch Awakened Orbs, you can't use a ton of things because the risk of just annulling or destroying these super valuable mods are too high. So it really comes down to, well, you basically Awaken Orb and pray that you get the right combination. And this is, in a sense, not just very fun. I also completely agree regarding the league blocking thing. I think that's one of the best things that they've introduced, because it is one of those time-respecting things that allows you to spec exactly the playstyle you want to do. It also encourages you to play different strategies over the league, over multiple leagues. It also does something, I feel like this is something a lot of people miss, by playing less mechanics per maps and having shorter maps with more interesting mechanics that you actually care about. You also get to engage much more with the new league, and you get to engage much more with the boss fighting aspect of PoE, because it's not only about how much profit you make per map, it's also about how much do you progress your Exarch Maven, how quickly can you progress your whole Atlas as a whole, how much map completions do you get, and this also influences the amount of Keyrex, the amount of Atlas missions, all of these things. These are all much more benefited by you playing maps faster and having less mechanics, which is why I gravitate towards doing this type of gameplay instead of just juicing a ton of long-term mechanics. So I basically have been staying away from Legion and Breach pretty much in most of my previous leagues, because I feel like also Blight, they're just taking too long.
Do you think like having the option to invest into league mechanics to play them makes up for the fact that by introducing these mechanics with which you can invest into the league mechanics, you kind of devalue any league mechanic that hasn't been invested into? As like what MB just said, if I find a Legion and I'm not invested into Legion, I'm not even clicking it, because like who cares? It's shit, right? It's not worth my time, because I know how good it could be if I invested into it.
No, I don't think so. I think it gives you a choice. I mean, it gives you more power as a player, more choice as a player to say, hey, now in this playthrough, in this league, I want to focus specifically on Legion. I like Legion. I also like Breach, and I like other mechanics. By choosing this playstyle, you're not just choosing a mechanic, you're choosing a meta. You're choosing something that fits to your build. Maybe your build is much better at AoE clear, but has trash boss killing. And then you can go for something like Breach or Legion that benefits good, solid AoE clear, but you don't need to actually have the best single target damage in the world. So you kind of optimize towards the Atlas, but the Atlas is also optimized towards you. So if you have a really good stationary build, you might choose to go for Ritual or Blight. This is wonderful. Or if you have good boss killing mechanics, you can try to go for, let's say, something like Exiles that drop. Ghosted Exiles are insanely deadly, but they drop a ton of loot. So I've done that last league and actually enjoyed it a lot. So you have this option now, and sure, it devalues things at the same time, but if people don't run something, its rewards go up in price if they're at least somewhat useful. So I think it creates an interesting balance. One more note I'd like to do is, I think GG will not do any shuffling. I think they would rather remove mechanics. And I actually liked it a lot more. I mean, they've completely removed Perendus, they removed Prophecy, and I hope they continue doing that. Some mechanics are just, well, they're not exactly on par with the time. I don't think anyone would terribly complain if some mechanics would be completely gone. So I'm not sure which one should be next in the list. I mean, Torment would be one.
Yep.
And there's probably a bunch of others. I mean, essences, while they are interesting, they could just as well drop from other sources. But essences themselves are not terribly balanced or interesting or great for the gameplay. I mean, essences are basically this random thing that you can click that can just evaporate you if it has the wrong map mods. And I think this kind of creates an interesting situation with them. And there's a bunch of other mechanics that are just not quite on par with time. You have like things that are like ritual, or well, ritual is not exactly super amazing, but you have things like breach that are interactive and interesting and really fun to play. And you have something like blight, which is, while some people enjoy it, most people who enjoy it do it for the profits they get out of that. But I can't stand blight. This feels like I'm not playing a game anymore. I'm just getting bored.
Yep.
So I
But
think
we're
I'd
talking
rather see less mechanics but better ones.
The thing is, like, with like the staggering, right? So the league mechanics that got removed now are like Stone Age league mechanics, when Grinding Gear Games was a much smaller company, and so they removed prophecy. It's fine because the most of the upgraded prophecy items, they are now in the core drop pool, so I still have access to them. Because in the end of the day, like, prophecy is just like more items, but it's not really a league mechanic. It's like, are there prophecy monsters? I mean, there was like some with like juicing and stuff. Doesn't really matter. Essence is insanely valuable in crafting. They cannot really remove essence. So next thing, bestiary. Like, I started in 3.0. This is Harbinger, right? Could you remove Harbinger? At the moment, I can see that, as long as the items that are dropped in Harvest specific is getting accessed by something else, right? But the league mechanic itself, it's like some blue monsters and the beachhead map. Yeah, I could see that going. Bestiary, no fucking way. You cannot take away the menagerie for all the crafters. You can never remove bestiary. You could remove Abyss. Yeah, well,
they can move all of the bestiary things to Harvest. Or they can move all of the essence monsters. Yeah, or they can move all of the essence monsters simply to their normal drop pool, so that you can get essences from normal monsters, and monsters sometimes spawn with one essence, not let's say 4 or 7, and then you're playing this game of, hey, who taps who first? And I've been playing with so just a small side story. I have this friend who plays only supporters since like 7 or 8 years, and he usually he always runs with someone else, and usually the someone else does the Atlas. And this time he was actually the one who was speccing into the Atlas. So he was basically creating the most insane Atlas possible. So all the essence mobs, almost rip your Atlas, all the metamorph nodes, and including the one that make the metamorph insanely strong. So it was just interesting to watch how, even with Sims, most of the time it was working out perfectly fine, and the monster couldn't even touch the carry. But sometimes the monster would spawn in just one hit, and he would suddenly disappear. I don't think GG wants mechanics like that. So Metamorph and Essence, in my opinion, are a bit on the chopping block, because while they give valuable and useful rewards, I think they could just as well move the rewards somewhere else and have a better game mechanic in place. Because no one really, I think, likes Essence as a mechanic. People like Essence as a crafting mechanic.
Yeah. 100%.
But it's the same with like Abyss. I hate Abyss. Like, because if I'm clearing from, let's say my starting point is on the left side and I'm mapping towards the right side, I see the Abyss, it always backtracks me. So I run over the Abyss. If it follows the way I'm mapping, then I'll do it. If it goes the other side, screw that mechanic, I know it's like insane if you spec into it for experience and like stuff like that, but what are we interested in Abyss is like Abyss jewels, Stygian Vice, and you could definitely put those kind of things into other content. But if you let's say they put essences in the core drop pool, they put catalysts, they put like all these kind of things, and they only keep the league mechanics that are actually mandatory for crafting, for example, then it's still gonna be weird, because everybody is gonna find everything without any specification, and only people that play the game since I don't know, like 10 years remember like, oh yeah, this is like a breach stone. Back in the days there was a breach league where you had to collect splinters and blah blah blah. Oh yeah, this catalyst is actually like originally from, what was it, Catalyst was blight, metamorph, right? So we had to like collect organs and build them up. You know, we're like literally the grandpas of PoE, remembering when this actually started. And the new player goes in, kills a monster, drops 5 catalysts, 6 essences, a couple of these, couple of that. You know, an abyss jewel out of
I
nowhere.
see your point.
It's
I
like
like essence. If you don't like it, unspec it or block it. Don't remove it from the game. That's fine. It doesn't have to be removed. Just what the fuck? Delete labyrinth.
Do you
yeah,
like?
this is a fair point, dude. Just do it like in the events when you reach a certain level, you just unlock the ascendancy passively. You know, level 30, level 50, level 70, and level 90. I don't care, but dude, it's like so awful. Just this like 4 times I do lab per character feels like annoying, right? Because the traps do way too much damage.
Just don't get
and
hit.
Isara still don't get is fixed, you know? I can attack this guy, then he's locked in his animation, and he follows me around for like a minute until I stand still, so he has the auto attack animation, so he actually gets the intermission done. This shit exists since
Why do you wait
years.
a minute until you stand still?
Yeah, but
you know
I
this.
have to stand still. It's just like it's phased, but it isn't phased. And this thing exists since many years and still didn't get fixed yet. And there is other mechanics where this is the same thing.
With Brutus and Chevron's tower, for example.
Yeah, for example, yeah.
No, but I'm not saying the heresy that we should remove essence. What I'm saying is that if they introduce better league mechanics at some point, maybe we should shift over the interesting rewards onto the new mechanics instead of having just more and more mechanics over time. Let's say they introduce something that is like Breach. I think this has been said a lot of time, like Breach, but better or similar. And then this Breach mechanic doesn't have actually any super specific drops to it. And you can take some old mechanic and put the rewards over there. This is basically what they've done with a lot of other things as well. It's not about removing existing mechanics, it's about converging things. But I think there's a lot of value that I think this is something I really enjoy, that they try to not make the special rewards from a mechanic drop too much in the general gameplay. I think this has been a huge step up, that they say, okay, catalyst drop like 99% of the time from metamorph, nothing else. So I don't think this thing should change. If you want a specific reward, you should go to do a specific mechanic. There was a stupid time where you could basically, the best way to farm anything was delirium, and I don't think this is the best way the game should be balanced.
See,
I
what you
actually
guys are
highly
talking
disagree.
about.
Oh.
Highly disagree
See,
with
what you guys are talking
specifically?
about. Yeah, go.
Okay.
Honestly, I disagree with almost everything there, just because I kind of lose the sense of like getting a certain reward. For example, if I need fossils, I should only get them in Delph, because this is the home of the fossils, right?
Yes.
So the problem is, the later we went into league mechanics, starting with like Legion was like the prime thing, Simulacrum, Delirium, like you get like every form of currency, even though they're restricted to certain areas.
Wait,
So
and you like that?
No, I like that actually. If I need fossils, I go delving. So
Yes,
if
I
cannot-
agree exactly with that, but that's what I said.
because now I don't need to do anything anymore, because we have something like Legion, we have like Simulacrum, we have like, you know, I've done another like 60 Simulacrums project this league, right? I got like over 3,000 scarabs, I got like, I don't know, like over 1,000 oils, I got 1,000 fossils, I got like a bazillion of every single other league mechanic. So I think league mechanics that drop every form of loot is kind of bad, because then
I agree.
There will be like, everybody has a lot of like variety of currency, whether it's like blight, whether it's like all these kind of things. Everybody has catalysts, everybody has essences, even though they don't have spec into essences, you know. And I think it would be more interesting for the the farming aspect in Trade League, for the market itself. If I say, yo, the fossils are getting way too expensive because people are not getting that from Simulacrum anymore, not getting it from Legion anymore, and then I'm like, wait, I'm gonna be a supplier, so I'm gonna go farm Delph, you know, and I'm gonna provide the community with the fossils for a certain price, you know. And I think this way is still like better. But nowadays it's like every league mechanic can drop almost everything, and I kind of don't like it.
And I agree that you dislike it either, but it's partially required. Like if you find a few catalysts I mean, unless you've run like 1,000 simulacrums, you won't actually be able to 20% quality, something like resistances on every ring or something like that. Because these things are still kind of rare unless you farm specific content. Maybe you have a specific heist tree, or maybe you're running a lot of metamorph, then you actually get enough of that content. But let's say you want to do some fossil crafting, well, you will not have any resonators unless you go to Delve. You might have some of the 4-socket ones if they rarely drop from Ritual or from Simulacrum, but you still need to go to Delve. If you want to have gold or silver oils, these are pretty much exclusive to Blight. Now, you can get a lot of the lower ones from random mechanics, but the higher ones are super rare anywhere outside of. So they did reserve certain mechanics at least, or certain things at least. Like, yeah, you can get a few incubators here and there, but timeless jewels, basically, you get none of those. So for certain mechanics, you still need to invest into. For certain things, you still need to invest into the mechanic, but with the general thing, I mean, it kind of gives you also a bit of a taste. Well, you get let's say, I don't know, after playing for 3 days, you have like 50 essences lying around, but if you spec into essence, you have 600 or 1,000, I don't know, like a ton of them. So I think you kind of get a taste of the different mechanics, which is probably good for new players as well. I actually have no idea how PoE has to feel if you start playing it nowadays. It must be a complete mess. It's I just can't I just can't relate to it anymore.
I always compare it to League of Legends. Like, a lot of people play it, and there is like, I think they have like 200 characters by now, right? If you play this, if you have the core game, you know, and then you not play for half a year, you just check. Okay, they released 2 new characters. I'm gonna check exactly those 2 and learn all their like abilities and their passive and their ultimates, right? So think about starting League of Legends for the first time right now. You have to learn like over 200 fucking champions with all their abilities and passives and ultimates. So it's like mind blowing, you know, like. Getting back into something is a lot easier than actually starting from scratch. And I think PoE with the learning curve, this is like, bro, you need to study PoE if you want to actually have a good time in this game. Like, it's literally still by far the only game where I recommend reading guides before you start, which I never do in any other game. But in PoE, it is kind of required unless you want to.
It's kind of worth to do a playthrough. It's kind of worth to do a playthrough until you hit a wall and then read a guide, because if you first read a guide, you're probably not going to understand anything unless you've already played similar games, right? Because like all the terminology is just going to be overwhelming if you have nothing to put it into context. But I agree, yeah, you do need to extensively study Path of Exile if you want to play well and if you want to have a lot of fun with it. Especially if you want to play hardcore.
That's the reason why we love it so much. That's the reason why we love it so much, because there's like... You always have something to do. There's always something to learn. And even though I have like 13,000 hours in the past 5 years or 4, you know, as I just said before, based on like until like since last league, I know there is an ignite cap. I didn't even know there was a thing before. And yes, I have a shit ton of hours in this game, and I trade like, I don't know, 200 different builds already, right? But there's like a never-ending learning thing. It's like crazy. But that's the reason why this game is so good, because it is so detailed, it's so in-depth, and if you think you have a good understanding of the game, then yeah, probably next week you regret saying that, right? And it's like, this is like the crazy thing about it.
I regret saying
just for us nerds. We're just nerds. We need input.
Not only that, but like things change so often that even if you think you know something or once knew something about a mechanic, sometimes things just get changed and you miss it or just forget about it. And you're like, oh yeah, this works like this. And I was like, actually, that was changed in like 3.12. Like, it hasn't been like that for a while.
Yeah, you don't play a build for like 2 leagues or something like that, and then you come back to it and you have to
relearn different mechanics.
Things.
Yeah. I sometimes still get confused about ashlings and stuff. Like, at one point, we were allowed to use meta crafting and then do ashling, and then now we're not. And then, yeah, that has forever get me confused since, and I stopped using ashling altogether.
I still don't know why they actually put this in, like with this like removing and thing. Just give me an Exalt Slam with an Unveil, you know? But the way it was, you know, then I'm just like, oh, my item has 5 mods and they're like double elevated and it's crazy. I'm just gonna slap on a veiled mod and I'm done, you know? Now I'm like, okay, Suffix cannot be changed. I have elusive on my boots, so it's a 50-50. I hope it removes the craft because otherwise I can start over again. You know, like this is like people like deterministic crafting, and Harvest 100% delivered that because I could sit here, and I did sit here for hours and hours and days and remove add lightning until I hit the lightning mod. You know, this was like a determinate. Most of the time, it was super fucking annoying to do that, especially when you're looking for add remove caster because you need the one all spells on your weapon. You know,
Yeah, I was gonna
like
ask, are you actually sad that it's gone? Like, would you rather like sit in your hideout and spam that shit still? Because I personally, as much as like I admit that Harvest was like super strong for crafting, like I just like hated the gameplay loop of Harvest.
The thing is,
Yeah.
like
It
the
felt
way
so
Harvest.
unnatural.
Yeah, the way Harvest works right now, it is fine because I can just buy juice and craft my own stuff. I don't like giving away my items for this one guy that misreads and say, remove non-lightning, add lightning, for example, and breaks my weapon.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm the guy that misclicks, you know, I'm like, bro, I'm a fucking idiot, right? But if somebody else does that, I'm like, dude, you just bricked my item. You know, it's a 2 mirror item, and you just completely bricked that. So, you know, and then it's like this thing is like TFT, you'll like report and like, you know, how are you gonna get this back? You know, maybe it is a new player that is not like having 10 mirrors on his stash, you know, and he made a mistake, and he, even if he plays from now on the next 2 months straight, he will never be able to pay you back what he just destroyed by misclicking, right? So I really
TFT
like the
Mafia
fact.
is onto you.
Yeah, but I really like the fact that now it's your own responsibility. But the way I would have rather have it is like what I said like so often in my stream as well. Why don't they make Harvest the same way as Bestiary? You know, you go in, you find a beast, you buy a Bestiary orb, you capture that beast and sell it. You know, so why is there not a way where you have like your Horde crafting station where you have like, I don't know, like up to 50 crafts, whatever, and then there's like a Harvest orb, and you're like, okay, remove add life 1 2 3 4 5. I'm gonna like put all of that into like Harvest orbs, you know, and I sell them, and I can buy them and right click them, and they get like put into my Horde crafting station so I can use them myself, and then I have the option to bulk buy. You know, back in Harvest League it was easier because I had a couple of like insane grinders, and I just whispered this guy and said like, yo, can you farm me like 500 remove add defense? And he's like, you'll give me 2 days, and then we sit in his hideout for multiple hours, and we're gonna spam all the remove add defense. So what would happen like the next time they released it, you know, have fun checking like 500 remove add defense, because you're gonna whisper like, yeah, sometimes somebody has 2 or 3, but there's still gonna be like over 200 people that I need to whisper for like 1 or 2 crafts, you know. So, because it is sometimes very, very hard based on the item, based on the mod pool, and how lucky you're gonna be on that, you know. And sometimes you need hundreds of those things, and if they are not there or in low supply, like 1 or 2 crafts per time you whisper somebody, you just don't even want to start it anymore. I mean, it was deterministic in that way that you say, I could, if I would, finish this item and have a 6 times T1 perfectly divined item, you know. But I think in the best case scenario, they're gonna put in all the stuff in the Horde crafting station, or at least in the Harvest crafting like it is right now, and we all have to farm juice. But then everybody is just purely gonna farm juice because we need an insane amount of supply by rerolling that. So the next strategy, as soon as they do that, everybody's gonna farm Harvest, because it's gonna be the easiest money ever, and no other league mechanic can actually remotely compare of just like going in and farming juice from Harvest and sell that in bulk. You know, you already see
you
it.
You said a whole lot of different things right now. Can you like summarize what you're trying to, like, to your point into like one sentence that one could easily agree or disagree with?
No, not really, because I forgot already what I said.
Yeah,
I'm a streamer.
I had the impression that I didn't really know what the point was. I mean, you said a lot of true things, but like, do you really miss the power level of the old Harvest crafting? Would you really want that back? Or because it's essentially an item editor that allowed you to brute force items exactly the way that you wanted them.
Oh yeah, now I remember. I said I would like to have it if we have deterministic ways of crafting an item and not gamble it all the time. Like we said, we started this entire discussion, I started talking about it with the Veil.
There's tons of ways that you can deterministically manipulate items at the moment, right? There's tons of things that you can do that are guaranteed outcomes.
Sometimes. But when you go into like high-end crafting, it's always gambling. It's always gambling. As soon as you start elevating something,
And you're saying
or if
it
you-
shouldn't.
Well, I like to be deterministic, where there is a goal, there is an item that I would like to have, and I can like farm currency and make step by step, and upgrade and upgrade. It's like going a stair up, and not like a freaking roller coaster where you're like, okay, awaken orb, please don't fuck up. Oh, it fucked up. So great. So now I'm gonna farm another 2 days to have another try or what? Like deterministic in my thing is like, if there would be like, for example, an orb that's like 5 divines and it hires the tier by 1 modifier randomly. So I know, hey, I just need to farm, but at some point, my items will be perfectly 6 times T1, for example, right? This is deterministic for me, where I know, okay, I have a goal, I need currency, and then I'm going to step by step upgrade my items until I have the items that I want. In the current, let's say, mirror tier crafting scene, or even like high-end crafting scene, there might be a chance that you're like sinking 500 divines into the toilet and you're down with a white base on your stash and be like, yo, great, that was an amazing experience, because it is such an insane amount of gamble. We're not talking about having decent, good items to play the game. We're talking about, hey, I want to have this like
that no one
perfect
needs.
items.
Yeah. So
but
you're
still,
saying those
it's,
should
like,
be you should
frustrating.
be able to deterministically work towards an item that no one needs in the game in order to do any content.
Yes.
Basically.
Because this is like,
I
the
mean, it's a
goal
fair
that we
take to
as a
have. I just
gamer.
have to disagree with it because, like, I understand that there should be some level of determinism while crafting like mid-tier gear, or even like some steps into high-tier gear, but like top-end gear that no one needs. Like, I think that should always be gambling, absolutely, because that's healthier for the game, because otherwise you could just brute force it with like X amount of currency and everyone could get to that level as long as they put that in that currency, which A is boring and B devalues everyone who actually accomplishes it, because they know like anyone could do that. They just need to put the currency in and you have it. So what's special about
wait a
having an
second.
item like that?
Wait a second. You could always farm a mirror and mirror somebody else's work.
Well,
So
that's
don't tell me
something different.
it's not different. If I can
No,
brute
the
force
item needs to
something with
exist
currency-
first before you can mirror it. You can't make an
Yeah.
item that doesn't exist.
That is true, but if you say it's not fun because you could brute force it with currency, I mean, you could just, like, somebody will brute force it with currency and you just mirror it. So there is no difference. But the point is, no, you don't need that kind of
Well, but if there's no difference, then why would you need the change?
I
Yeah,
think I'll
because
stand in the middle here. I think I'll stand in the middle of these two takes. I think it's really good that we have some randomness to it, but I think it's sometimes too much randomness. There are some steps in crafting is like, okay, in the next step, you need to create an imprint of the beast, and then you need on average to use your harvest exalt for, I don't know, for attacks 120 times, and we got lucky in this time because we got to 70 times. And this is just part of the problem. Just thinking about how annoying it is to buy up all of the materials once we want to quit the game at the same spot. So I think there should be a more, at least it could be less random. The step size could be smaller. Like, if there's the deterministic thing is, okay, you can do it, let's say 8 times, and eventually you get there and you can repeat the steps, and the steps are reasonably expensive. That would be somewhat interesting. But when the game comes down to complete and utter unavoidable randomness, a ton of boring steps, I don't like that. So I think
Exactly.
it kind of, there were good spots. For instance, we had things like those were definitely too powerful, but recombinators had presented a good opportunity. They were partially random, partially deterministic, with still some aspect of randomness to that. And this was good. I do like the previous harvest implementation as well. It was partially random, partially deterministic. But I think when we get to the point of near chaos or randomness, where you basically have to close your eyes and exalt, and you have a chance of messing up your item, or you have no ways to affect your annulment orb, and you have a chance of 20% or whatever it is to break your super expensive item, and there's no more expensive way of doing that. This is a problem. I would rather see a case where we have something like, I don't know, blessed annulment orbs that can protect a certain mod, something like that. Super expensive, but more deterministic options. That would be nice. Let's say you have an exalted orb that has the property of it slaps an item, it exalts an item, but then you can also remove the previous thing that it exalted, but it costs like 10 times more. Only for this case. You can't do anything else with that, so you can either accept the result or remove the result. This would be, for instance, an interesting opportunity. What I don't like about the current iteration of the game, that is something takes an insane amount of small, repetitive, boring steps to do, where you have to buy up a lot of small things from a ton of people, and this is just, in my opinion, it's just disrespectful towards the player time, and it's just very, very boring. As soon as I have to trade like with more than 2 or 3 people then to complete a craft, this is becoming to a point where, okay, I would rather do something else in game. And the second
I don't
part,
mind, like, okay, if I quickly could hook in, I don't
Sure.
mind like trading with multiple people, but like I totally agree with you when you say I don't want to spam 2,000 alterations until I get like a certain prefix or suffix on an item, because that's completely pointless and it's disrespectful to my time and my fingers.
The thing is, that's the reason why we need this reforge prefix, reforge suffix, because I can deterministically work on my suffix. Let's stay with the elusive tailwind.
You can do
boots.
that on items that don't have the traditional influence. You can do that on Eldritch items.
Yeah, in the Eldritch maybe, but if we talk about like, let's do the simple thing with like Tailwind Elusive Onslaught Boots. You know, they're like almost every build has them or you crafted them once. You know, so they're pretty deterministic to make. But what I want to say is, there is suffixes and there is prefixes. So if you want to do an insanely good item, you work on either the suffixes first or on the prefixes first. So let's say we slap together like Tailwind and Onslaught. So I can repeat this process, you know, imprint my base and then keep on awakening orbing until I hit like T1 spell suppression. You know, I'm like, bro, this is insane. T1 Tailwind, Onslaught, and spell suppression. But now is the prefix problem. In the older iterations of the game with like reforged prefix suffix, if I filled up my prefixes, you know, now we have to like annul, you know, like please, any prefix. It's a 50-50 technically, right? But in the other system, it was, if my suffixes are done, there is no way, like, it is my player responsibility to fuck it up, but I could always reforge the prefix until I have an open prefix, then I reforge, like, suffix cannot be changed, and I maintain doing that, but my suffixes are safe. These 3 mods are safe, and I can repeatedly work towards the prefixes. So in that case, there is a randomness into it because, hey, I could Exalt Slam and annul, but it will only affect the prefixes. But once I got the suffixes done, the suffixes are done. But now it's like, hey, if I'm unlucky, fill a prefix, I annul a suffix, I can start over again. So it was like this reforged prefix suffix thing is really like a safe point in your crafting steps. And that's why so many people stopped crafting those insanely valuable items, because a simple annul, if you're unlucky with filling up prefixes, could ruin your entire item. So people are like, this is not risk reward anymore. It's just stupid. And that's I think highly like is pretty much plays in the cards of like Neversink when he said he wants to have a deterministic crafting, but also some RNG factor, which it is, because I need to like awaken orb, combine it together until I finally hit a good suffix, and then I need to do the same on the prefix, but I know the suffixes are fine and they're safe. Yeah, I did that step, and this is what that's why I think we need this like prefix suffix kind of like change.
It doesn't have to come in the same form, but just thinking back, like 3 or 4 leagues ago, my general crafting procedure pretty much on every build involves self-awakened orb crafting. Now, I'm not saying that the current system is terrible. You have other ways of getting power, but nowadays, I think since 3 leagues, I usually didn't do anything with my awakened orbs, or sold them in rare cases where I needed currency. Because right now, awakened orb crafting is just, well, you can do that. You can go for the whole elevation thing. There's absolutely ways to still work with that, but it just doesn't feel quite as fun or useful how it was before, with all of the small steps changed. Like, you can't get your +1 curse anymore on your body armor. You can't do the prefix suffix reroll. There's a lot of things that got removed, and we still got a lot of power. But it just feels like this one thing, it doesn't feel quite as good as it used to. And maybe it's for the best, but then remove it and add it somewhere else in a better form. But currently, Awakened Orb crafting is a bit meh, to say the least.
And that's what I said like an hour ago when I said I think they are planning to remove influences. Because
very possible.
Yeah, because
Oh, please
nowadays
do
I just have a good pair of boots, and I just can always fix my implicit. And I
Please
can
do
use
it.
my Searing Exarch either implicits on the tiers to then use like Exarch, Exalted Orbs, Exarch and Yeoman Orbs and those kind of things to deterministically fix my item. With a
But why
Awakened
can't
Orb,
those
this
things
is-
coexist? On the one hand, the Eldritch influence implicits that allow you to do this specific manipulation of prefix and suffix so that you have a basic means of item creation where you have a strong save point where you can't mess up your item anymore. And like with enough currency, you can make the item that you want, but you're capped at a sort of like mid-high level. And if you want anything beyond that, you have to use the Gambly crafting method.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
not
can
really.
absolutely exist. But
Because
if you
it's just
want to add more
unrewarding.
content, yeah, and if you want to add more content, at some point it's just hard to add content in there since it's already a little bit hard to remember what kind of specific suffix prefix thing exists on what influence on what item. So if you can, let's say, take a look at something like gloves, can you, from your memory, remember what kind of influences has what useful gloves? So I know there's the friendly charge one, I know that there's the impale one, I know there's some dot affixes. There's just a ton of different things that I stopped completely using and looking out for. And as a filter maker, I can actually say that this has an interesting consequence on the economy because searing influence items has become something of a near random process because I can actually see that nowadays influence items not only are worth way less than they once used to, and it's actually insanely hard to tier them based on any kind of automated data, but I also start to feel that the players don't know that either because all the items kind of get to this sort of muddy economy state where it's not exactly clear what item is expensive and what item is not expensive, and some titanium spirituals are expensive, but generally speaking it feels like the influence items have lost their strong position in the meta right now, and this is what it feels like. They have some exotic niches if you need something very specific, but people also don't like crafting with them because there's such a high risk of messing up.
It feels unrewarding to craft with
Yes.
Awakener Orb. If I could just like buy Searing Exarch Orbs and just click it away like chaos spam until I hit the mod that I want because it's guaranteed and it doesn't fuck up my item.
And
But
there's
isn't
a
the
lot
high
of
risk
unique-
reflected in the value of the resulting item?
It depends.
Like when you were able to make them deterministically, weren't those boots worth way less on the market than they are now when they're a gamble?
Well, yes, but as I said, like the problem is that the Searing Exarch and Eater implicits are so powerful. Yeah, they might only bring let's say 90% of the power, then double elevated, but I don't have to risk it. It's guaranteed.
So you think they should nerf the Eldritch implicits?
Yeah, maybe. If they want to keep Awakener Orb crafting alive, then they probably have to do that. So you really feel the power spike if you have a double influenced Awakened Orb crafted item. But now, let's check, like, what is an Awakened Orb right now? Like 30 Chaos? They used to go for like 2-3 Exalts if you want to buy them in bulk to actually spam with the imprint beasts that like do a really good craft, you know? But if I think about getting a good pair of boots for a divine and buy a divine worth of like Searing Exarch currency, the boots would be done. They are like 80% where I want them to be, and I will have no problem clearing the content. Other than if I say, hey, I would like to have elevated or double elevated Tailwind Elusive Onslaught boots, right? Then we talk about this could be 30 divines if I'm lucky, but it could also be 200 divines if I'm unlucky, and maybe after 200 divines I'm still not done, so why even risk it? You know, so that's why I say it just feels like kind of unrewarding, and most of the time, there's maybe one of the 4 pieces that you can craft with like gloves, chest, the helmet, and the boots, right? Maybe one of your 4 items is actually Awakener Orb crafted because it's so easier and like minimalistic, less powerful if you just do it the safe way and just have a good item and a well-balanced character. There's just
but
too
like
much
you're at the
risk
same
for the
time
reward.
complaining that it's too hard to make the good items that you want, while at the same time complaining that the items that you can make deterministically are too good to be worth it to make the better items.
Yeah, but
Like,
that is just the min-maxing factor. You know, PoE is a game.
Yeah,
need
you
a
like
certain-
min-maxing, so like I don't see why why the fact that you can make good mid-tier items keeps you from making good endgame items.
because it's just not worth it at some point, unless you just farm a month straight with your high-end mid-budget build to have like 1,000 divines and say like, oh, I'm done with the league. Let's try to craft a really sick helmet.
Have
You know,
you
I had
looked
this-
at any of your builds and the final items? None of these items are worth making. You do them for the sake of making them perfect. You'd be able to do all content with the build being geared at like 60% of the power level of the items that you gear your builds with.
Yeah, but I feel like if I am willing to spend 300-400 divines on a pair of boots, then I want to have the power spike of a 400-500 divine item rather than, yeah, it's like maybe like a 15% better than the ones that I had before, which were like 3 divines. But you know, like I want to
15%
get
better is
rewarded.
quite significantly better, but I mean,
I
like
think
in endgame, if one
not
upgrade
just
gives you
that.
15% more damage, that's a significant increase.
Well, it's not just that factor that it's. I think it's just less worth doing that. I mean, PoE is always a game where you have to estimate how much risk and how much effort goes into a certain operation. If I look back at my characters like 1 year ago, where Maven, no wait, I think it was the league where Exarch and Eta were released. My character back then used, and I'll currently look at it, 3 Awakened Orb items. No, actually 4 Awakened Orb items. Maybe even 5, I'm not sure about this one. No, it's 4. 4 Awakened Orb items. Now, in the next leagues past that, afterwards, it was basically with every league, it was at most 1, and nowadays, on my last like 4 or 5 characters, I don't use a single influence item. There's a lot more uniques. I feel like GEG has really improved the state of uniques, where they have created or buffed up a lot of uniques to the point where, at least with corruptions, they are pretty much more worth using. Before that, you were using much more rares. But and you also have a ton of Eldritch items because they're just so comfortable to craft, and you can have much more flexible crafting steps. So maybe this is, but there's also another question that GG obviously wants to expand on the current system. They want to add new endgame content, potentially new influence types, new bosses, and so forth. So with the current system, you can actually fully expect, and I agree that with MB, that it's very, very likely that they will somewhat revamp this whole Shaper Elder Conqueror system into a different state so that it is supported by a new system. Because it is underused. People don't actually like that. Either that or they need to integrate it somehow. Because there was kind of this interesting state at one point where you would use the exotic items like ritual items or heist items or atlas drops with awakened orb items because they keep their implicits, and you would use fractured items for the eldritch ones. But at this point, the meta has shifted to the point where pretty much always everyone uses mostly eldritch items because the crafting, opportunity cost, and everything else involved is just so much lower, and you can customize them so much easier. You can buy a good item and make it an eldritch item.
But
And
does
there is
the
the
market
fact-
self-regulate around that? Like MB Extreme just said that awakened orbs are now so cheap. So like, yeah, then you just
but
it's cheaper to make the attempt.
No, it's not. Because it's not about the Awakener Orb, it's about elevating an item, you know, and rolling a certain mod and then imprint it and try to get it back to magic, to then imprint it again, to then try to get a second influence modifier on your item, to then be able to elevate it. And like the whole process until you get to the point where you can actually Awakener Orb them together and you have your core base with an elevated mod is already like 20, 30 divines. It's not about the Awakener Orb slapping together. It's about all the things that you need beforehand. And there's actually a good thing that Neversing said here. I specifically said boots with Tailwind Elusive because I think they are still better than the Ether Exarch thingy, right? But this is like literally the only case because the other mods, like we have occasions where the Searing Exarch just simply outscale Awakener Orb thingies. For example, gloves. You know,
yes.
As an elementalist, I have like no chance of getting an easy way of getting exposure done. And I tried every single cluster jewels with like, oh, nearby enemies have fire exposure if you run Herald of Ash. Yes, this is a thing. But we tried it in PvP. That's like 30% of your screen. You literally, like, this only works against bosses if you run like point blank and you stand next to the boss. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. So I am forced to take rare gloves with Searing Exarch to get the free spread or whatever I need. You know, whatever I need, I can make that. So gloves
You
is
can get
actually
fire exposure on Sanctified Relics.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, yeah, if you could
on
farm a
hit.
sanctified relic for exposure
yeah, sure.
for
Like
your
all the
glove
others that I
spots.
found. But I'm just saying, like, most of the time, it's actually better to just, like, the Exarch mods, they are outscaling it. And since we do not have a form of deterministic crafting, it is, like, 10 times better to just say, like, I have the best base with a fractured modifier, and I craft these items with essences, and then throw an aceling, or, like, let's say, I essence, like, yeah, let's say we have a fractured item on a good base, right? Then I spam essences on the suffix. If we say the fractured mod is a suffix, I spam essences on the suffix until I hit a third good suffix, which is like Chaos Orb spamming. Once this is done, suffix cannot be changed. I veld Chaos Orb to get one prefix that I can choose from veiling. Then I slap on a craft, and my item is done. It is cheap, it is very effective, and it in most cases it's better than double elevated influenced crafting, which is like 100 times more expensive, and I feel like it's super unrewarding. At the moment, really, a good base with a fractured mod, essence crafted, and a veiled modifier is the way to go to keep your items like very, very powerful and still reasonably cost efficient. Because like doing like Awaken Orb crafting is just like this could take up your entire currency that you farmed in a month, and you could still not be done with the item. So why even risk it in that case? I would rather just fucking farm a mirror and wait until somebody else risked it, and I just mirror his helmet for Stonebrand or whatever, you know, because trying to do these kind of crafts, and probably the people that are mirror tier crafting, the thing is, like, they have unlimited currency. Like, I've seen screenshots where people in League, they have like 200 mirrors on their stash. It's never a thing about currency. It's a group of players, a group of crafters. They have unlimited supply of currency, and they always like buy up the entire market of like imprint beasts. So an imprint beast currently goes for like 2 divines or something, because the high-end crafters need the imprint beast to reroll the synthesized implicit with a new beast to get this like ridiculous item. So as a normal player, just affording imprint beasts is like ridiculous, like, because most of the time it's not going to be a 50-50 chance to hit the right mod with the imprint. Usually if I want to start crafting, I buy at least 10 beasts, you know, because I know the odds, you know. So 10 beasts, we talk about 20 divines already, and then we haven't even talked about the Maven orbs or the process of like alt spamming and chaos spamming or whatever. So the high-end crafters, these kind of people, they have like the supply of everything, and as a normal player, if you don't do group playing, if you don't hoard mirrors on your stash, you just don't do it. You just go with Searing Exarch and you're good, you know?
Maybe allowing, I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but maybe it could shift a little bit if fractured or synthesis items could start somehow working with the Shaper Elder influence items and so forth. Because right now, I feel like the whole influence item group, it is just kind of losing most of its use cases. I mean, sure,
Yes.
you have sometimes want a specific Cursor kit, or sometimes you want the boots with elusive onslaught, tailwind, or maybe in some cases their helmet is better. I feel like helmets are most likely still the case where you can use a lot of powerful cases, something like power charges and reduced resistances. There's some use cases, but in other slots, for instance, a body armor, it's really, really hard to justify going for the influence version, and not because it doesn't have any good mods. There's a ton of great mods. The crafting process of that is just so risky and so expensive, especially if I don't want to pay like a 2 months league and I want to play for the first 2 or 3 weeks. I'm just not going to go with that. I'd rather buy something else and play an Akotis or something and have my explosion somewhere else.
I mean, it was the same thing. Remember when Explodey chest was a thing? I think it was like 310 Delirium or whatever, right?
Yes.
There was this big problem that this modifier was so powerful that every build that didn't have an Explodey mod was definitely like 2 tiers lower than any other build that did had it. So there were like, you know, if you go Pure Ninja and you check this one Essence Drain character, it doesn't really matter, you know. You open the profile, oh, he's not using an Explodey chest, you close the tab because you're gonna be like so much slower. So it was a good thing that they removed it, even though it was a great thing to have Explodey. But every build without Explodey was just like a B tier at best, you know. Unless you had like a bossing character, blah blah blah, you know. But overall said, if there is items in a pool that are like so much better than everything else, then it's meta and everybody uses it, and that's kind of sucks, you know. But as you said, like there are certain occasions, like every top tier DPS build still runs a double influenced helmet because of nearby enemies take more elemental damage and have negative fire res and whatnot. You know, this is still like your perfect DPS helmet. But in other cases, like risk and reward crafting for those kind of things is so insanely high that in the end of the day, you probably just don't care about it and live with something else that is like a little bit less powerful.
Yep.
And is that
I mean,
a bad thing?
the other side of this thing is we have
Okay.
just been talking about two influence that the Exarch and the Aegis can be applied on. What about weapons for most attack builds that we can't apply these kind of deterministic crafting because it doesn't exist on them? So we can't really have a safe point on what we had normally the Exarch or the Aegis provide on those slots, and those are powerful slots for the characters as well. And it doesn't look like they're going to add in.
Yeah, well,
influence.
but honestly, every top tier weapon, we talk about weapons here, right? Doesn't have influence modifiers, doesn't have anything of that. Like, what is the best physical weapon? A triple T1 flat fizz, percent fizz, hybrid fizz. These are mods that existed forever. And all the good mods, they are not influence based, unless it's like a very, very niche specific build where you need to have a certain mod. For example, you play a bleed build, you most likely go for Hunter because of the 100% increased damage over time against like whatever, you know. But if we talk about strictly high DPS weapons, none of them have influence modifiers.
Fractured mods reign supreme in weapon crafting. No matter if it's caster or physical, you want that fractured mod on a specific base, and then you slam usually some essence until you get whatever you need, until you get the right modifier. I think last league or something, I crafted a triple T1 Fizz Harbinger ball. You start out with T1 Fizz Fractured, then slap essences onto it until you get the right to the other modifiers, and then you can fairly easily get the suffixes done. So, and this is kind of the meta there. I think the problem there is that on weapons in general, unless you're using a unique, and there's a bunch of good uniques, there's not a high assortment of really good influence mods, and if they're out there, these are usually reserved to like standard crafting. Like sure, on standard you have those insane 300% increased physical damage weapons, or like where you're not even sure how they exist until you review their specific mod combinations. But for usual league crafting, it doesn't really matter. You pretty much never use anything influence there. Maybe you influence it afterwards if it's not fractured. Maybe you slap a Waller Swap or something on that.
Then the next point is, let's assume you could put influence. Let's assume that fractured would not count as an influence, and let's also assume that synthesis or synthesized bases do not count as an influence, right? Then you have the problem that everybody on every single slot in your gear is starting off with a T1 fractured base. And nobody wants to have anything else but that, you know? Because like having a fractured T1 spell suppress and then you craft with essence or fossils or whatever you need, and you have this one guaranteed mod, is just way better than just like awaken an orb and hope to hit spell suppress, because shit is fucking rare, you know? And if they would allow that, and you have synthesized bases, and you throw in the cheapest Crusader orb or whatever, and then you swap the influence with Harvest Bench, what you can do, you know, this would get way out of hand. And if nobody wants to have any other items than Fractured, then probably farming Fractured items is the way to make big currency. So it's always like risky. I still don't know why synthesize actually counts as influence because it just changes the implicits, right? But probably don't want to add more than 2 icon slots on your item, maybe.
I think they wanted to remove the possibility of fractured and synthesized existing at the same time. And then they kind of stuck to this sort of system where I think in their eyes, this system works really well. Okay, influenced and fractured items, this is one category. You can combine them with Eldritch and you're happy. Okay, you don't want to synthesize an Eldritch, but still. And the other category, you have your combination out of special bases and influence items. And you kind of get this neat assortment where every single item has some sort of use case. So you have either synthesized or fractured plus Eldritch or influence. But it's just that these things are not made equal in the current economy. Some things are just way better. So unless you have insane currency, and I mean insane currency, or you have incredible luck, your synthesized items are usually not something you're going to go for. So synthesized items are kind of their very, very elite fraction. And in most cases, you will go for your fractured plus Eldritch combination. And in some niche cases, you go for your influence items. So I don't know. I think it's something that will probably change in one of the next large expansions, because it feels like there's a lot of work and a lot of expansion possibilities there.
I think overall they just should nerf the power level of the Eldritch implicits, in my opinion.
Quite possibly, yeah. They are very good.
Because they are just... Because in the end of the day, if you compare them, one item has 8 modifiers and the other one has 6 modifiers, where 2 you're going to awaken an orb, for example, right? So having this quality of having 2 additional stats and having like very, very strong implicits is just a bit too much for the cost.
And the majority of influence modifiers are not even that good. There's a bunch of super exotic or very powerful things. Like, yeah, sure, if you just think of influence, you have your +1 frenzy, you have tailwind, you have +1 curse, and all of these other crazy things. But then if you look like at the weapon mods or the belt mods or whatever, there's like a ton of things that are completely random and where you would just rather have your generic T1 or T2 resistance instead.
Yeah.
With Eldritch, you can just reroll until you get what you want, and then you can still play around with conflict orbs in order to get stronger. So it's just much more safer.
And you have additional crafting options with like which of those is more present or dominant, so you can like change your suffixes, prefixes, all of those things, making those items so powerful compared to your typical influence, where it's still like a complete gamble as long as we don't have a form of like reforging prefix suffix.
All right, you sold me on it. I also want them nerfed now. It sounded at first like you just want save states in crafting of.
This is more like something for the influenced items, and yes, because I do have those forms on the Exarch, right? I do have the options to say like, hey, I need to remove a suffix, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, and I can just make the other one more powerful. Exactly.
And that's because you have that flexibility with those items. You think that the values
it's more
of the Eldritch
deterministic.
implicits should be lower in order to make up for the item being more deterministic, and that in turn would make it worth it to go for traditionally influenced items.
That's exactly what Neversink said before. Like, he wants an RNG factor, but also a more deterministic way of crafting, and those Searing Exarch things deliver that exactly, you know? Because you have the option to manipulate your prefix only or your suffix only.
Yeah, but like what you're saying, first to me it sounded like, hey, I just want remove prefix or remove suffix, like reroll prefixes, reroll suffixes on the influenced items back. But you're fine with that method of crafting being exclusive to Eldritch influenced items, as long as they get taken down in power level in terms of their implicits, so that they can actually compete with the traditionally influenced and double influenced items.
Yeah, kinda, but I think like the power level between those two is too small, because the influenced items are like way more risky to get going, you know?
Exactly.
So I need this like reforged thingy for the influenced items, yes.
Okay, now I get what you're saying, and now I can agree with you, because previously I would have had to say I disagree hard with that, because they removed the prefix and suffix rerolls for a reason, and they're not coming back, right? I mean, the fact that we got them back via Eldritch implicits is already kind of pog, right? So I don't think
which
that's
makes
coming
those
back
form of crafting like a lot better, cheaper, more accessible, and still very powerful, and that's like a bad thing. So we're back to the topic where I say like, I can farm every single league mechanic as long, like, if I say I want to farm Legion, I can farm Legion. If I say I want to have double influence boots, I'm probably not gonna do it, because it's gonna cost me my firstborn and whatnot, because I could probably go with something else that's also like very powerful. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the Searing Eater thingy is, in my opinion, just too powerful and way better in almost every sense compared to the influence crafting. in a way you can manipulate your items in the way that you don't have to, like, you're still gonna gamble. I mean, it's still gonna be a 1 in 3 annual on the prefix, but at least I don't kill my suffixes, so I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna, like, manipulate my prefixes until I'm fine, you know? It's just so much more advantage on this one.
What I find
I think
totally
this is bad.
fascinating, is that the Eldritch implicits only exist on 4 items. Well, if you exclude the amulet. Still so, and the influence items exist on every single slot. Still so, just because uniques and fractured items are so strong right now, you barely see any influence rings, influence bells, influence weapons, influence shields or quivers. Pretty much every single slot is dominated right now by uniques or by fractured crafting. And this is something I just find very curious right now.
I mean, honestly, I currently play a Fireburst build. I stick, I don't know, 5 mirrors into it. Doesn't matter. And my weapon started off the craft with a T1 fractured fire dot multi. My glove started off with a T1 fractured spell suppression. My boots, I think they also have T1 fractured spell suppression. I think my helmet too. So even though I do have the currency and I'm willing to invest like 1,000 or 1,500 divines into my build, I still say I want to have fractured items because, hey, I want to get spell suppression capped, so I want to have those fractured thingies. And crafting weapons is like the hardest thing to craft in the game. So what is the hardest thing to do? Okay, the Fireburst is a suffix, so I'm going to fracture fire.multi, and then I just spam my essences until I hit T1 normal.multi, and my suffixes are fine, you know? Suffix cannot be changed, veil Chaos Orb, unveil fire damage, craft something on, and my weapon is hyper endgame tier. So that's why I say, even I do have the currency to make ridiculous crafts, but I'm still going with the fractured items because I know the odds of doing it other ways. And this is just, you know, I could spend 5 mirrors on one item and still not be finished with it if I go the double elevated whatever shit items, you know. So it's just way too good with fractured items with the Searing Exarch implicit.
Yeah, but they cap out at a certain point. I mean, at a certain point, they can't get better. And
yeah,
See
but
you
this
guys.
is already hyper endgame.
I'm gonna head out.
Right, take care.
all right.
Bye.
Take care. Thanks for hanging out for so long, Lidl. Was
Yeah, no
great to
problem.
have you
Thanks.
on.
Thanks for having me. Congrats on 100, man. Here's 100 more.
I'll try. After I'm
All right, see you guys.
petrified. Oh, no. Oh, wait. I was actually stuck here. Wow.
All right, see you guys
Crazy.
later.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, guys. I keep forgetting to shout out the casters as they move. Thanks. Yeah, I got your point. So either like give us more powerful influenced mods to justify the risk, or like take down the Eldritch implicits to make them the safe option, but not quite as powerful as they are currently, because they're like taking away space for the other crafts that take a lot of currency.
I mean, especially I think Kalandra was like the biggest downer for everybody because we had none of these things. And I know a bunch of like very, very hardcore grinders, like people that play 20 hours a day, go 4 hours sleep, and then play another 20 hours, and they do that consistently for 2 weeks straight. And those people quit after 3 days of the league because they know, like mirror tier crafters, they said, with the current options of crafting, there is no fucking realistic way to make a 12-link claw for a squire build. And even if, then you need to hit like 25 jackpots in a row in order to maybe have a chance to do that. And then we talk about, and they also want to make currency, you know? So
yeah, but
they
just because you can't make a 12-link claw for a squire build doesn't mean there's no aspirational goals for crafting a claw. It's just that the expected result is not as good, right?
Then they're not going to craft it. There is people that play the game to make the undisputed best items in the game. And if they cannot do it, or mathematically, almost
no one else can do a
impossible to
better one, then they made the best item.
Yeah, but then, I don't know, man. There's always like, you know, when you're willing to mirror an item and it's like triple T2, triple T1, then you're like, I don't know. And the crafting process until to hit these 6 modifiers was already probably 5,000 divines plus, you know, like mirror tier crafters are spending like 15, 20 mirror to actually craft this item to then get the currency back with the copies they get from the mirror fees, but it's still like a business in the crafting scene, and if something would take indefinite currency to make, then you need to rely on people mirroring that. For example, this like physical bow that somebody crafted this league with like plus 3 arrows and stuff like that, and then triple T1 prefix and stuff. Like crafting this, I don't know the actual cost, but I wouldn't wonder if this thing cost like 30 mirrors to craft. But as soon as it was done, on the first 24 hours, the thing had like 50 mirror copies. So it's like, and there's also like the problem, because obviously not every crafter is in the same boat. And sometimes there is crafting teams crafting against each other, who finishes the item further and gets all the copies once the item is done. And if so, like let's say we're all 3 mirror team crafters, and we all try to craft the best weapon in the game. And if I hit it first, I'm gonna get everything, and you guys get nothing. And all the currency that you spend to get to this point where your weapon is right now is wasted, is lost, because I already finished the craft, So there is like, usually there is like all the crafter, even though they're not like crafting together, but they're still saying, okay, who is going to work on this Stonebrand helmet, who is going to work on this weapon, who is going to work on this and that and this and that, so they know if they're going to spend and put the commitment in and craft a week straight to get one item done that hopefully doesn't exist before, because otherwise all your work is like nullified.
Yeah, I get that, but it's like also an extreme kind of. I mean, it's not something that
we're talking
needs
about
to
mirror
exist
tier
in the game to. Yeah, but what I'm saying, mirror tier crafting is already. I mean, I don't exactly know what I'm trying to say. Someone else want to go? I need to reformulate that.
I know exactly what you're saying, and the thing is like, it's what I say in my videos all the time. Do you need that kind of stuff? No, you don't. I mean, they always
you don't
this
craft
build only
mirror
works
tier
like-
items because you need them in your build or anything. You craft them because of this perspective of making such a big return back on the mirror cost. So obviously it's a race between different people, because no one else is going to let you have that for free. Obviously other people want to compete in it as well. But if it was a completely lost cause, like you're presenting it, where like people don't do it anymore because there's the risk that other people do it before them, then like where's the risk coming from if no one does it, right? Like,
yeah,
and if
but
no one does
it was the way that
you get my
would
point,
not
like
be
where
able to finish that.
Where it sort of self-regulates, because if no one does it, then there's an opening for people to do it, and if there's an opening for people to do it, then there's going to be several people competing for it.
Sure, but if you need to still succeed. This is the problem. That
Yes.
Sure, if you know that you succeed, if you know from the start that you can invest 10 mirrors and you get the best bow, sure, that's one thing. But you don't know that, and you need intense cooperation. And I think in the end, these items are all kind of temporary. Sure, they go to standard, it gets still mirrored, but it's less about the item. It's more about the journey of the people joining together and doing all of this insane stuff to get these items that are absolutely pointless to a sense. So it's just kind of like a trophy thing.
Yes.
And this is in the end what Path of Exile is about. It's about choosing your own crazy adventure. And this might be reaching level 100 alone on cell phone hardcore. It might be about playing Ruthless. It might be about crafting the most overpowered thing ever. And I kind of get it. It's not what I would do. It's not something I would enjoy, but I can completely get it. I mean, I've been talking about the person who has been playing Flicker Strike for 7 years straight. No other build. If this person exists, everyone else also exists.
Yeah. But like, just think about, let's assume you have unlimited currency and your goal is to make, like with this new simplest synthesized beasts, to get like +1 max power charge, then 4 to 7 cold damage per power charge, and 6 spell damage per power charge. Those 3 implicits. You have the option to create this item. So you reroll the implicit, you imprint, you reroll again. Oh, my +1 max power charge is gone. We restore the imprint and let's keep on going, So think about, you have unlimited currency and your only goal is to get those 3 implicits. It could be that you spend 15 hours to every day for like a week straight in the menagerie, just doing this same thing over and over again, and then you still might not hit that, So like doing those crafts and making those bases is such an insane commitment. It is actually ridiculous. Like, I would not be able to just imagine like 60, 70, or 100 hours straight to just put in an imprint and re-roll and imprint and re-roll and imprint and re-roll, despite the fact that all of these like cost probably 10 mirrors just worth of imprint beasts and stuff, but it's crazy. But this is like not something that is accessible for any normal player, despite the fact how much playtime or currency you have. This is complete different levels of currency. It's like impossible to get as a solo player actually. But then yet again, it's always like the same. The only thing you need to do in PoE is find the thing that you enjoy, and then you keep on doing it until you get bored and wait for the next league. If that is crafting, if this is Legion, if this is like lab running, in certain under certain circumstances, or if it's playing Flicker Strike over and over again, if you enjoy, just do it. And this is like the great thing about the current state of the game, that it doesn't really matter what you are doing. Nothing is like left behind, and everything is like, in my opinion, pretty well balanced overall. You're not forced to do something in order to make currency. Just do whatever you like, and then just do it consistently over a long time, and you get your currency. It's like really that it is that easy, but yet actually pretty hard.
You don't even need to care much about currency, but I agree, especially once you have enough experience in the game and basically play it every single league, you will at some point end up at a point where you feel like you have enough understanding of the game that whatever you do, you will always reach a reasonable amount of currency. You don't actually, or you can at least, on software, you can afford anything outside of maybe Headhunter, Mageblood, Squires here. It's really at some point balanced in a way that if you just play a reasonable amount, I don't even say about like an outlandish no-life amount, like every evening, you can fairly easily reach all of these levels. Yes. And this is, I think, a nice balance. We're no longer in those interesting leagues. I mean, there was a point at some point where chevrons, or kind of like the normal build-enabling uniques, were so expensive. I think they were like 50 divines or something like that. It was ages ago that you needed to invest insane amounts to even access that. This is no longer the space. Most uniques, most things, most of the items you want are fairly accessible with decent, with decent amount of playtime. And then there's this nice T1 level where you can get lucky, or you can invest a lot of effort and discipline, and then you can access those. But I like that the most things are fairly accessible nowadays.
I think Headhunter is still accessible, but I think Mageblood is not. With the prices, like Mageblood usually being like 2 to 3 times more expensive than Headhunter. So I think like everybody can farm a Headhunter. Like 100 divines is a big task for the majority of players, and you most likely will not be able to do it in your first or in your second league. But I say like 100 divines is definitely possible for everybody that plays consistently. But Mageblood is just too much, I think. Like 300 divines is,
It also has the problem that it grows faster than some people can accumulate currency, especially in the first days or weeks, and this is utterly depressing. So if you're going for something like a Squire or a Headhunter, you might, let's say you are an average experienced player, and you're making like 5, 6, 7 divines per day. This is a decent amount for a new player or someone who plays for a year or something. It's really good. You don't need to be discouraged because some other streamer does like, this is an 8 divine per hour strategy. If you're making like 8 or 10 divines per day, then you're doing great for pretty much most in PoE in the first days. And then you accumulate like your 5 or 10 divines per day, and then you can afford your Squire usually after a bunch of days. But if you're farming a Mageblood, usually the price for it grows so fast that you are actually kind of getting behind in a sense. So it might be like 100 divines on the first 3 days, and afterwards it will be something like 150, 200, and you're only still getting 10 divines per day. So this is a bit of a different league, I agree.
I had this exact thing when the league started, when it was the first league with Mageblood. I spent like a 20 divines on my Mind of a Mana Stacker Stonebrand Raider. I had it on a level where I said like, okay, I can like super easily farm all the content that I want to farm, and now I'm stopping investing into my character because I want to farm a Mageblood now. And I was doing my 20 to 30 divines with an Alkan Ghost thread that I made, but every day in the morning I was like, yo, I have 160 divines on my stash. Mageblood 200 divines. Maybe I can get it by tomorrow, and I'm grinding. Like there was like, I was having an average of like 12-hour stream per day, just doing Alkan Go, just trying to make as much currency as possible. And I was getting like 20, 30 divines a day, Next day, I'll log in, 200 divines. I check, MageBot 240. So another day of like 12 hours non-stop grinding, and it was literally a race. Every day I got like 20, 30 divines more, but every day the MageBot went up by 20, 30 divines. So it was, I think it took me like 10 days or something like that, or 12 days to be able to afford it. And the good thing is, at some point, I'm not gonna I'm not lying here. At some point, I asked a friend of mine that is like a rich fuck in the game. You know, I said like, can you buy the MageBot for me for like 300 divines? And in 2 days, I'll buy it off you for 300. And he said like, yo, you're a friend of mine. Like, let's do it this way. And this was the point where I said, I see a light at the end of a tunnel. Because before that, every day I was getting a freaking burnout. I wasn't feeling good. I woke up in the morning. The only thing I saw, like, MageBot went up in price again, man. And, you know, it was like, it was so depressing and frustrating until this point where I whispered to a friend of mine and said, hey, can you buy this? I have 260 divines in my stash. I'll farm another 40 and I'll buy it off you. And he agreed and said, like, okay, let's do it this way. Then I know it is a fixed price now. So I can catch up now and I can buy it, you know? But before that, that was the worst thing ever. And after that league, I have not farmed MageBot for 2 leagues in a row just because fuck this shit, man.
I always say price fixing is a bad thing and you like a fixed price.
I had the same experience with farming a mirror a bunch of leagues ago. So I set myself a goal, just normal mapping. I want to see if I can get a mirror in 1.5 weeks. And I was actually near there. In the last 3 or 4 days, I was always like a bunch of X short buying one. And this was incredibly... Now, I of course knew that if I would just play normally, like in a week or so, I could afford it regardless, probably. But the problem is, it is also feels just very stressful and very unfun going through these days where you're feeling that the carrot is just a little bit away, but you just can't grab it because it's just out of reach. And the 2 mage plays I've never played usually long enough to farm up this amount of currency. Oh, usually. I mean, I usually get kind of to these levels, usually get over 100 divines pretty much in most leagues, but then at some point I get bored. So usually if I get a mage blood, it's because I get one big drop sum in between. Like last league I got just lacked out and got a hfok. So I had to use that and like 100 divines on top, and then I had a mage blood. But usually it is a bit out of reach compared to other uniques. I agree. Like Headhunter is definitely way more achievable. If I want a Headhunter, usually I can get one without a big issue. But yeah, I agree. Mage blood is a bit insane.
So
and I like that people...
I'm not sure like what to take from this exchange. Like, so you're basically just both saying, yeah, that was insanely hard, that was rough, or are you like levying actual criticism where you think the game could be better, or you're just saying Mage Blood should be more common so that more people can afford it?
No, I don't know. I don't think this is the case. Maybe it shouldn't be more common. Maybe it should be exactly that. Maybe this is the rarity that is good. The only thing probably you can take from that is pretty much the literal thing, that the experience of trying to get Mage Blood yourself, unless you are... Of course, you can farm apothecaries. It's much more realistic nowadays. And there's like split way farming. There's a lot of approaches. But it's the one unique that you just can't farm quite as normally, quite as easily, quite as like everything else. I think this is just the one. I'm not sure what to take. Yeah.
I think the takeaway was that we were talking about what is achievable in PoE for the majority of the players and what not. And we agreed
that's a good way to put it.
Everything but a Mage Blood. Mage Blood is just too high of a thing that where we just started this discussion, like the race of the Mage Blood, because Headhunter has been consistently on 100x or 100 divine, and it doesn't really change. And I like the fact that people come up in the chat, since I'm reading that, with the Mage Blood cards, you know? Like, I tell you, the last 3 leagues, okay? 3 leagues. I'm a mapping guy. I do run I would say between 2,000 and 3,000 maps per league. And in the first one, I decided to farm Crimson Temple. I found 1 single apothecary. Last league, I farmed like a 3,000 defiled cathedrals, and I did not find a card. This league, I'm probably down 2,000 Crimson Temples again, and still no card. So you can say in 3 leagues of running like close to 10,000 maps, I found 1 single card. So if you say like, yo, if you want to farm a mage bot in solo self-hunt, just run Crimson Temples, like, bro, no, fuck it, man. You're probably better off just buying stacked decks and hope you're luck there, because this card is so insanely rare. I mean, it's known that I'm like a pretty unlucky player, right? But think about it. I found one card in like 10,000
You
maps.
use diff card scarabs or like what is your strat
I'll
there?
go.
Because I'm trying to understand like how you can find one in so many maps, whereas like Zizaran and Steel completed a set already in duo SSF basically.
It's a luck factor.
Maybe they get a card and be like Steel may surely just harvest gamble it. You know, I don't think they really found 5 cards.
I don't know. I just know they completed the set. I don't know exactly how they acquired it, but I know there were only 2 people. I'd have to ask them or look it up. I don't know.
But typically, for example, in the old days where we all farmed like tier 3 burial chambers on our classic Magic Find Wind Ripper Deadeye, you know, the Shaper Elder Ping Pong, you know, usually you found about 3 to 4 doctor cards, but accumulated enough currency with the other stuff that you found that you just buy the other cards or just sell the doctor cards and buy your headhunter, you know? It's not like if you say you want to farm a headhunter in barrel chambers that you actually farm 8 cards. This never happened, you know? Unless this is your goal. But this is the same with like the apothecaries. You know, you farm and you need to farm a lot, and if you drop 1 or 2 cards, then you probably have enough currency at this point to just buy the other cards, and that's it.
True,
I think that's a good point to point out that it can be also fairly easy. I got Mage Blood this league by just using 1 Ancient Orb as I were cleaning the stash tab.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, how much did I use? Question mark. 3,000.
I saw your video, and then I wrote something funny like it's a skill issue and deleted my comment because I felt bad on your video. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, it was completely stupid. I was just picking up the stash tab on stream, and I didn't even realize instantly that was the Mage Light because I never got anything useful out of Ancient Orb before. It was just kind of like, I didn't even expect it. It was just like, oh, Ancient Orb, slap it onto it, and then suddenly, wait, it's a Mage Blood. Oh my god, it's a Mage Blood. But yeah, I agree. I completely agree that farming that card is... You can maybe aim to get 1 card by going for a specific setup, but you don't actually want to farm the... I mean, you want to farm the whole set, but it's unlikely to happen. And on top of that is... Yeah, you can. But it's kind of an endurance question.
Like super juiced maps. We talk about the winged scarabs and those like 100% daily where one map takes like 20 minutes. Then you're probably going to find 1 or 2 cards per day or every 30 maps. But if you just do like Alk and Go, minimal effort like me, then you're going to farm like you can run like... Actually, like if I combine this map count from this league and the past league, I'm basically running like 4,000 to 5,000 maps completely dry. You know, so if you do hyper juice, but then your map is like probably your map cost is probably like 2-3 divines per map. So the people that invest a lot get a lot of return and even more, you know. So, but it's
and it should also be noted that some playstyles are just not something 99.9% of the community wants to do. Like some playstyles are not fun at all, or they require such a time investment. Like I've seen some things in chat that said like if you can farm 1 card or 100 divines, you can farm 300. No, you can't. Most people, well, it's theoretically you can, but most people, if you study, if you have a job, if you have other hobbies, if you have friends, if you want to go out, even if you just want to play other PoE things, this takes an enormous amount of endurance, willpower, time investment, so forth. And at some point, I'm not even sure if you might do that once, 1 league. And this is perfectly fine. You do it once, it feels like a big achievement. But then try to do it twice. Now, this is kind of the thing where I think most people just don't want to pull it off, and for obvious reasons. I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's cool that there's these type of lottery win items like Mage Blood, Mirror of Calandra that you find, and you just instantly feel like you are lucky. This one time, it happened to you, because usually it happens to someone in the global chat.
Yep.
And this is nice that they exist, but I don't think this is an item that you can realistically farm. And unless you play like very consistently, follow a super rigid structure. So yeah, basically do all of those things that you fail when you plan workouts.
Right.
Yeah, this is exactly the reason why I choose to just go Alkid map, because I was interested in the Sanctum League. So imagine you run 100% Delhi maps where every map takes like 6 minutes to clear and like another 10 minutes to pick up the loot, you know? So it's like 50, you run like 4 maps per hour. So now you can calculate how long do you actually need to actually run a Sanctum, because you need 32 maps for it, right? And so I was like, oh, I want to do the league mechanic, so I'm doing an Alkin Go where I kill the map boss, I put in some altars, but I'm focused on the league mechanic. I want to get this done like 2 or 3 sanctums per hour to get this sanctified relics going, right? If this would not be the case, then I would be more towards farming 100% daily or 80% daily to get more income going this way, right? But as I said, it's always based on like what is your plan, and then you just
Well, I mean, couldn't you do both in like separate sessions? You could do like the diff card farming or like whatever farming you do for your currency, and then just take the sanctums that you get, but not quantify the sanctums in terms of how many sanctums do I do per hour, because you're doing other things in that hour as well. You're also generating currency and all that. And then when you're done generating that currency, and like when you have that wealth to get that mage blood, or when you like got all the cards to get that mage blood, then you can still do the sanctified relic farm, no?
I think it's more like of a solo self-fund approach where I say like, okay, today I feel like Abyss running because I need Abyss jewels, and next day I want to do like Lab because I need the enchant. I think like, I personally think it's like a solo self-fund attitude at this point, because I'm always somebody, I start a project and I finish it. I don't want to have like 10 projects at the same time. So if I say my goal is to farm a sanctified relic, then obviously I'm not going to choose a currency method that keeps me away from getting sanctified relics by making the maps unnecessarily long, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you refresh like the webcams, because we have Discord webcams on, but on your stream everybody has like no webcam for some reason.
Your
Why does it
webcam is
do
off
that?
in Discord.
I think
No, it's
web-
like it's
never
as
seen-
you can see the symbol down here. It just
Oh.
when you switch your webcam off and on again, then I
Sure.
have to like first authorize it, right? Basically.
Ah,
Because like in Discord I see the webcams, but on stream I don't see them.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
very-
a safety measure. I didn't set it up like that. It's just that's how it is. It's like when someone comes in with the camera on, then I have to first like unmute the camera, but like I don't know what the word is, like undeactivate,
unshutter.
unshutter. Yeah, that's a good one.
I don't know.
Holy shit! Why do I have a red spot here?
yeah, I was about to ask you.
I don't know. Probably a pimple starting to exist in the middle here. I don't know.
What are you gonna call
No
it?
idea.
Seems that's gonna be huge. It deserves the name.
It's okay. It's like also this camera makes me look like a lot redder than I actually look. I always forget like that. You really see like red skin and everything here, whereas on the other one it looks much more natural.
It also looks like you don't have hair.
Well, that is unfortunate, but it's an accurate depiction of reality. Feel free to rub it in. It's all right. I'm over it. Right. So we established that Mage Blood, a top-end absolute chase item that is supposed to be like the absolute epitome of like, you know, you're never gonna get this unless you're the best of the best, that not everyone can farm it, which is, I think, the design goal.
Well,
I can relate. Quickly, I can relate
Still,
to what you said with the price was running away, because I had the same thing with on a way smaller scale, admittedly, but during Sentinel League I was playing Necromancer Skelly Mages, and the jewel for the Skelly Mages was doing the same thing to me, whereas like every time I closed up 50% of the remaining gap between what I had and what the jewel cost, the jewel made another 50% jump up. So yeah, it's constantly
I think
eluding
Mage
me.
Blood is just too powerful. Yes, it is a chase item. Yes, it is like the most expensive item in the game right now. But I think Mage Blood has this like one specific thing that none of the other chase items can give you.
Permanent
this
flasks.
is yeah, but what comes with the permanent flask is like easy solutions to fix your build. And Headhunter is also a chase item. Headhunter is also expensive. But where is Headhunter good? In like max like juicing maps and like having fun, and the Headhunter doesn't do
Is
anything.
it really
if you go
still
for
good? And juicing
Yes.
maps, like a lot of people tell me that Headhunter like, fell off. It's not as good anymore. And
It
Still
fell
the
off, but
best snapping belt.
Yeah.
By far, by a mile. But as I'm saying, like Headhunter still has absolutely no benefits if you're running a lab, if you're running, if you're doing a boss. You know, like if you have a Headhunter or not, it's just a stat belt at best, because every Stygian Wise will like outscale a Headhunter for bossing, for example, right? So it's a
Right.
strictly pure mapping item. A Squire, for example, is a very high DPS item, but you lose a shield, you know, and shields come with a high defensive aspect, you know, with like spell suppression, whatnot. Squire is only enabling your crazy like 12 links or whatever, like fucking obliteration 6 link. Doesn't do anything, but like any other weapon that has is a one-handed weapon that has a benefit that you can boost with a Squire. So everything has like a downside and an upside. But Mageblood has nothing. Mageblood is, for example, let's say you have a Headhunter build, right? And you are like equipping your character and you're missing 30 cold resistance. So what are you doing? You check your gear, you have anywhere close to have like any suffixes open, you have no crafts available, so you're like, bro, man, I think I need to fix this in your skill tree. You know, like getting like resistance or any jewels with like all res and cold fire res or something that you can
Right.
fix your character. What you do with Mageblood, yeah, I guess I get a Bismuth Flask with Curse Immunity and a Jade Flask, a Granite Flask, so I don't even run Determination, no Grace, but I still run like 20,000 armor and 20,000 evasion. I'm not Chaos Res capped. Yeah, let's get an Amethyst Flask this time around and get like ridiculous amounts of like power spike. I think if you want to balance Mageblood in a better way, that it's more closer to others, still very insanely powerful, but either you set the maximum flask usage to like 2, maybe 3, but I think 2, because there is still a lot of powerful unique flasks that you would like to take instead. So you're like, if you have a Mageblood and you go for a 4 roll, you're gonna go use 4 magic flasks, because why not, right? But there is still a lot of like very strong unique flask. But I think what currently is the problem with Mageblood is completely removing the downside of the enkindling orbs, where you say like, I cannot get flask charges, I don't
Absolutely.
care, you know.
yeah,
So
yeah, that's ridiculous.
and having that flasks with like the 75 or 70% increased effect, and then rolling the alchemist prefix for another 25, you have 95% effect of your flask. You know, you're in hideout, you're completely naked, you have a Mageblood. You slap on a Quicksilver flask with like all these Mageblood flask, you know, and you have 200% movement speed out of nowhere, you know. So that's, I think like they should just remove the enkindling orbs, or yeah, I think, or just remove this like increased effect, because then your flask gonna be half as good with Mageblood even if you run 4. But I think like every like chase item has an upside, a downside. As niche cases is only for mapping, is only for bossing, is
Just
only
add
for
a line
this
to
and that.
Headhunt to Mageblood. Flask
But
enchantments
Mageblood
do
is
not
just-
apply to your flasks.
Yeah, something like that. But in the current state, Mageblood is just so ridiculously outscaling everything else. So I'd rather, like, honestly, before I run a Headhunter, I would rather run a Mageblood with a 1 or 2 inspired learnings, and I'm fine. You know, I can still run all the content, and it just gives you such a ridiculous defense layer, which is actually funny because it is a chase item that enables your defense layers instead of a chase item that enables like a billion DPS. But the defensive layers that you get from that flask, like builds that run a triple Ellie flask, for example, you know, a Ruby, a Sapphire, and a Topaz flask with the 20%
Yeah, I was gonna
less
say,
fire
is there
damage.
even a way that you're running a Bismuth when you could be running the silver
Yeah, it's-
elemental
it's-
flasks? Because they're so much better, especially on a Mageblood with the increased effect and kindling stuff.
It depends what your build other has. Like my build
Exactly.
was using Grace and Determination, so I knew I want to have a Jade Flask and the Granite Flask. And if you play like when you want to get spell suppression capped, then you're probably going to run a Quartz Flask as well, because with a Mageblood, the thing, the Quartz Flask gives you like 22 or 19% spell suppression, for example, right? Then you want to have an Onslaught Flask because it's kind of better than a Quicksilver now, since it scales with the effect now. So,
Yeah, true.
you know, running triple Ellie Flask, you have like 1 slot left, and this is most likely going to be your Onslaught Flask. That means you're not going to have like crazy amounts of armor and evasion, what we talked before, that this is almost like mandatory. But yeah, the thing is like, a ruby flask not only gives you ridiculous amounts of like fire risk, it's also 20% less fire damage taking. Plus 95% increased effect of that. You have a permanent, like, what, 37, 38% less damage taking on all Ellie sources and stuff. Like, it's just way too powerful. Yes, chase item, yes, it's good, but I think Mage Blood is still way too strong. And I would like to see that actually be nerfed.
I gotta agree. It is absolutely insane, and using it twice every time, it has something that is absolutely unique to it. First of all, it is super flexible. So you can adjust your gameplay for very specific purposes. Like last time for farming specific Uber bosses, I would just equip a Sapphire Flask if I would fire something like Uber Elder, because 40% cold damage reduction, permanently, easily. At the same time, it basically turns 4 of your flask slots into equipment slots, and this is the real strength behind that. You can absolutely plan with that. Okay, you can, like I said, you like resistances, fine, you can use that. You want to make all your spells be completely free, sure, use mana reduction. You want to have an insane recovery for your Righteous Firebolt, you can slap that on top of that. Want to be curse immune, you can do that. So you can basically, it allows you to pick 8 different modifiers based on the base class and the prefixes, and you can basically mix and match these in an overpowered form that apply constantly to you to fix your build's weaknesses. And this is just incredibly insane. It's such a powerful item. I think I had like 8 or 10 headhunters. I've been using headhunters in a lot of leagues, and each of them, they feel very powerful, and they are in some cases much more powerful than Mageblood, but they come with a downside, and they're only active in certain scenarios. But Mageblood is just permanently super powerful, and it allows you to actually fix your build in certain cases and just treat your flasks like equipment slots. And this is, I agree. I think if it would go down to 3 flasks, or if it would have some reduced flask effectiveness onto it so that the enkindling orbs don't apply quite as strongly, it still would be a great chase item.
Yep.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
And
Can I quickly ask hfok, what do you think? Where you stand on this? I mean, we've heard plenty from you both, Neversink and MB, and I think you both made very good points, and I'm surprised that I agree with you on this, because I mean, not surprised after I heard the point, but where do you stand, hfok? Do you think there's a place in the game for like super OP items if they're just chase enough, or?
There's always a place for super OP item if it is chase enough, but then I do think that Mageblood is too overpowered. I'll put it in the simpler terms that I explained to my community for people who do not understand why Mageblood is so overpowered. With the reason they both stated earlier, just imagine how many suffixes you can actually free up on each of your equipment. And most of the time, the suffixes can give you a lot more power in terms of damage. So it's not only that giving you a bunch of defensive stat, but you can also acquire offensive stat on the other items. And that is how it normally goes with that. But yeah, I do agree that it needs some kind of tuning down to make it an even playground.
It also comes with a wonderful... Sorry, you go.
The stupid thing is you don't even have to adjust your gear. You don't have to recraft your items. You don't have to, as I said before, if you have a headhunter, right, and you're off cold rest, where do you get that? You need to find solutions to the problems on your build. And Mageblood is like, okay, I'm gonna switch out this flask because I need cold rest. And it's fixed. You don't need to change your gear at any point. All you need is a healthy amount of a stash tab with a bunch of flasks in there, and then like take this one, that one, this one, that one. Okay, next build that I'm playing, slap Mageblood on. Okay, what do I do here? I need Granite and Jade and Spell Suppression. Okay, next one, I don't have any of those. I'm a Jug, I already have beefy armor. Okay, I need the Ruby, Sapphire, Topaz, blah, 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 you know? You literally can stand in hideout without a single item equipped but Mageblood and you're res capped. So you don't have to ever worry about anything on your gear. You just go damage and you get the defense out of Mageblood.
To be fair, I'm not sure if what we're saying is right. I mean, we are absolutely right about the fact that it's overpowered and this is way too powerful. What I'm not sure about if it should be nerfed. I mean, this item is so hard to acquire, and maybe it is. No. If you want balance in your game, if you want this to be a balanced item, if you want this item to be balanced, if you want this to be a balanced build slot, then nerf the hell out of that. But PoE is not a game about balance. Maybe this kind of lottery, superpowered, mega buff item should exist simply because it is unique in its form. And it feels like something that just feels like an ascension to your character. Kind of It's a full ascension to your character, full of unique perks and powerful things. Maybe this is good that it exists in this one unique form, kind of this grail of an item. I'm not saying it's good for balance, because pretty much everyone on the ladder on top of that uses that. So maybe it's a bit stupid. I don't know. Maybe it should be disabled. I don't know. But the fact is, maybe it is better for the long-term motivation of players who play the game. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying this is true. It's just a counter argument to what
but
we've
could
said.
be the case. I get that. Like I personally think that GGG was just replacing like one ultra OP item, Headhunter, with another OP item that is much more controllable because it's not a snowball item. They have 100% control over the balance on Mageblood, and they probably will eventually tune it down, like come PoE 2 or something like that, right? But with Headhunter, there was just... it was just too out of control. And Mageblood is still similarly overpowered, maybe even more overpowered, but it's like much more controllable.
Would the normal approach of making it more rare actually balance it out? Like, we know that it is super rare already, but what if we put it up even more rare? Does that balance
does
it out, or
balance.
do you think it wouldn't?
It doesn't matter, because in the end of the day, only the 0.1% of the player base will have a Mageblood. And it doesn't matter how expensive it is, they still gonna get it. Maybe it takes a day or two longer to acquire it, but this shit could go like for 5 mirrors. At some point, there's gonna be even less players having it, So I don't think that's gonna solve the problem, because it is already a belt that is only there for like the 0.1% of the player base. And I think, yes, I like the idea of chase items. Yes, I like the idea of things being super rare. Yes, I actually don't like the fact that I never found one myself, even though I play like a maniac. But it doesn't really matter in this case. But what I'm saying is, this belt has such a ridiculous power spike that no other item will ever give you. And this, I think, is a problem. It is still good that it works the way it works, but I'm just saying, like, get it down to like 3 flasks, like a balancing aspect that I don't feel too bad for not having one, for example, right? I know this is the endgame belt, and this would like be crazy strong if I have one, but I don't want to feel like in this position where I say like, oh man, every single league I need to farm this belt. I mean, it's not like, wait a second, it's not like that you need this belt. No build needs a Mageblood. Absolutely no build needs a Mageblood. But it's good if you have one, right? But it also allows you to farm efficient, like with the movement speed and all the stuff that you get from a Mageblood, you're able to run the maps a lot quicker, make them more deadly because you have the defenses to cover the more deadly mods with the altars and whatnot, which allows you to make even more currency per hour than somebody that doesn't have one, for example. So it's always like a pro and con, but overall, I think Mageblood in the current state, or in the state that it is since release, is too ridiculous. It's like
Absolutely.
Let's say the best weapon in the game has like 550 DPS, but there is one item that has 1000 DPS, and everybody says like, I need this. This is like, it's not like that it's a super rare chase item, and every weapon that the highest weapon is 500 DPS, and this one has 600. Where I say like, okay, this is a substantial power spike to my build, and I can farm it, and it's expensive, but this is my ultimate chase item. But Mageblood is like, instead of having a 500 DPS weapon, you have 1000 DPS, which is so like abnormal stronger that you say like you kind of want to have it,
Yeah, but this is exactly a case of isometric balancing, where it is sometimes in some games better to have certain things that are completely out of balance. But I agree that it tests the problem that people who have a Mageblood, kind of the rich getting richer scenario. If it's good or not for the long-term gameplay of the game, I think we need to have some numbers behind it. It's really hard to estimate. For instance, if a league would exist without Mageblood, it would have a lot of different consequences. Now, all of the farming of divination cards for apothecaries would go down. It would reduce the amount of chase items that players want to chase. The one chase item would be removed. It had a huge impact on the divine economy. So it's really hard to estimate how player motivations and the gameplay would change if this item would be nerfed or removed. So, but I completely agree that it is definitely at the very least, you can say that it has some problematic aspects. No matter if you want it nerfed or make it more common or less, more rare, I don't know. It's at the very least, it's a problematic item. Maybe a good solution to it would make it, would kind of add more divination cards, or would make the divination cards slightly more attainable. I'm not sure. Or maybe it should be introducing more alternatives that are very powerful. It's really hard to say. But yeah, I completely agree. I mean, in the current state, it's laughable.
how sick do you need to buff rare builds in order for them to compare with Mageblood? I don't think
You can't do
can
it.
expect competition in that item slot.
I've seen one single belt on Reddit that would be probably comparable to a Mageblood, and it was a synthesized belt with a triple percentile implicit, like 40 attributes, 40% strength, dexterity, and intelligence, I think between 14 and 16, and has only T1 and T0 crafts using essences. So this one on an Omni build, I can potentially consider using that over Mageblood. But in any other case, Mageblood is better outside of the situations where you do something like timeless conflict farming with Headhunter. I would always use a Mageblood over any Stygian, completely any of them.
Of course, yeah.
It also adds just this nice quality of life. You don't need to click anything. You don't need to think about that.
And on top of that, the belt slot is actually kind of garbage. Like, if it's not a Headhunter, if it's not a mage, but then usually your typical Stygian Vice has life and resistance on it. It's not belt is not like a power spike item. There are some nice like veiled modifiers and stuff. Like, they're nice to have, but it's not like an item slot where you say like, I can choose between, because you just always take the best thing, right? And if they would remove Mageblood, then we're back to everybody having Headhunter. So I think Mageblood is good because it's finally an alternative to Headhunter. But it just like went way out of hand, basically, with the scaling.
But it's still a formidable alternative to old Headhunter, and Headhunter has been like brought down quite a bit by the changes to rare monsters. So yeah, maybe they also need to just take Mageblood down. It would still be able to compete with Headhunter, probably. Interesting. I would find interesting to hear what you think about the Covenant then. The Covenant is the unique Spider Silk Rope that comes with the level 29 added chaos damage support, which basically makes it essentially a better 7-link than you could ever have a 6-link, because level 29 added chaos damage is better than a hypothetical level 8 awakened added chaos damage.
Honestly, I don't find the Covenant too problematic. It's a very powerful item. It does a lot of DPS, but it doesn't actually boost your defense. In fact, you quite lose out on defenses in that slot.
It has some defenses, but it's still offensively unbeatable.
That's what I want to say. It is completely beatable, but not by a rare. I think in most cases, you're much more better off using the Skin of the Lords. The Skin of the Lords with Empower in most calculations wins out. And I've been running the calculations in a bunch of builds, and just Skin of the Lords with Empower, especially if you get a good key point on that as well, it's just so insane. And the
I'll check that out, but you're like dropping
so
an entire support gem, so I don't see
well, you also get +2 levels on every single gem, including the support ones. So it is very, very powerful. Like Skin of the Lords with... There's a reason why, I think Sir Gok made a good video about that, why Skin of the Lords is one of the most used uniques right now. If you search for it, at least it was before that. It's used by 90% of the builds. And this really checks out why that's the case. It's just so insanely powerful on most builds. It's so versatile. It gives you defenses. It gives you a ton of power, and it doesn't come with the life cost. So I've been using the Covenant for a while, and I think it was using it my Hex Blast Trapper, and then I was using it on the Seismic Trapper, and I've been doing a bunch of other builds, and in the end, I just felt like, okay, Skin of the Lords gives me pretty much the same damage, a little bit more defenses, and I just enjoy it way more. Plus, I get a Keystone that I need, something like hard to access like Ghost Dance for my build.
Magebane, yeah.
Magebane.
I'm gonna run the math on that. That's a good suggestion. I'm gonna check that out. But I think think it would be fine if they just knocked down the added chaos damage to like 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. All of those would still be just as OP as 29. Well, not just as OP, but like still would outclass.
Why is it 29 and not
alternatives.
30, by the way? This is so bullshit.
I know.
This is literally like... Why is it 29, though? I don't know.
Good question.
But yeah, for
Yeah.
me, like, Covenant-wise, I usually go Night Fae for Mythic Plus and for Raid, and Necrolord for PvP.
What?
We talked
That's a
about
different
Covenant,
game.
right?
I've lost.
Uh,
Oh, okay. No, I've never
Okay.
played this test because reasons.
I think
Ignite
this is also
better.
a good point for me to step out. I want to get to do some development work today, and I'm all hyped up on ideas and coffee now. So thank you for the discussions.
you-
Thank you for the thoughts. We really enjoyed
Very
talking to you,
passionate.
MB, and thanks for the thoughts, hfok and Catmaster, and congratulations again on your 100th podcast.
Well, I mean, I didn't do any work. I sat here and listened to you talk about Mage Blood.
No,
and I got some
you've been
insights.
working on your red spots, so that's also an important contribution. At least my cat is inspired. All right. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, guys. Bye.
All right.
And
all
goodbye,
right.
chat. Bye.
We're gonna get.
Thank you for inviting.
Yeah, thanks for coming and spending so much time, guys. The one and only NeverSync. If you're unfamiliar with the filterblade.xyz, it's the website where you can adjust your filter. And I don't think anyone runs any other item filters anymore in PoE. It's pretty much the best way to make an item filter. We're gonna get another fellow broadcaster in, and that is Mr. Art Crusader, who's been here on a previous episode already. Let's say hi. How's it going, Art? Hello, hello.
Well,
Testing. Super silent.
Answer.
Can you crank up some volume? I got you on 100% here. I mean, worst case scenario, I can still add some.
Do you hear me well?
I hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Oh yeah, it's also a little
just
bit
got home
louder than I
half an
thought.
hour ago. I was on a business trip and my hands are freezing off. But yeah, congratulations on episode number 100. It's crazy.
Thanks. Yeah, that's time flies. They grow up
He's an
so
old man.
fast.
He's an old man by now. You know, back when he started episode 1, he still had hair, and now look at him.
Did I? Wait, I'm gonna
No,
check.
probably not.
Wait, we're gonna check. We're gonna check.
Probably not.
Did I
I
have-
just tried to be nice, okay? Okay.
Wait.
Time flies by. Just wait for episode 250, then he's gonna have a gray beard.
I honestly
there
I
for
have
that one.
gray hair already in my beard, which is why I don't wear it long anymore. It's terrible.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 35.
Sheesh!
Yeah,
Damn!
old man cat.
I'm gonna be
Damn.
30 in like 2 months, so yeah, looking forward to that stuff.
Right, guys, here we got it. Faded Connections,
30.
episode number 1. And I did have hair, some hair. I also had a very glorious, juicy beard.
I mean, 35, you're not even old, you're kind of ancient.
In the gaming world, maybe, yeah.
You're ancient, you're daddy, PoE, whatever. Okay,
Daddy
is just
Catmaster.
the wrong name. It's just hey, when all of these like sugar daddy stuff came like public and stuff, you know, and then popular, then like calling somebody daddy, it just as a fun fact is like just sounding wrong, like whatever you use it. But yeah, it is what it is.
There's no right context for it.
You can call
No,
me
not
Cat
really.
Daddy.
Yeah.
I think the problem is with daddy. You know, if you say I'm a cat dad, that's totally fine. But if it's a cat daddy, then it's like, wait a second.
Kinky.
Yeah, I think it's the Y on the end, the daddy.
Maybe you've just been on the internet for too long and you've been ruined.
Yep, probably.
All right. Well, I haven't really had the chance to talk to you this league, Art. Have you been playing a lot of Path of Exile?
Yeah, I've not been streaming as much because I've been just stressed with work. But I've been giving hardcore another go actually. Hardcore trades, league start. I wanted to do some crazy stuff, kept ripping to like connection issues and such. So I've been very frustrated after like the 5th or 6th rip. I don't even remember at this point. But yeah, I mean, I got like half my challenges done in hardcore, then switched over to a private league, and now happily grinding away. Doing some lightning, summon raging spirits on a champion. I've been doing Bone Shatter Juggernaut. I'm playing that again because I enjoyed it so much. Slightly different, but yeah. Eternal Damnation is OP. Just saying.
What's Eternal Damnation?
That's the Emmy from Lucia that gives you half of your Chaos Res as Elemental.
Ah, the
Then
thing that you
production.
sell for a chaos or better to the vendor in trade league softcore. Ah, okay.
That one.
I remember. It's like I drop an item, you know, a price check, it's 1 chaos, then we're just gonna throw it back on the ground and wash your hands off because you picked up shit, right?
Everyone's gonna use it in Gauntlet, I heard today.
Yeah.
Just super broken defense.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely insane. Like you get like you play Jug, you have like 73 max res because it gives you -5, right? But still, like the power from that one item, absolutely batshit insane.
Yeah, I think there's like some hardcore things going on here. All I hear is like this amulet doesn't give damage, so I'm like, so what does it do?
Well, I mean,
then?
Mage Blood doesn't give damage. We're just talking about how OP Mage Blood is because you get all the defenses from the belt and then you can invest your tree into offenses.
That is true. But back in the days, you know, I was always the guy, like in my second, third league, right? I was always the guy getting like res cap, like life res on the amulet, on jewels and stuff. And a friend of mine that already had like 20 hours back in the days he always said, forget about it. Jewels, Abyss Jewels, Amulet, these are DPS spots, okay? If it's not like a mandatory unique that you build around, you know, because I was literally every amulet that I had back in the days was life resistance, you know? And now every amulet is like +2 and dot multi and whatnot. And every jewel is triple multi life or at least life resistance and double multi or something. There's no other jewel, you know, after I learned all of that, you know? And but he was always like inspecting my character. I was like, bro, stop using fucking resistance on your amulet. It's a curse, dude. It's a DPS spot. And since then, I'm like, okay, how much DPS does this amulet give? And your amulet that seems to be pretty bonkers and strong, it doesn't give damage, so I don't see a reason to take it.
Fair enough. I think
like
when you're talking about rare amulets, yeah, amulet is a damage slot. When you're talking about like unique amulets, sure, you could use something that's a little bit more defensive. Uniques are like a case-to-case decision.
Wait, there is actually this only Tulsa amulet, right? That gives you like an extra link, which is technically like almost in all scenarios your best amulet. But I bought this once and tried it once, but the big problem, the big downside is the mana cost. Like if you're not running a mage blood with reduced mana cost, you're like almost impossible. I think I tried to run it on Essence Drain, and my Essence Drain cost like 500 mana to cast. I was like, bro, what the fuck? But yeah, thanks to the additional link and the mana multiplier, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna use this amulet. It brings a lot of damage, true, but I cannot cast spells anymore.
Devouring Diadem every time. No problem. Just go EB.
Something.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah,
but I
but
didn't
you're
calculate
right.
the mana reservation thingy.
Whenever you decide to use like a unique in a slot, it has to be a pretty damn good one because you're giving up on a potential rare that might have insane stats, right? So I often see myself running like mid-budget options for uniques until later I find like that insane rare that's gonna fill that spot and be crazy.
Yep, which the belt slot doesn't deliver because we had this one before where you said like, yo, instead of a mage butt or a headhunter, you could use an insane rare belt. Like, well, there are not really insane rare belts if we're honest, because it's always the belt slot is always the one slot where you just check your resistance, life resistance, yeah. And then you have like maybe one modifier with like what is it, like a one-word modifier, 30% increased fire damage. Wow, you know, like Amulet really has this like benefit where you could say like, hey, if I'm a spellcaster, a +2 amulet is big damage. You know, you cannot get something like that on the belt because belt is actually a trash slot. But then we have Headhunter and Mageblood, so that's still gonna have its use case, right?
Just get one, right? It's that easy.
Like, what is a good belt if it's not life resistance? What belt modifiers are considered like a big power spike on the belt slot?
You mean you always want
Cooldown
life?
recovery?
Cooldown recovery is pretty good, yeah.
Flask effect duration?
True. Like, cooler recovery for custom crit build is a very, very good point. Okay, but this is only for custom crit builds.
Increased effect of
Or
flasks?
you're running a Stygian with decent stats, and you can drop those from elsewhere. Like, you get a good T1 Chaos Res roll. Maybe you don't have to run an Amethyst Ring. It depends on your build, honestly. Like what's a good stat entirely depends on that. Like, if I run a build that requires me to run like 4 uniques in other slots, then I'm happy to run a rare belt and get some resistances or strength or something like that.
That's what I'm referring to. It's like, it's your typical belt slot is to fix resistance in most cases, because it doesn't have this power spike of an amulet, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's like CDR, as you said, like CDR in custom crit builds, that's definitely a selling point. But all the other builds, like, you know, there's like life regen or life recovery or like a bit of flask effect and stuff. This is not like game breaking.
There's throwing speed for mines and traps, right?
True, you can get that with essences guaranteed, actually. Is that a suffix, though?
It is a suffix, I believe. Yeah, you can also craft it with June, I believe.
True, but then probably at a smaller value than from essences. I don't know which essence it is. Probably one of the special ones.
I
you get damage penetration during flask effect, but only 5%. That's kind of outdated.
It's the attack speeds essences.
Zeal. Yeah, right. Belt. Trap and mine speed
21%
18 to
trap and
21.
mine throwing speed. I think that's actually pretty insane.
I would like to see that they add cooler recovery rate as an influence modifier on gloves and helmet as well, but boots and belt. Because I think like every time like I play like Fire Burst or anything like that, I know I have 3 sources of CDR, which is the belt, the boots, and Abyss Jewels. And Abyss Jewel is only on like item level 86, and it's like 3%. So you need to stack a bunch of those to make them relevant. There is though a new modifier on the jewels, right? The what is it? The Balance of Terror. And it says if you cast temporal chains in the past 10 seconds, you get 25% CDR. And I'm running that currently on my Fire Burst, and it's actually insane. Like 25% CDR. I'm happy to press the temp chains for like once every 10 seconds. It's actually really good. But other than that, I think that it would be nice to have more sources, because obviously then every custom crit build, or the majority, I mean, they have Awakened custom crit though, which gives like a shit ton of CDR. But if in terms of like Fire Burst, you know, then you kind of not want to have like a Headhunter or something, because hey, this belt is kind of needed for CDR, I guess, you know. So it's actually, I would like to see that CDR is accessible on more items than just like belt and boots. That would be great.
Now the question is, if you add more sources, do you make certain builds just absolutely batshit insane? Like, I remember there was this one build that managed somewhat to have 100% CDR on focus, to have 100% mind over matter, and played with like 1 life. Look really, really silly, and it's probably a really stupid idea too, right? But I mean,
it's not stupid. If it works, it works. But this would be like the aspect of balancing, because GGG just does not like things that make you like immune or something, right? And if there is like builds, then they usually gonna fix it. For example, I played a life leech. What was it? That's like there was a timeless jewel note that said like you get less damage taken for X amount of life recovery rate or leech rate or something like that, and you could get this to 100%. So you could just have one like you were not leeching, since you were like petrified blood and stuff, so you were like over leeching, but you never really soaked up the leech instance, since you never really got damage, you know. So you played like Slayer or anything else that I think like the gloves of like what is it? Cortex was also like a spot where you could get like life recovery rate and stuff like that. But I tested this back in the days. I was like going into Delve, you know, I hit one single monster, and then I just went into the darkness. and I died on like, I think 2,500 darkness stacks. This is when my life leech went out. This took like 6-7 minutes. I hit one single monster with an attack, and then I was like immune to damage for 7 minutes straight. And you could like, you have 100% less damage taken. It's not like a reduced, so you just get half the damage. You're literally not taking any damage from any source. And instantly next league, dead. So if there is builds that I would say like, okay, if you can get 100% focus uptime and this enables like MOM and you have like 1 life and nothing kills you, then they probably gonna fix like a bit of like code and next league it's not gonna be there, you know. But if it's like a super niche build where there is like literally 3 people playing that in the current league, nobody gives a shit, you know. And this like life leech thingy, people told me that they were using that for deep delve since many leagues. But the problem is, once I played it, I made it way too public and everybody wanted to play it, and that's the reason why they had to say like, wait, now it's more than 20 people playing that shit. Now it's 1,000 people. So now sorry, we have to kill that now. It was more like one of the builds that stayed under radar basically for those kind of like deep delvers. It's always a shit content creators, man. They remove the fun in the game, dude.
We can't have fun, right? God
Nope.
damn it! Why is this game so unfun? Why do we keep
It's
playing?
It's like
No
always
fun
when people
allowed.
say like, "Hey, MB, can you not make a budget build?" No, I cannot make literally I cannot make a budget build, because if I spend 10 divines on a character or 5 divines and I call it budget, then I release a video, and if the build is actually good and more people play it, you're not gonna get the same items for 5 divines. Like, no fucking way. So no, I cannot make a budget build. You can have my budget build on the first 3 days of the league start, then yes, okay, then I have a tabby and stuff, but after that, it's just impossible for me. It just not possible.
I think that's the same thing that happened to Methil, right? Like, people were actively looking at what kind of builds Methil was playing, then buying all the uniques that he was using in his new build, and just trying to flip that with profit.
Yeah, I have to do the same. There was a point when it happened for the first time, I was proud of myself. I said like, yo, I've reached a state in PoE, a size, and people like my builds, and I'm actually influencing the market with the builds that I make. And when this happened for the first time, I think it was like the Auto Bomber, like the Assassin Auto Bomber, Herald of Ice, Herald of Thunder, with what was it, the Rippling Thoughts sword, you know, that you can proc with shield charge to still have everything automated like it used to be in the past. These items spiked by over 2,000% price increase.
What?
You know?
That's
And I'm
crazy.
sitting here. Yeah, I bought the web for like 10 chaos, and now afterwards it was like 6-7 exalts, you know, after the video. And I sat here and I was proud. I was literally making screenshots of PoE Ninja and send it to my friends on PoE, and I said like, yo bro, check this out, you know. But after that league, this is so annoying. I cannot talk about builds, I cannot show any PUBs, I cannot do anything like that. Because as soon as I say like, okay, what I need on the next build is a Void Forge Corruptor with Fortify. You know, I cannot say that. I need to buy it first, then I can talk about it, because on the next day, shit's gonna be like 10 times the price. So I'm not allowed, I always have to like pre-purchase all the items off stream that I want to use for the next build, because otherwise people are gonna flip on me and then I cannot afford to build anymore. So it sucks for other people because it's gonna get expensive. It's good for me in that case because I stick like 20 divines for a build. I play it for a couple days and then I sell it, and all of a sudden, instead of like 20 divines, I get like 70, 80 divines back because the price just changed in the last couple days, right? But it's just like such an unrewarding thing if you have a cool idea for a build and you try to do that and you cannot even talk about it because people are gonna flip the shit out of your ass. And this is like very annoying. And as I said, at some point it happened for the first time. I was proud of myself. I was like literally making screenshots. But after that, it happened more and more and more and more. And now it's like a fucking curse. And I would love to have this like removed.
Have you since done like Methil style? Have you done any like decoy builds where you like talk about a build that you want to do that you actually don't want to do? You just talk about it so people buy the items and then they get fucked when you don't do the build?
Not really, but there has been one league where I was actively talking about that the next build I want to do was like, I think Herald of Thunder Auto Bomber in a new version. And I was showing PUBs, I was showing everything. On the next day, I leveled up the character, and I wanted to buy the items. And then I checked, like, I made like 10 life searches from like the rings and all these kind of things, you know. And then I said, like, you know what? I cannot afford this build anymore. Literally, like yesterday, I could afford it, but today I cannot afford it anymore. So I said, like, I need to play something else. This happened one single time, and since then, I never show any PUBs of future builds anymore, unless I have already bought the core items. You know, rare items are no core items, right? So I can always like adjust them and make them cheaper or more expensive. But when it comes to like certain unique items, you know, I just have to buy everything up front. For my own good, you know, like for my own safety, basically, because I cannot like announce, yo, we're gonna level this build, and then all of a sudden I cannot play it because I cannot afford it anymore. It's like it's actually really annoying.
Life is unfair.
You have
Just
like the
not
same
okay.
thing with like currency making strats, where you like do you feel like you can't make or do the best currency making strats on stream because people are just going to destroy the market for you?
This is something I never like worry about, because I'm usually Alcan Go gamer and everybody can do Alcan Go, right? So in that case, no, this doesn't really bother me.
And other people like doing Alcan Go doesn't take away from your Alcan Go profits.
Yeah, exactly. But I think like it's more of an issue if my plan is to make a budget build or a more accessible build, because for some people, if I say, yo, it's a budget build, it was 10 divines, and it's like, oh, 10 divines, what the fuck, man? I have like 5 chaos on my stash, budget build 10 divines. What the fuck is this guy talking about, right? Sorry. But so I make a budget build and I spend like, let's say 15 divines. And then I make a video about it, right? And I say like, oh, this is my new character. It's a Death Oath / CA character, which I'm farming Magic Find with, and Crimson Temple. And I spent 15 divines. The most expensive parts was like the medium cluster jewels. They were like 2 divines a piece, you know. Next day I go in. The cheapest medium cluster was 10 divines. They bought up the entire market. So I tell people, this is a budget build. I built this for 15 divines. So if the guy says like he has like 13 divines on stash, he's like, hey, I could play MBX's build, you know, like this looks insanely cool. So he starts assembling a character, maybe levels up a character, and then all of a sudden, the items that I used, that I bought for 15 for the entire build, is now all of a sudden 60, 70 divines, and this is not budget anymore. So even though I made it budget, I cannot guarantee as soon as I upload the video that it's going to stay budget. And in 99% of the case, it's not going to stay budget. So I cannot really, produce a build where I say this is a budget build. I cannot. Because prices just change overnight, and all of a sudden it's not budget anymore. It's really like a curse if you want to actually do budget builds. And that's why I said like I'm just gonna showcase what I have without saying. I mean, I maybe say like how much I spend, but I'm not saying it's a budget build or anything like that, because I know reality, and reality is just completely different.
I think part of that is the approach to making builds, right? Because when I approach a new character, I often go by, okay, I have this thing in my bank right now. I do the SSF thing. I make an assessment. These are the items that I have. Do I have a character that I would be interested in playing? And then I start crafting or gathering resources to make that build happen. And it's different for you because you're like actually min-maxing every single character that you make, trying to make it the best, highest DPS, fastest build possible, right?
Yes.
Often with fun interactions, which is why they're flashy and really, really cool looking, because you're exploring like new possibilities of playing certain ascendancies, right? Which I enjoy a lot, right? But it's so different from what I'm doing, right? Like it's mostly SSF style. Even when I play a hardcore trade, I don't trade a lot, right? I try to just go by what I have and then sometimes funnel from elsewhere in there.
And this is exactly why every single event, everything that comes up that is not League Start, I'm playing solo self-fund. For example, I got the alpha version of Ruthless, right? I was in a testing team, basically. And I played solo self-fund Ruthless. Because the good aspect for solo self-fund is you don't care about the market. You don't care what other people have. You don't care what prices raise up, you know? You find an Exalt and you're like, hey, we're just going to slam my gloves because they have an open prefix, you know? Like, whatever I get is going to be fine. And the exact same way as you say, you play your, I don't know, like Essence Drain Contagion, like League Start kind of solo self-fund thingy because it works on a budget with only rare items. That's totally fine, right? But then all of a sudden you find an Impulsor and you're like, yo, like, what can I do with an Impulsor? Then I maybe find a Storm Secret. I'm like, bro, fuck it. I'm going to Auto Bomberman, you know? Then you find another item that you're like, oh shit, I could use this on that build. You know, this is the really good aspect that I really enjoy in every single event when I play solo self-found. I don't care about trade in anything else but League Start. And I also need to do it. I mean, I enjoy Trade League. I enjoy doing this min-max build. I really enjoy that. But you are also like kind of like content-wise forced, because if I would do it solo self-found, there is no way I could make as much content as I do on a regular basis, you know, because I just don't have the funds. I cannot just pre-buy 60 simulacrums to just make a week of simulacrum farming. I just cannot do that. So if I would be solo self-found gaming next league, my YouTube content would just like literally die. What should I do? Like a video every week? Like, for example, if I would play Ruthless, I would say fun-wise, I'd say I go Act 1 until maps in Ruthless solo self-found, okay? See how long it takes, what did I get, how many one links did I use this time around and whatnot, but I would not be farming maps or anything, because what should I do? Should I make a video, a build update, because I just found a rare amulet that has 5 life more than my magic version? This is like completely irrelevant, you know? So I would never be able to play something like Ruthless. Unless, like, if I say, hey, I want to go to maps and this is like a 4 or 5 days project, whatever you call it, right? And this is a fun thing and this is like limited time. But if I would say, hey, I'm going to start solo self-found Ruthless now, and my goal is to kill all pinnacle bosses, this could be a 2-month project. This is no fucking way I'm going to do that, right? First of all, I don't want to do it. And second, no content, whatever, you know? So it's like kind of sad. But I really like the solo self-found aspect where you just use what you get and try to make the best out of it, basically.
I mean, it's
Actually,
different content.
Yeah, I think it is different content. I agree with you. I think it's very different content because with what you normally put out and what you've just described, you actually open up your viewers' eyes a lot for the potential different ways of playing the game, and as well as they learn how to make a build running with a very budget-funded or limited crafting stuff that you can find in the solo self-found environment, where what you've just described, saying a 10 define or 15 define build, those will always get inflated because of how famous or how many people watch your videos. But whereas if you actually do a solo self-found version of a build that you're trying to run, that can never really get inflated because of how cheap the items are and how readily available in the trade economy.
Yes, but there are 2 points why I don't do that. First of all, I think there is way more content creators that are doing budget and solo self-found content rather than, like, how many content creators do you know that say, like, they don't mind playing a build for 10 mirrors? You know, there is, like, a very limited amount of content creators for that kind of aspect to bring the ultimate, craziest, sickest builds of all time, rather than the majority of content creators that are trying to help the community with budget approaches and with those kind of things. So I think everybody
because there's no audience for like top end mirror thing. There's like 10 people watching that shit, and the rest doesn't care.
Yeah, and that's why I have over 100,000 subs and you don't, because nobody watching that, right? It sometimes it's like I also like to
You
watch...
do more than top end build guides. You do gambling videos, and you also explain things, right?
That's the fun
like,
stuff.
I'm not saying that I don't want to like talk down your content or anything, right? That's not the intention. I'm just trying to say, you know, the actual practical application for top end build guides doesn't exist for most people. That's what I'm trying to say.
That is
true.
I
mean, they can take knowledge from that. They can be inspired by it. They can be like have something to aspire to, but they don't practically follow the build guide. Whereas obviously when you do something budget that anyone could do who just started the league, then there's like way more people who would potentially...
Yeah, but let me finish explain. So sorry if that shouldn't be like shots fired. It's just like when you say nobody cares about that high-end content, and this is not true. Because in the end of the day, I'm also watching race cars, even though like I like sometimes I open YouTube and watch like acceleration videos of like a Lamborghini and stuff like that, even though I cannot afford it, but I want to see it, you know? And this is like the same thing when it comes to like PoE with a build for 10 mirrors. Like, yeah, I cannot afford it, but I want to see how a build like that looks like. You know, how many screens can you clear? How fast can you map? I want to see, like, yo, I'm running a 1 div build and this guy has a 10 mirror build. I want to see how this shit actually looks like comparable to my build, you know? So sometimes it's not about affording it. It's just like, I want to watch it, you know? And then the second part, I personally don't even know. I think I'm actually goddamn garbage in solo self-found because I don't have enough experience with it. I know how to make currency. I know how to craft endgame items. I know what I'm looking for on items. So I know that kind of part. I know how to awaken orb craft and do those kind of things. But if I play solo self-found, you know, I think I'm actually a garbage player when it comes to solo self-found because I only allowed to use what I find, right? And if I watch like Alkais or anybody like that, or Ben, for example, right? They have so crazy gear with solo self-found stuff, and I'm like, dude, how do you even get to that kind of stuff? You know, like for being a solo self-found effective player, you need to know where can you cut and how to be effective with the limited amount of currency that you have. Where I have no experience when it comes to that department, because for example. League day 1, I have like maybe a divine, you know. League day 2, I probably have 10 divines. A week after league start, I probably have 100 divines. Just because the pure amount of hours I spent, right? So this like solo self-found aspect only hits on the first, let's say, 12 hours of the league start for me. And I do not say that just because I want to say like, yo, I'm the alpha giga chat that has a lot of currency early on. That's bullshit. I know people that farm mage blood on day 1 where I'm not even close to that. You know, like I'm not even at maps. This guy is already a mage blood, right? But I'm just saying, it's like, I think I'm just gonna be garbage at doing things in the solo self-found way in this kind of matter. But I say like I don't know how to get certain items going. Should I actually farm heist? I don't like heist. Should I farm some fossils maybe to get that, or just essence and try to slam like life essences on an item and hope for the best possible resistance? You know, so there's like these two facts that. Well, I personally don't want to do like this solo self-found kind of like build content kind of thingy.
Mm-hmm. I mean, your comparison works, right? The one with the race car, because
Yeah,
that's
of
what
course.
a lot of those softcore builds look like in reality. And for sure, there's an audience for this zoomy content, or you wouldn't be where you are, right? I like it when you can diversify and actually learn how it works when you don't have that engine running behind, which is, you know, I ran 50 maps in the last hour, and I'm buying like the entire trade stock in essences. Hyperbole, of course, but I mean, that's a different approach to crafting, right? When you play SSF, you have to like target farm actually, because you know, okay, I want to craft this cluster. These are the fossils that I need to have the best potential outcomes, right? And then you go and run a little bit of delve, although you might hate it. Like
This
me,
is exactly
right?
the thing. I have never crafted a cluster jewel in my life. I open PoE trade, I put in the stuff that I need, and then I see how much it costs, and then I just buy it. I've never crafted a cluster jewel.
You could
for
save
example.
so much money, Emmy. I
Yeah.
swear to
Make
God,
so
just
much
go on
money.
Path of Exile and click on the notables that you want and see what happens. You're gonna save so
100%.
much.
And as I say, like I'm never gonna play hardcore. Like solo self and hardcore is like the elite shit that I just not be able to do, right? But I like the solo self on thingy. And as I said, every event that comes up, you know, mayhem, whatever event, gauntlet, ruthless, whatever, I always play solo self on because I don't want to get pressured by the market. But if it comes to league start, I will never be able to play anything else but softcore trade because my YouTube content would completely die. You know, I cannot produce content in the way that I grew my channel with. You know, I cannot just buy 1,000 stack decks and open them for fun. No, there's just no way, right? But I do say I am
you played
interested in
Heist,
solo
you could.
self-fund. Yeah, but 1,000
Maybe a
stack
week
decks
of
was just
Heist
like
farming, you
one
know?
example. But let's say 3,600 ancient orbs.
Mhm.
Like, have fun with that, you know? So
Yeah.
it would be interesting, but I would rather say like, yo, I'm gonna blast a month straight solo softcore trade, do all this stuff, try all the builds, the new skills, do it the way that I do, you know, a bit of gambling and stuff. And then once I'm like bored and like, I don't feel like playing anymore, then that would be the point where I say like, you know what? Let's start fresh over. Let's play solo self-found. Let's play ruthless. Let's do those kind of things until I'm burned out and I'm saying like, okay, that's enough PoE for this league. We see us next league again, right?
Time for some Torchlight Infinite, right?
It's a fun game though.
I've
played
never
it?
tried it. Like, I played Torchlight 1 and 2, and regrettably, I bought Torchlight 3, but I didn't try that one yet.
Yeah, I was
Have you
having fun
played
with
it,
that. Like,
MB?
yeah, there was league start on the 12th of January.
Did you get
yeah.
sponsored for it?
As well, yes, but I would have played it regardless because it's fun.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you at your size, I would just try and reach out to the things to them and
Yeah,
be like,
it was a win-win situation for me because it's also like I love the vanilla Diablo 3, for example, right? And I just hate the current state of the game. But still, if there is a season start, the first 3 days or 4 days grinding is super fucking amazing. I'm just too lazy to try to grind primal ancient items to make a min-max build. I don't want to do that, right? But this first, like, getting through a campaign, doing your tier whatever, trying some greater rifts, doing like your seasonal achievements, doing that kind of stuff until this point where I say, like, now I need to run greater rifts to level up my gems. Now I need to farm primal ancient. This is when I stop. But the first 3-4 days is actually super fun, and this is like the same, like league start is the first 2 weeks of the league is like the most amazing time. Not only because you're had a PoE break and you're super hyped, you want to test out the new stuff. You open your friend list and 100 people are online. It's not like now when I log in 1.5 months into the league and there's like 2 people online on the friend list and 1 in the guild, and this guy's like playing 3 months straight. But you log in, everybody's hyped. We're all sitting in the same boat, and it fucking drives our sales to like fucking happiness, right? And I say like Torchlight, even though I have like probably like a 50 or 60 hours by now, which is like not even remotely comparable to anything else from the games that I play. But being this complete Omega noob, not having an idea is just a different streaming experience for me, because it's not that people ask me questions all day long about the builds and about crafts and about that. It's me sitting here asking chat all day long, how can I do this? What is that? What is this? What is that? I have one build so far, and I know the possibilities in Torchlight is very similar to PoE about how much builds you could play or you can play, and they also have like fist conversion and all these kind of things, But I decided to play an Ignite build. Like, I just like my Ignite builds, what should I say?
Of course.
And it works completely different in Torchlight because you need base Ignite damage. I'm not going to go into detail here, but I started this build last season and I played like 30 hours and I was like, okay, I'm killing monsters. That's fine. I have like some ice shot GMP chain kind of setup. So everything was just burning at shit single target. But I started this season again with this build because I had at least some experience of building that character, even though I know it's like, it's so similar to PoE in that aspect where the first thing you play is like, I don't know, like a Cyclone Slayer or a Juggernaut with like, and then you learn the basics of the game and just try to get to maps. And next season you play the same build again because you already have some knowledge about the build. So you probably try to be better than last time. And once you get like better and better and you reach endgame and you beat endgame, this is probably the point when you say like, okay, let's try out a different character to see more of the game. Maybe the character that I'm currently playing is complete, utterly garbage that I just don't know because I haven't played any other builds, right?
Right.
But as long as I'm not stuck, I'm actually enjoying it. Yeah, it's actually
How
fun,
would you sell Torchlight Infinite to someone who has never played it? Was like, is there anything where you're like, hey, if you've played PoE and you like this or that aspect of the game, you should try Torchlight Infinite because? Is there something that you can say like that?
It's a bit hard because, first of all these ARPGs are really similar because you cannot like, it's like all Diablo clones, Diablo 2 clones, for example, right? Because the ARPG genre will not really change at all, but the Torchlight has a bunch of like quality of life things. For example, one button to identify all your stuff. Like, hey, can we have this in PoE finally? I mean, it's like a little bit outdated with like this, like identifying stuff and shit like that, right? I think the quality, the smoothness of the game is definitely like insanely cool. Like I have like 140 FPS, whatever I do, whatever crazy speed build I play, and in PoE it looks a bit different. As soon as you have like more explosions going on or more mob density and stuff like that, your FPS, goes down quite significantly. But I think I feel it's like a great side game, or I would say it's a more casual way of PoE, which is like more in-depth than something like Diablo, right?
It still delivers a lot of diversity, but it's still a lot easier to pick up than, for example, Path of Exile. So I would say it is a more casual way. So if people enjoy Path of Exile, but they just don't have the time to spend 10 hours every day mapping, then they could definitely give Torchlight a go, because it is a very fun game with a lot of aspects of PoE when it comes to like the builds that you can play. One thing I have to say is the power spike that you get is ridiculous. Like, this is something that just doesn't exist. I mean, getting a new best in slot item for your character gives you a power spike. Yeah, that's true in PoE, right? You play like a Cyclone Slayer and you finally get a better weapon with like a 200 fist DPS more than your old one. You're going to have like a lot more DPS, right? But in Torchlight, there is a target dummy where you can see your DPS. And I remember last time I played, I was sending at a target dummy, had like 3.5 million Ignite DPS, right? So I was just shooting at this guy and 3.5 million. Okay. And then I mapped and I got like 1 or 2 additional items. And then I had like 51 million DPS. So, you know, at some point you swap out one item and you have like 20 times the damage that you had before. So the power spikes in this game are ridiculous. Like, honestly. And
That
all of a
sounds
sudden,
like
like,
some Diablo level of power creep, to be honest.
that was like, it's insane. Like, I remember there was like the league mechanic is like some I call it Tentacle Island, because it's like a floating city where you have to kill a boss in order to get the loot chest, right? That you build up throughout the league mechanic. And I remember with my build in the start with my 3.5 million DPS, I think I had like took like 5-6 minutes. It actually felt like a raid encounter, really, you know. And then I bought this new weapon, my best in slot weapon, and all of a sudden I killed this guy in 10 seconds. So it's actually like really ridiculous when it comes to the power spike, and
Sounds
it's kind
super
of
challenging.
interesting, but also like super fun to play as well, because that enables you to run higher and harder content, right?
I think that's what I like about Path of Exile, to be honest. There are notable power spikes, especially when it comes to insanely powerful items like Mage Blood, or you know, you find that 800 PDPS X after you've been sporting that random 600 Despot X, right? And the power spikes are less notable most of the time, and the challenge keeps up, right? You notice this especially when you play solo self-bound or builds that are not as strong or on a lower budget. And I think it respects your time a lot, right? Because when you're struggling beating a particular boss in a game, and then it shits out an item, and suddenly you deal 5 times the damage, and suddenly you melt that boss. It feels like you just cheated the game, to me.
Yes.
Personally.
Yes. That's
And-
what I felt when I bought the weapon. Like, all of a sudden, I had so much damage that I was running an entire clear setup and still had like 20 times the damage that I had before with a pure single target setup. So it actually really felt like cheating for me, because the power spike was so ridiculous. It's not like that I know from PoE that I say like I have one upgrade and now I do like 20% more damage. So instead of like 1 million, I do 1.2 million. So you notice you have more damage, but here it's like, let's say you have I don't know, like any Cyclone Slayer that has 10 million DPS. Then you equip one item and all of a sudden you have 300 mil DPS. You know, and you just do an Uber Elder in like less than 2 minutes. And before that, you had like 6-7 minutes if you could do it. So the power spike was something that was actually a bit out of hand. But I think the game Torchlight focuses more on people having fun instead of trying to make a balanced meta or something. So it's kind of completely different in that aspect, I guess.
Well, it's also early access, right? I mean, they're not done yet.
Well, it's the second season, so
I could chip in a little
Right,
bit more
but it's
for
not
that.
fully released, right?
It's not. I think MB Extreme hasn't gone into the chaos version of the Torchlight Atlas, let's call that. And that one, even with the spike, it seems like it doesn't make sense at first, but then as soon as you flip into the harder endgame version, it actually requires you more than that 20 times DPS. And I actually find that spike is a bit too spiky in any ARPG that I normally play. So normally I would expect, like what Art just said, 20% is a very big upgrade. Normally you upgrade your character by 10% every bit, right? And at the end of the day, you might just double your damage instead of 20-fold and that is not even capable of doing the end game or uber content in Torchlight. Even getting to the cap of that target dummy normally doesn't mean you can actually clear all content. And that is how
actually
spiky.
true. And that is the reason why I didn't cover that, just because I unlocked last time I streamed Torchlight, I unlocked all the areas to time mark 7. Okay? So people already told me have fun getting time mark 8 because this is like a bazillion times harder than time mark 7. You know, so I haven't seen this content. I was doing my first Traveler, which is like the kind of like the Cyrus, more or less in PoE, where you have to farm like map bosses or like end bosses, and then once you have like 4 unlocked, then you can spawn the end boss more or less. So I would say like Cyrus equivalent. And once I had like my 50 million DPS, you know, I killed this guy first try, deathless, and I was like, it wasn't even hard, you know. And then I tried the leak mechanic boss, the tentacle guy. And this guy, you know, he killed me twice, and I had him down to like 95% after fighting him for a minute, you know? And I said, like, you know what? That's it. I'm not going to spend more experience here trying to fight this boss. And then people said, like, yeah, it is recommended having like a solid 300, 400 mil DPS to fight this boss. And I'm sitting here feeling fucking overpowered with my 50 million. So this is the kind of like power spike that he's referring to, right? So all of a sudden, I think like I'm fucking OP. Then I open this like new league mechanic boss, and dude, I'm just fucking bad at this game. Like my character fucking sucks against this, you know? So apparently this is something I haven't seen yet, but there is endgame content that requires you to have like a billion damage or whatever, and then you have like decent damage, not like insane damage. You have decent damage against those kind of like monsters or whatever. So, but I'm lacking the experience there because I haven't seen it yet.
Just find 2 more of those items and you're gonna be good.
But the thing is, what I like about this like Atlas that Torchlight has, like the mapping system, right? It is super straightforward, and you don't have to like think about too much about it. It's literally like you do a map, and there's like these are the bosses are called Watchers, right? It's like the zone boss more or less. So you just, and then it says like, yo, it's you need to kill 6 map bosses to activate the Watcher, right? So you just run 6 maps in that zone, you kill the Watcher, the guy, and then you can up your maps by 1 tier, and you go from time mark 1 to time mark 2, which is like harder, right? And then it says like requires 7 bosses to upgrade. So you kill like 7 bosses, and you kill the guy, and then you're time mark 3, and you just continuously do that. I felt like I was not watching any guides. I said like, I'm gonna just play and try to do whatever I can. Until to the point where I get stuck, and then I'm probably going to watch a guide. But as of right now, being time mark 7, like scratching on or starting to see the end game, I have not felt that I'm stuck somewhere. Might be because I have quite nicely experience on Path of Exile, and I'm mainly playing ARPG games, so I know most of the stuff. Or it's just like very straightforward, and you just keep on grinding, you know? And like unlocking all these zones and just killing the Watchers and the Guardians and whatnot, you know, it's like, it's a super simple but very effective way of like mapping, and I never felt like the way that I need to do something specific. Even though I'm playing it like solo self-found wise, that I never like buy anything to juice my maps or buying anything of that, you know, just like grinding, sell my stuff, buy upgrades, and keep on grinding, and you just consistently do that. So at that point, it's like very, very good.
I mean, that's fair. You've been playing ARPGs for thousands, if not tens of thousands of hours. Some of that skill should translate to a new ARPG that you try out, right?
Should be, hopefully.
I mean, but the thing is, you can only experience a new game for the first time once, right? And I've been holding off with Torchlight Infinite for a while. I think I want to give it a shot. I'm just not sure if I want to stream it. Because everyone's already experienced now and it's going to tell me, hey, go here now, go there now.
Yeah, you don't want the backseaters in chat. But you can like say no backseating, or put that in the tags, and like let your mods ban anyone who backseats. Or, like, you know, there's ways around that. And there is not a market, but an audience for like people want to see people like
a new player struggling.
Well, not struggling, but like people would like to see someone exploring it on their own terms, basically.
yeah, kind of like reinforce the feelings they already hold for the game, right? Like see me enjoy.
Kind of, yeah.
content
You
they
can
already
live
enjoy.
vicariously through someone else. Like you said, you can only play a game for the first time once. But when you watch, watch someone else play it for the first time, you can like relive that joy to some degree. A and B,
true.
it's just interesting to see what different people, what kind of different takes they have, and I have the same thing with movies. Like I like a lot of movies and I want to watch them with my little sister because she hasn't seen them yet, and then I get to re-experience them through her eyes a little bit, right? And
That's wholesome. Yeah,
is wholesome.
I've had similar experiences with video games, like watching someone play Dark Souls 3 for the first time, and they're stuck on a boss that I've been stuck on for like 2 days, and struggling, getting angry about it. Yep, I've been there. I felt that. That's me.
Yep. But boys, I have to drop out now. I need to do a couple of things, and I get a visit soon.
Ooh,
So,
visit.
thank-
Aha. Top secret here.
I get visits every day.
MBX dating.
So good luck for the last like 40 minutes getting into the
Ah.
finish line. Thanks for having me.
We're gonna get it
And,
done.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, imagine stopping it right now, 40 minutes before. You're like, hey, I'm 23 hours. I can't do it any longer. Like, no second. That would be
I
sad.
just claim it was a 24-hour stream anyway because I was live an hour before the podcast started, so it's fine.
True. Let's do it like that. All right, boys. Peace out and thanks for.
Peace, MB.
Right.
GG's.
Yeah. Ooh, lizards here. Damn. Yeah, I mean, if you guys wanna hop on, I mean, sure. Like, I would have liked to plan that before. What do you say, Art Crusader? Should we get my mods on?
Get all the boys in.
Get all the boys in. The more, the merrier. Sure. Let's see.
Still feeling nice and comfy. You're awake.
I'm like that's what I said yesterday. It's like I had this really weird sleep schedule where I got tired already at 8 p.m. in the evening. So I started the stream yesterday at 5, and then I got super tired in the first couple hours of the podcast, and then like progressively as the stream went on, I just got more and more awake, right? And now I'm like almost as if I had slept, right? Like also I had just a coffee because I had a headache because of the lack of sleep. But now the headache is gone because of the caffeine, and now I'm just sitting here and chilling. Like it's all good, right? I could continue. How many mods though? Well, I was thinking about getting Lizard and Gurk, and if you want to come on, Joe, as well. Right? I mean, Balder as well. Does Balder even voice chat?
It's just gonna come on and be muted. That's fine.
I have very little to add. Yeah, Gurkenbaum said he had a lot of things to say, and Lizard, I don't know. Lizard seemed. I said earlier that he wanted to catch the end of the stream. No, but like you guys play a lot of PoE. You have legit perspectives, even if you're looking from the perspective of someone who plays only like a limited time per day. That doesn't delegitimize your perspective, right? It actually makes it more valuable to us because it is a perspective that we can't see, right? Or at least speaking for myself, I can't see how you can play
From
PoE
our
for 2 hours a day.
towers. Yeah.
Right. Just let me find the link.
By the way, I don't know how you do this. Like, I tried a 24-hour stream once, and after 17 hours, I had to cut it because I was just so tired. And I was pumping myself full with this stuff right here, right? Which is not very healthy, but it has caffeine.
Yeah,
So-
but the problem is it also has a lot of sugar, and sugar gets your blood sugar up, and then your insulin, and then your blood sugar crashes, and then you get like
that's
super
true.
hungry again. And the same with caffeine, honestly. I didn't drink coffee until like I think like 10 hours ago I started or something. But you really don't want to start the stream with caffeine because then you have to keep pushing yourself with caffeine, and otherwise you crash. That's like the really bad thing about caffeine. But,
yeah, I had like 6 hours of sleep last night. We were out drinking, and I think I was in the hotel room at like 3 in the morning. and we had to like check out by 10. So yeah, fun.
Wait, Lizard's not even on in the Discord. Oh well.
Maybe he's one of the sneaky ones who turned themselves invisible.
Hey, sure. Philion, if you want to hop on, feel free to hop on. There's people who play PoE for 2 hours a day. Yeah, it happens. I mean, better 2 hours per day than nothing, right? Although, like I said many times on stream already, at a certain time in my life where I was working a full-time job, I didn't feel particularly like playing Path of Exile because I just couldn't play as much as I would have liked, right? Set up the camera.
The real
you can
OGs are decorating their hideouts. They're not playing the game. Everyone knows this.
All right, we got Aphelion back for the last stretch of the stream. Welcome back, Aphelion. How's it going?
Hey.
Hello. Good day, sir. Good morning to you, I guess. Suppose. And we got my longtime loyal mod and entertaining meme creator and pioneer of critical thought, Gurkenbaum. Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Catmaster, how you hanging in there, man? Almost
Pretty
there.
good. Yeah, now I could go for another 10 hours. That's the problem. Like 10 hours ago, I would love to go to sleep.
You guys heard it.
All right, I have an idea. All right, so we got a half hour left, right? Catmaster, you've been talking for 23 hours and what?
Well, I wasn't talking the
minutes.
last 3 hours. Basically, MB Extreme did 95% of the talking. That guy is a machine.
I honestly wasn't sure where to jump in the conversation. I think I was supposed to be on like an hour ago, and I was like, he's got it. He's good.
Wait, really? I thought you were like only like supposed to be.
No, that's what I put in the doodle.
Yeah, no, I thought like you're picking one of the 2 slots that you marked, and I didn't expect you to come back on, but you're like very welcome, of course, to come back on.
All right, well, I have an idea. I have an idea to wrap this up for you. So, you've spent 100 episodes, all right, doing Fated Connections, asking tons of questions, leading lots of great conversations. Now it's our turn. We're gonna do a Catmaster AMA.
Sure, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna go first. All right, I'm gonna go first. What kind of plant is that behind you? And does it have a name?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it has a botanical name. It's a Diefenbachia. I don't know how to pronounce it in English. It's a Diefenbachia. It's actually sort of toxic plant, actually. It's also
toxic. Of course, you'd have a toxic plant on his stream. Of course, you would.
Very fitting, yeah.
It also has like some sort of parasitic infection that I need to treat, and it's like completely grown out of control, and I need to fix it. Like I need to.
So it's not toxic enough, is what you're saying.
I need to cut it into parts and like. I'm gonna turn this into 4 plants, and then I'm gonna give one to my sister, one to my brother, and you know.
Usually most people like when they're on their Twitch streams, they have like interesting backgrounds with like displays, gaming posters, all kinds of things that they love, they're proud of, they love showing. Catmaster's got a toxic plant, so I think that tells you everything you need to know about him.
Well, it's not that toxic. It's just like you don't want to touch it and then not wash your hands or like rub your eyes with it or something like that, right? It's like
just put like a blight tag in front of it. It's fine.
All right, our Crusader.
Branching.
Catmaster AMA, go.
Yeah, Lizard is sitting in my.
Favorite burger.
Oh yeah, go for it.
What's your favorite burger, Catmaster?
My favorite burger. Can I name 3? Oh god, it's gonna be okay. So the worst one of the top 3 would probably be a Big Tasty Bacon. I mean, I hate McDonald's with a passion, but McDonald's in Germany is kind of not that bad, and Big Tasty Bacon has that really fucking tasty sauce with the fake smoke flavor in there. But that's, whatever. Then rank 2 would be the Five Guys burger, right? Five Guys double cheeseburger with grilled champignons, mushrooms, some grilled onions, raw onions, and all that stuff. And the best burger is probably my own homemade smash burger on a brioche bun. It's really, I prefer it to the Five Guys, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay. Homemade burgers, that's fair.
Yeah, and the cast iron pan, like they press it in there and like, oh, it's good shit. Oh, I'm gonna make some of those.
Makes me miss Bond a little bit.
At least I can agree. The burger that you made for me last year or 2 years ago was amazing. He
Is
knows
that already
how.
2 years ago? Yeah,
Well,
but that
yeah,
was like a
but-
bought
and it's
patty.
general.
That was not like homemade patty, but I mean,
You
those
made
patties
it.
were good.
You made it taste pretty good.
I'm glad you liked it.
hmm
Uh,
The sparrows still haunt me. They will forever haunt me.
the sparrows were extremely good. Yeah, they fell off the bone. That was. I thought a little bit overdone because I kind of like it if you can lift them on the bone, but it also has a certain appeal when the meat is that tender. Right.
All right, we have an AMA question from chat. Cat expressed strong feelings for PoE speeding up, and he was looking forward to Ruthless for its slower speed. What is his opinion now that it's been out? That's a question from Respect Broccoli.
Yo, what up, Lizard? By the way, I'm quickly gonna answer that question. I like Ruthless, but it's not gonna replace the regular game for me. Like, I like Ruthless and the change of pace and the change of objectives, where you're like looking to get the gems and you're like have smaller goals when it comes to item acquisition, and you're like happy to get those done. I haven't played enough Ruthless to have a full opinion on it. Like, honestly,
Muted.
I'm muted.
I'm unmuted. Joe says Echo Lizard. Am I echoing?
No, it's all good.
Echo Lizard. Damn, that was rough, Joe.
Was there an echo? No, there's.
I
no
don't
echo.
know. He's still in the chat.
Well, I don't see you wearing headphones, so I assume there's an echo because you're using speakers. But apparently, you got the mic
Wrong
threshold.
headphones. I just
It's fine.
jumped on.
I don't hear anything. It's fine. It's fine.
But I can headphone if you guys want me to.
I don't hear any
I have
sound
no
problems
end.
at all.
What's going on, Lizard? All right, we're doing Catmaster AMA here. Who's next?
I have a
Yeah.
question.
So like, what's my opinion now? Ruthless is great, but it's not replacing the general game. I need to play more Ruthless to have a better opinion on it. Sorry, just wanted to conclude. You can ask the next question if you want to continue the interrogation.
I'm only here to derail this entire conversation. Who is your favorite moderator?
Oh God.
I got my thoughts for this one.
I can't have like a favorite moderator like across the board. You guys are differently competent at different things.
Cop out. That's a cop out.
Yeah, cop out.
Cop out.
Oh, Catmaster.
Yo.
Just mod Aphelion
Oh, no.
and states him.
Easy clap, yeah. No,
Dodged.
you guys are doing different things that are getting the best out of me, right? Like, you're pushing me from different sides into different directions, and if you have like three forces pushing from three different sides, then like it's a stable thing. But like if one falls away, then the two push it over into that direction where the missing person isn't pushing. Wow, I can't English. Anyway, who's my
There's an
favorite
acronym
mod?
of forces.
I already gave you more of an answer than that question deserved, honestly.
Well, I agree with Balder. Lizard, of course. It's obviously Lizard.
Kind. There's
Obviously,
much
Lizard is my favorite mod.
Well, he's the only one deserving of this. Look at his
Sure.
dog. How can you not love this man?
All right, next question. Next question. Who's next?
I'll ask. Why do you start the Fated connection, or how did you start it? This is
All
the
right, that's a
100th
really
episode.
easy
How
one.
did it start?
I kind of always was fond of PoE podcasts, right? Like when I started, the first podcast I watched was the one hosted by Zeno and Pox, and I think Ziggy was also on the roster back then. The State of Exile, and then later on there was Lion Eyes Watch, which was hosted by Project PT and Hegemony, and I think Lifting Nerdbro was on there for a time. Like Gazzy was part of the I don't know exactly what the story was back then. And like one of the best ones was Morse and Noogie's Coffee Talk that went on for so long. I honestly can recommend rewatching the entire series because the conversations between Morse and Noogie were always spot on. And yeah, it may not be relevant because the game changed so much since they were talking about the current state back then, but like the conversations were so good. How did I start? Basically, there was this fellow Path of Exile streamer called WaifuGate, who later went on to stream Magic the Gathering and got partnered there and had like a fair bit of success there before he quit streaming, more or less. I mean, he's still streaming casually. And WaifuGate approached me and said, "Hey, Catmaster, we should do a podcast." And I was like, "Sure, why not? Let's try it." And then we started, did one episode, went pretty chaotic, but then like he set us up to directly have a guest for the second episode. And I think the first guest we had was, was it ASCII or someone like that? Or Don the Crown? But then third episode, directly Slippery Jim was on, and that was the most epic episode because Slippery Jim trolled us so hard. Like he was like, he had constantly had this smile on, and every time you'd ask him a question, he would try and derail the conversation. Like he had this really like cheeky, evil energy back then. Yeah.
Sounds like a thing Slippery Jim would do, yeah.
Yeah, and then like it just went on from there. Like I think episode 5 or so was the one we had Balor on for the first time, and then episode 8 or so was the first one I did without WaifuGate because he stopped playing Path of Exile, and then tried around with different setups. Tried to get Octavian as a co-host, but Tarky was faster, and then I had to opt for Balamage. I really.
This is definitely not getting clipped, right, boys?
I love Balor. Balor is amazing, like on his own terms. But obviously, like for obvious reasons, I did think that Octavian was very competent and would have made a great co-host for the Fated. But then he was already co-host of Bayclast, and we had Octavian on numerous episodes. Sorry, that was the third time I talked over you and didn't understand what you were saying. Sorry, Lizard. What did you say?
I said, how many steps?
How many steps?
Yeah.
14.
Have you done some steps since Tarky was on at all? Some stepping in place?
Yeah, I mean, I walked to the bathroom and I walked downstairs for my cat, and I got a coffee, but that coffee is empty now.
All right. Next question. Okay. Open up a web browser, Catmaster, like Chrome or Firefox, whatever you use. Type the letter P and read me off the first 3 suggestions.
What?
P. First suggestion is trade Path of Exile. Second suggestion is Pro Genesis PoE Wiki. And third suggestion is Pro Genesis PoE Wiki with a wrong spelling of Pro Genesis.
Perfect. New build confirmed.
I mean, I could show you literally. Like, I mean, this is really not. Just so you guys don't know that I don't cheat here with my history. Wait,
you just delete it regularly. We understand.
Exactly. No, like here. There's PayPal,
pretty
Chrome
sure.
Predictors, Sentinel, Sanctum, PayPal, PoE Racing, PoE Lab, multifunctional keyboard cleaning brush 5-in-1. Yeah.
Damn, you have a safe for work search history. That's crazy.
Incognito tabs OP.
What's that? What's that background in your browser?
All right, one person at a time.
You definitely have more than one browser installed, and this is the clean one. You have a hidden one somewhere that you're not sure.
It's a different browser, right, for streams.
Yeah.
It's just separate.
All right, who's next? Art.
In fact,
favorite Path of Exile league.
Oh God.
Or do top 3 if it's too difficult.
Betrayal, hands down, Betrayal, best league ever. Other than that, Betrayal, I guess I should somewhere include Delve in the top 3 because Delve was the only league I ever played to level 99. Well, I mean, outside of like, getting level 100 in softcore trade with the boys and breach zones, but that doesn't count.
What is it about Betrayal that makes you say that's my favorite?
It was an intricate system. Well, it was mostly the epicness of the Forsaken Masters betraying you and the return of the audience favorite, like the crowd pleasing Alva, Einhar, and Nico, right? Because we didn't know at the time that we'd get Alva back and we'd get Einhar back and we get Nico back because it was just at the end
That's
of Delve
true.
League, and we were looking for okay, what is the next league? And kind of sad that Delve is gone, but you know maybe it'll come back in the future. But what does the next league have? And then they came out with this sick ass trailer where you know the Immortal Syndicate, and it was right after Diablo Immortal had been announced, and then you had this line in the trailer where they say they claim they are immortal. We must prove they are not. And you had June like from behind killing that captured person on their knees, and it's just the trailer is epic. It's like best.
I remember now. Yeah. You know, Betrayal League was the season when my friends bullied me out of playing solo self-found after I played that for 2 years straight. They're like, Art, you never play trade with us. We're your friends. Come play with us. So I was like, okay, you got me. I start playing trade with them. And what do you know? 2 weeks in, they quit. All 3 of them.
Typical.
Betrayal League in a nutshell, right? So
ironically, though, I played Betrayal for 2 weeks in HCSSF. I died to Tora, to her wind-up shot, and then I rerolled in softcore trade because I wanted to do a build guide for my Frostblades build. And I actually got 3 exalts from 1 Betrayal member drop in softcore trade while leveling. It's insane.
Sick. Yeah, I think drops have changed so much, right? Like back then, you were happy to find 1 exalted orb in like a couple hours or something, right? And now you're like, oh look.
Yeah, if I don't get 5 divines per hour, I'm wasting my time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Favorite build outside of Deathloop. Everybody knows you love Deathloop.
Favorite build. I don't love DevSolve. It's just so comfortable. You always gravitate towards it, especially if you like play a lot. It doesn't require button presses. You just zoom through the map and everything explodes. Favorite build. Probably Toxic Rain something. I mean, Caustic Arrow, Toxic Rain I played a lot as well. That was also the build that I got to 99 with in Delve, so I'd have to name that. But I don't really feel that positive about it right now. I can't name, like, off the top of my head, like a... I guess all-time favorite probably Essence Drain Contagion. Like, Essence Drain Contagion, when you were still able to get Contagion AoE really big and it chained through half the map, basically, was really good.
Did you ever try strength stacking Essence Drain?
No, I did a strength stacking Shrapnel Ballista that was bad enough.
Well, you could get AoE from Elder Maces for having strength. And at one point I was trying, using Repentance Gloves and that Elder mod on a mace and do an Essence Drain build with that. And like the AoE was insane. It was so fun. I miss Essence Drain. Bring it back, please.
I never liked that.
It was...
Yeah, I mean, in a way that it's actually playable in endgame, like actually scale it up.
Didn't Kavarusku play for the 5th time in a row Essence Drain champion in Gauntlet? Like he does that always. Drain champ.
Might have to check that out then.
You know, with Path of Exile, a lot of times the things that are not at the top of the, at the meta, they're not that much worse, but they're just perceived so much worse because they're not at the top. But they're still, like, fairly good. But, I don't know. I'd have to ask Carve. But I'm pretty sure if he, even if he could 2 leagues ago pull it off on Champion, you can play Essence Drain Contagion on Trickster or Occultist and it will be good. Maybe not Gauntlet viable good, but it will be good.
Game that you wish you could play if it weren't for PoE.
Sorry, I didn't. Game that I wish I could play. What?
Yeah, do you have a game in your Steam backlog or something that you wish you could play, but you're too addicted to PoE to change?
Oh, I have a ton of games. I even wrote down earlier, like during the podcast, all the games that were mentioned. I need to play Risk of Rain, Noita, Grim Dawn, Titan Quest, Battle Brothers is what I wrote down. I want to play GTA 5. I've never played the story playthrough, and I've promised that I'd do that on stream. I want to play High on Life because I wanted to check out Novelty Factor. Also, I think that would be cool to play on stream. I need to play the Dark Souls games. I kind of want to play Deus Ex from start. Like, I want to just play through one playthrough of Deus Ex. I never got around to doing that. There's so many games that I'd like to play, but I just don't have time for it, and I don't feel like it's viable because, you know, I'm already like a sort of small-ish PoE streamer when I'm not doing the podcast. And yeah, if I don't start my stream with PoE, I'll just have like single-digit viewer numbers, and that feels really bad. Not gonna lie. I mean, I know that I could turn the content into engaging highlights and stuff like that for the YouTube, but, you know, why like have like a silent little stream when you could have a banger PoE stream? That's where people know me, that's where people expect me, and that's where people are interested to watch my content. So it's my home for now.
Wow. Wow, chat.
Plus, PoE is also just the best game, right? Like, I mean, I don't really play any other games, right? I played League of Legends before that, and like since I started Path of Exile, how many games did I play? I played Deep Rock Galactic. I played a little bit of Grounded.
He plays League. He's got a toxic plant. I'm getting worried over here.
I used to play League. I haven't since.
Honestly, like playing League of Legends was worse for my mental health than dying in hardcore.
Define mental health.
Yeah, or lack thereof. Yeah, you're right. like League of Legends is so freaking wild. You have like I think the last time I played it was like 8 years ago or something. So I'm not sure how it is now. But when I used
that's
to play,
kind of the problem.
Whew, it was spicy. You know, like 5 minutes in, one person dies, game is over, guys. Surrender at 15.
Run it down mid.
Yeah, just start the game the moment you load into Summoner's Rift / ignore all. Just play the game.
That's one of the things that I really liked about the PoE community. When I first started playing this game, it's like, wow, this community on its worst day is like an average or a good day for most other communities. It's like
I found it really refreshing.
Yeah, as much of like in a bubble as we are, and as like, you know, annoying as some things like bitching at GG or Reddit or whatever the complaint of the day is can seem, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not that bad. It's really not.
Playing League of Legends put things into perspective.
But League of Legends is a PvP team game where you depend on the other people, and Path of Exile you're doing PvE, so you have this whole feeling, well, we are together against the wild, or against the, you know, the wonders of Rayclast, and there's no like hostility built in because my success or my failure doesn't affect your game at all, right?
Reddit would have you believe otherwise. But I mean, fair point. Certain type of game attracts a certain type of audience, I believe. So if you play a competitive shooter, for example, you're gonna have a lot more of those screaming kids, like top of the lungs, microphone peaking, expletives, right?
Possibly.
It happens, right? Like I never play CS:GO, but the one time I'm at a LAN party and we're just through playing like Quake or something like that, right? Like, oh, let's play some CS:GO. It will be fun, guys. And I install it, and the first game we joined, there's like some crazy Russian screaming into his microphone. Like, yeah, okay, that was about to be expected.
Here's up next.
What? There's no ancient shards in the guild stash. I don't want to steal a full ancient orb. Let's go.
You're not gonna hit it.
No, should I log in? Give you an ancient orb?
No, there's 2 ancient orbs in Guild Stash. I just don't want to take a full ancient orb. I have like 19 shards. I just wanted to take 1 shard, but there's 0 shards. So it's okay. It doesn't matter because I was not gonna hit it anyway. I can also save it up until I'm not gonna hit it 10 times in a row.
Now there are some
You
in.
shave a shard off of it.
I put some in. Joe put some in.
Oh god. I just want 1 shard.
It's got to be the Mage Blood. I can feel it.
Hey, wait. Am I doing this Immortal Flesh? Yeah, 86 Immortal Flesh. Let's go. Piranda's blazing. Easy clap.
Close enough.
Amazing.
What am I
How
gonna
insane
eat?
would that have been? If you'd like hit a Mage Blood at the end of this stream.
Yeah, I tried during the stream. I tried really hard. I also gambled all my Gwenin and stuff like that. Would have been a great moment during the 100th episode. Stuff like that. GGG, why? Why did you not set it up for me? Did I install the wrong client?
Key.
There's still time.
Let's open that reliquary key that I got while we were doing the stream last night, Catmaster.
Only if you
That's surely
insist.
your Mage Blood right there.
Yeah, surely a worm's mold.
Yep.
Dude, who was it? Captain Lance got a Mage Blood from that, right?
Cute
That's
dog,
so
actually.
insane.
If they're like 80.
That's insane, dude. I mean, it's crazy. I don't even know what the weighting is for a Mage Blood in there. I mean, probably a lot of people put Mage Blood in there, but
All right, what's the craziest thing you've ever dropped on the ground? Just like random monster, you run through, blasting the map, and something drops on the ground, and you're like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know, Doctor card? I honestly don't know anything that's crazier than that.
A Mage Blood card.
A
Well,
mirror.
I didn't drop one on the ground. Like I got a Mage Blood card out of a stacked deck 2 leagues ago during Sentinel.
Back
but-
in Synthesis, I found a Mirror of Kalandra from one of the endgame lab chests. That was
That's
kind of
pog.
cool. SSF, by the way.
Nice.
I dropped mine from a random tier 10 tropical island in Delirium. After not playing the game for 3 years, I came back in week 2 or something.
Makes sense.
And then I
I love
lost my
that.
entire real life. Obviously. But yeah, Crucial just said in chat, you dropped an entire Headhunter. Do you remember that?
No, I didn't. I got a Headhunter from Gwen and I didn't drop one.
Yeah.
Never dropped a Headhunter.
And Gauntlet.
Yeah, the Gauntlet, yeah, that was from Gwenin. I mean, at least pre-nerf Gwenin. Right now, I'm never gonna get anything from Gwenin anymore.
Yeah,
Gwen
she feels
don't get
really bad
shit.
right now.
I mean, I just gambled all my shit and I didn't get a single unique. Not even a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what's your favorite MTX?
If it's not the Blight Helmet, I'm offended.
I was gonna say Invisible Buff MTX. Because it's
That's
so...
the only answer. That's the only answer.
Right, because banners are fucking designed to sell that Invisible Buff MTX. Dude, banners are like
True.
super powerful 10% reservations with this ugly ass thing on your back.
True.
If that was not designed to sell that MTX, then I'm seriously questioning the people who made that design decision.
Yeah, the joke is there is not a single MTX that really interacts with banners outside of it. You can
True.
put on aura effect and it changes, like you get like an extra effect, but the banner doesn't go.
But before banners were introduced as a skill back in the day, you already had banner back attachments in the supporter packs, and before they were a skill, I already found banners ugly AF. Right? I was like, why would you ever run around with a fucking flag on your back like this kind of thing here? Why would you ever run around with like a... I have no idea. Why would you do this? Is this a
Right.
moon landing? Am I trying to mark the ground as mine?
This is a horrible idea. They should never do this. But what if they sold an MTX for banners where you could like write out your own text or put your own picture on the banner.
You know what's gonna happen, right?
Oh,
The
no.
I
Aya
know what's gonna
hideout is
happen.
gonna make its way on that.
Oh,
These banners.
jeez.
These.
And now I heard a little bit of an
Oh,
echo.
yeah. Big time.
There's
Sorry?
gonna be so much booba in PoE all of a sudden.
Oh, I mean, it's not too bad. Like, at least the banner here has a lion on, right? Like here, lion head banner. Journeyman. This was my first supporter pack that I bought. The Journeyman supporter pack. And it does hold up. Like, the Journeyman body armor is, after all, I think one of the most beautiful body armors that there is.
Wasn't that part of the very first supporter packs after the game went out of beta? Like,
I have no
when it
idea
was
whether
only
there
released?
was. I have no idea whether there was supporter packs before that, but yeah, it was end of 2014, so I wouldn't be surprised
Damn.
if that was the first batch of supporter
I've
packs.
never seen that one before.
Which one? The chest or like
The
it's
banner.
both the same?
I don't think
Oh.
I've seen the chest either.
Yeah, I mean they're both part of the Journeyman set. I'm actually kind of proud of owning this one because it's like that was before PoE was popular. It was a very niche game, and most people probably don't have this one. And it's really unique, and it's asymmetrical, right? Like you have the lion head on the left shoulder here, and on the right shoulder it's a smaller shoulder pad. Pauldron is the word, right? And no one.
I like how you
I
said
really like it.
asymmetrical.
Asymmetrical. I thought it's asymmetrical, but I have no idea.
I like ass better.
Okay. You also say asexual.
It depends.
Which one is the worst NPC in your opinion?
The worst NPC. Hillock.
You got the best. Hillock.
Hillock, yeah, because he's. No, wait. No, Haku. Haku
Yeah.
is worse. Haku, because he always complains about this continued dishonor when he like portals in to kill you, and it's like, dude, fuck off. Don't complain about me dishonoring you when you're actually trying to kill me. Nice one. Yeah, it's a nice set, Kirk. It's a nice set. Some people have taste.
The only real answer to that question is Kirek, because he's the reason we lost Sana.
I will never forgive
forgive
it's
him.
fault. I don't
It
think
is.
it's Kirek's fault.
Are we blaming Kirek for that?
She's gonna be the
I
main
am.
one. Mark my
Okay.
words.
I want Sana back.
Yeah, not fair.
She will be back, I think.
He'll be back in
She'll
the
be
next paper fight.
All right, what other great life advice can I give you guys?
Who else got it? Anyone else?
How do you eat your steak?
Medium rare. Unless I fuck it up, and then I probably eat it more like, you know, medium or well done. Medium done. I don't know. I've not made a steak in a long time. Last steak I made, I got relatively medium, but I wasn't happy with the crust on the outside. But I made it in a new pan, and it was the first thing I made in the new pan, so maybe the pan just needs to be used a couple times more. Definitely looking forward to doing a steak again at some point.
Cooking stream when?
Medium rare is proper.
I need like a USB extension cord so I can like take my webcams and my camera into my microphone into the kitchen without actually like building the computer up in the kitchen. I don't want to like deconstruct my PC setup and put it into the kitchen just for like a 3-hour stream in the kitchen and then move it back here. I did a cooking stream.
Why not just use your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, because my phone's shit. And the battery lasts like 20 minutes when I'm streaming from the phone. And it gets hot enough for me to fry the steak on the phone.
That should make the cooking stream pretty easy.
Yeah.
All right. Of all the hardcore characters you've ripped, which one was the most facepalm death? So like, why did I do that?
I wouldn't say facepalm, but like definitely the strongest feeling. So there was this challenge league, right? This was before I streamed. I was playing with 2 friends, right? And we were playing hardcore trade because SSF didn't exist at the time, and we were doing maps together. And so we went into the boss room with the Chaos Rock Golem, the same boss that was in Grotto map, but it was actually like in an underground sort of boss room that had like a wall in the middle that you could walk around. And we were doing that boss, and it was on a map with desecrated ground. And after we killed the boss, I was like, I'm safe here, I can AFK. And then I went into the kitchen and got my pizza, and then sliced the pizza, and I came back with like the pizza on the board, on the cutting board, and with like one slice of pizza in the hand, taking a bite and looking and seeing my character die. And I had the choice between like dropping everything right as I said and jumping to the logout button and saving the character, or just not doing that, right? I didn't want the pizza on the floor, and so I was just like standing there and eating the pizza and watching the character die.
That is so painful.
There was no way that I would have made it in time. But my friends were already like, they were screaming at me, right? Like in the Discord or TeamSpeak. They were like, no, dude. It was a good moment. But the worst thing was that the character was level 89, and there was a challenge in that league to hit level 90.
Oh my god.
That's brutal.
I made another one and hit 90 after. It was okay. I mean, I needed to practice back then anyway. It was really bad at the game. But elemental animate weapon build carried me back then.
Any build you missed that you played that no longer can be played now because of the changes or for whatever reasons?
Yeah, I made a Bane Juggernaut during Delirium that used cluster jewels and the cluster sockets here on the left and here on the top to get the chaos damage over time scaling, two large, and in each large 2 medium with chaos dot multi. And I had 2 unspeakable gifts, and I was using a 6-link Cane of Unraveling. I had a Death's Oath on, and I was using Vixen's Entrapment. That was back when you actually could use your 6-link Bane from the chest, or in that case from the staff, and it would trigger all the curse gems in Vixen's Entrapment. So you'd put only 1 curse as a support gem on Bane, or as like a curse on Bane that you'd apply with Bane, and then all the other curses in the quad curse build were in the gloves. And shortly after, they changed the interaction, so Vixens would not cast the... I don't know exactly what they changed, but it doesn't work like that anymore at all.
10 seconds.
Congratulations, Catmaster. You made it, man. 24 hours of fated connections.
Golf clap, everybody. Golf clap.
Well, I mean, to be fair, when the timer was at 0, I didn't start the podcast. We started the podcast like 3 or 4 minutes in, so... Right, but thanks everyone for being here. I also want to thank you for all the contributions. Lizard gifted some subs, and some other crazy people gifted subs. One particularly crazy dude gifted 210 subs in total.
Cool, Joe.
Yeah, dude, that guy is probably close to 1,000 gifted subs on the channel now.
That's actually insane.
Yeah, it is insane when you calculate it in your head. It's crazy shit. But yeah, no, Lizard did like 22 gift subs, and very, very Evil Bunny resub with Prime, Darps resub with Prime, Massive resub with Prime, Gurkenbaum resub without Prime, Prisoner X gave out 2 community subs, Respect Broccoli 10 community subs, Borg resub with Prime, Kuja Buja Prime, Moon DK gifted a Slippery Gym sub, Cool Joe 210 total subs within like an hour or so. And then Ultraluminal with Prime, an anonymous gifter, another 5 gift subs. IMAX 5 gift subs, another anonymous gifter 5 gift subs. I don't know whether it's the same anonymous. Then Garf gave out 5 communities. What is happening? Oh, you guys just started a hype train while I'm reading this out. So Garf did 5 subs. Me no Chiu sub at tier 1.
Me not you.
Me not you. Wow. Yeah, my brain. Me not you 9. Right. And Enki gifted a 1-month sub to Art Crusader. Yeah, and the hype train is on level 3 already. That's a shit ton of subs, guys. We had a sub goal for a total of 200 total subs, and we're sitting now at 387 total subs, which is probably the biggest amount of subs that I've ever had on my channel, I want to think. I have to check the history, but it's crazy. Thanks guys. It was very generous. You completely blew it out of the park. I didn't even expect to hit the 200 goal, honestly. It's been up for a while, and like the way that this goal works is like it actually live updates as the subs fall off. The counter goes down. So if someone has been subbed for a month and then doesn't resub, then the counter goes down. So we were like continuously bouncing around at 100, and today, like I said, completely blew it out of the park. Thanks all. I actually was thinking for a while before I did the 24-hour podcast here live on the Twitch. I was thinking, because in the past weeks, months, years even, I've been growing a little bit disappointed with Twitch. I still like appreciate the community, but I do have like strong reasons to dislike the platform. I mean, they still do amazing stuff. I'm not saying like I hate them, but there's also like a growing sort of discontent with what the platform is doing. And I've honestly considered like doing the entire episode 100 as a live stream on YouTube, or like doing 12 hours on Twitch and then being like, hey guys, we're moving to YouTube now and we're doing 12 hours on YouTube. But yeah, this makes me think like it was a great idea to not do that and to just stay on Twitch, because you guys were super generous with the gift subs. No need to name, but is there any guest you have had on the podcast that you wish you hadn't invited? No need to name. Any guest you had on the podcast you wish you hadn't invited.
Lizard.
I wanna say yes, but then again, you know, you never know exactly. See, there's this German podcast that I follow, which is called Young and Naive, hosted by a guy whose last name is Young, like the German word for young. And that guy has like all kinds of questionable politicians on all the time, but he just asks silly, naive questions and he lets them deconstruct themselves, right? And I feel like when I had people on in the past where like I don't want to have that person on again, they demonstrated why perfectly fine by themselves. I didn't need to do that myself. Just provide the platform and yeah.
That's fair. And that's a great format, by the way. I think what he does is great.
Yeah, I love that shit. But I have a lot of podcasting idols. I actually consume a tremendous amount of podcast material.
MBX is the worst one? What? My man.
I like MBX. I just wish I'd have him on more often so he would feel less need to cram as much of his thoughts into one episode as possible. Because I'd like to have an interaction with him and not listen to his monologue, but he's really good at what he does. I love the dude, and I met him in 2019 at TwitchCon. I'd love to hang out with him again. You know, no bad feelings or anything. I'm just like, sometimes I think, no, I already said everything. I wish I could monologue that well, and I can sometimes. Stop the witch hunting. What are you guys? Are you?
I'm pretty sure. Is it monologue though, or is it mansplaining? Like, what fine line there?
Me or MBX? No, MBX wasn't mansplaining. I don't.
In
think
general.
So. What? Whether I like mansplaining or monologuing better?
No, whether you think that you're monologuing, but you're actually mansplaining.
I don't think I'm ever mansplaining. Mansplaining implies that you're
In
talking
generality,
to women. No, like that's how I understand the term. That's what it's coined, is like you impose your authority on a woman based on the fact that you're a man, and that's the reason why you know better. No, I don't ever mansplain. I don't think so. Maybe I mansplain to my sister sometimes, but then she quickly gives me a reality check, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're right.
Cancel this man.
I'm gonna grab some lunch. Thanks a lot, Catmaster. Congratulations again on 100 episodes, 24-hour stream. Well done, man.
Yeah, thanks for all the questions. Are we done with the AMA portion now? Because I feel, I mean, I'd answer your questions if you have more, but like, I also feel awkward taking so much talking space because the podcast traditionally for me has been about providing a space for other people to talk.
I mean, I'll leave you at the mercy of these other four. They can decide what to do with you.
I think we can let him off the hook.
Right.
Poor guy.
I received a level 3 hype train emote. Oh, you're piecing out. Thanks, Aphelion, for 2 big appearances. 3, 4, 5. I'm like, yeah. And to another 100 episodes, I'll do my best. We'll try and do that. New all-time record, 4% level 4. What? 11 subs, 100 bits? What? Crazy. IMAX came through with another 5. What? And we reached hype train level 4. Thanks, guys. Crazy.
I hope I hit the right one.
Look at all those emojis on the screen. That's actually amazing.
You weren't there for the 100 drop. It almost crashed the entire overlay.
There was 2 100 drops.
That was 2.
He almost crashed it twice.
Is there like a clip of that, or do I have to go? I mean,
Well,
of course, I'm gonna watch the entire episode, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm gonna cut off the episode at some point. Oh yeah, should we do the end to the episode, guys? Is there anything that you'd like to be in the episode before I end the episode? I mean, obviously the AMA portion is there, which is like highly questionable.
Well, do you have like a dance move that you'd like to share? Or
I don't
something that
dance.
you've been working on?
I can move rhythmically, but I don't dance.
Also,
Don't nerf
whatever
Chester
he
again.
does, he knows I will just spam him if we're turning that into an emote.
I have like 20 hours of podcast content to watch. I'm glad. Do a twerk. No, I mean, like, I do the Catmaster dance thing, but I don't know. I don't practice dance moves. I'm pretty sure I'd be decent at dancing if I actually gave it a try and I actually practiced
You're
it.
a robot.
But, yeah.
Do it now.
Go robot.
Can't do robot. It just looks
Do the
cringe.
worm.
Do the worm.
I could do a pull-up, but I don't have a pull-up bar, so I'll have to wait until I got one.
You know, I live for the cringe. I need to see the robot now.
Seriously.
I don't know. I can't do anything, dude.
Like the robots, you could do that in your chair, see?
You just put up your arm like this and then let it hang, and that's all I can do. Like, I can't do the popping and locking thing where you, like, you know, make it seem like you're a machine. I can't do that shit. It's like, I
It's
can't.
insane how much
I know how it
control
looks.
you have to have for that, right? Like they make it look so easy on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you
same
know
with
that
the
girl who
moonwalk.
does like the NPC thing? Have you
NPC
seen
thing?
that? Yeah, like she pretends to be an NPC from GTA, so she's like glitching out and stuff.
Oh yeah, and walking into walls and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
yeah. I think I've seen something like that.
she's great.
We already had Handstand nipples. What? You saw my nipples? No way. No one
Yep.
told me. Fuck. I need to censor that. Right,
The bowl
I
is
need
not
to
ready.
quickly get
That
a
is
bowl
right.
of yogurt. But before that, we probably want to end the podcast, right? 24 hours is more than enough.
I would think that you'd want to, like, just crash.
Yeah, I think I want to eat a bowl of yogurt because, like, the thing is, the trick to also, like, doing a long stream is to not eat because the moment you eat, you crash. So all I ate was like one fillet, like fish fillet, Schlemmer fillet, and breakfast before that. So I had like a little bit of bread that I baked with like some lunch meat and butter. That's what I ate before stream, and then I started streaming. And at some point in the middle of the stream, I made that fish, burned it a little bit, and then ate it throughout the stream, always like a bite here or there. But I'm not hungry now. Like I'm nurtured, and I did drink. I had coffee with cream. I had a lot of water. Actually, I drank almost 2 liters of water during the entirety since yesterday, so pretty decent. Went to the
Sounds
bathroom
about
like
right.
4 or 5 times.
And never brought the chem with you?
Stayed with it. It was pretty impressive. I don't think I'd sit still that long.
Yeah,
That's what you call content creation, right?
I don't have
Goddamn.
any desire to do it soon again, especially after after BPL, where I first streamed like 18 hours and 13 hours and 15 hours and 13 hours.
Dude, you put out more content in the last day than I put out in the last month.
Right.
Like I've not been streaming as much.
Yeah, I had to get some sleep. I tried to stay, but it was.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you also do a job and you have to care for your dogs and all that. Like, I literally was able to sleep right up before, like, up until I started the podcast, right? So, I mean, that also makes it easier to do the 24 hours. That plus the fact that my day and night schedule was already such that I like got super tired really early, and once we got past midnight, like essentially I just woke up more and more.
I feel like for this type of thing, you have to be somewhat of a degenerate. Is that fair to say?
Well,
Hey, I had over 22,000 steps yesterday before I sat in on this thing. So Parky came on with his 18. I'm like, hey, not even, bro. Like,
yeah,
I'm sitting here watching your podcast. I got more than that.
Honestly, 24-hour podcasts should become a regular thing. They're super dope. I really did appreciate that we get so many different guests and such a variety of different like podcast moods, and like there was a fluid transition and like a constant rotation. I like that. I just feel like, honestly, like beyond 10 hours, I wasn't really worth much, right? Like I just there was just not that much that I just don't have. I'm not that talkative, right? Like I'm done after a certain amount of time, and there was moments where I really got into it again, and where it also helped to distract myself by playing the game, just listening to the conversation and hooking in and talking. But like just sitting here and looking at the other people's faces in the Discord call and all that gets old after like 10 hours. It's really, I mean, just staring into a screen and nothing changes, basically. I mean, layout wise.
Mm-hmm. I feel like when you do this again, you have to layer it maybe a little bit with different segments, and then do
like more of a program. I had like some backup things that I wanted to do, but I was like, I'm only gonna do that when we're gonna run out of conversational topics. And then like, you know, people like MB and Neversink, like we're so passionate about certain topics that they really carried it. And I honestly, I didn't mean to bash MB, right? I emphasized, I really like that dude. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep inviting him. And that discussion was also super valuable between him and Neversink. And the fun thing is that they were so immersed as if they were like alone in a room with each other, just talking to each other. Like at times, Neversink got so emotional that he was like almost screaming into the microphone. He was like so passionate about what he had to say, so that was really good.
That's perfect though. You want this spirit on a podcast, right? Just raw and unfiltered. You hear the opinion expressed, and you can raise your questions and chat and discuss it. Meanwhile, I think that's really, really cool. It's one of my favorite things about podcasts. You know, I find when everyone already agrees with one another, you don't get anywhere. There is no value proposition, right? It's just someone might agree and everyone's happy, right? But where does it lead you?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I feel the same thing. Like even in real life, like when I learn to know new people, the new people that I like disagree with or that I get off on the wrong foot with, where like there's some weird like vibe that you first need to work out, is always better than the people that you think you like instantly, but then they're just it's just way cooler when there's like a conflict and both parties work on it in a constructive or in a good way, and then to resolve it and you overcome it, and then you learn to know each other better. And usually that's how like most of the friendships that I have until now started. They never started with like, oh, we're just like each other, oh, we're cool.
I think if the argument's articulated well and you can appreciate both sides, people aren't just attacking each other.
Exactly. If it
Then-
doesn't
then
devolve into personal
Yeah,
attacks.
it's definitely more gripping or interesting content. It's when it gets kind of below the belt and has no real value other than that. That's when it's a turn off for me.
Two people just going at one another, hating. I guess there can be something to it if like the way through which it gets communicated is somewhat entertaining, but still like there's no inherent value in that, right? Aside from the entertainment.
But I guess you lose me at some point as a listener, if it's just toxic. That's just me. Some people are gravitating towards toxicity, right? Like they seek it out throughout their day. Stuff's too mellow, man. I got to go get some toxic in my shit and get myself all worked up. My day's not complete until I get all twisted. I think there's a ton of people that have to do that. But hey,
people really like drama.
I don't want to live like that.
I mean, if you check YouTube, right, it's all about, or it's not all about, like, there's a decent amount of baiting and trying to get people angry so that they click the videos, they comment and all that, right? Because it drives the algorithm. It just works.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's a good closing statement. I don't have anything to add. And I think I'm gonna cut off the podcast here. If you don't mind, I'm gonna do a quick outro piece where, yeah, exactly. I just want to quickly say, guys, thank you very much for watching the entire 24 hours of the 100th Fated Connections episode. If you're interested who was on the cast, there will be an entire list with all the guest appearances in the description. This entire podcast is not uploaded in full to the audio platforms because that's way too expensive to host on the platform that we're hosting with. But I will upload an excerpt, like a 4-hour sample something to the audio platforms, and then you'll be able to listen to that thing there. And if you want all of it, you'll have to go to the YouTube. As always, you can find the Fated Connections at fatedconnections.buzzsprout.com. There's a link tree to all the podcast platforms, but if you just enter Fated Connections on wherever you get your podcast fixed from, you'll find the podcast there. And of course, my YouTube is youtube.com/CatmasterOP. And that's where all the video versions are. Of course, live on twitch.tv/CatmasterOP always. And the next Fated Connections episode will be announced somewhere in the next days. You can, when that is updated, find the countdown timer for the next episode at fated.fyi/next. Right now it links to Fated 100, and the countdown timer is not a countdown, but it counts up how long ago Fated 100 started. But again, this will be replaced with a countdown timer for 101 as soon as that's planned out. And with that, I want to thank you all for your loyalty. I know most of you haven't been here for episode 1, but I appreciate everyone who we picked up on the way from 1 to 100. And like Chad said, to the next 100 episodes, it's going to be glorious. Path of Exile is here to stay, and we have a lovely community, and that was what we wanted to celebrate with this episode. This episode was not for monetary gain. This episode was not mainly for constructive discussion, even though we had a lot. This was a celebration of Path of Exile community culture and the fact that so many amazing Path of Exile content creator colleagues, if I may say, continuously come onto the show to provide great conversation, and the content wouldn't be the same without them. So make sure that you check out each and every one of them, follow them, sub to them. Path of Exile. Bye-bye. We have an outro thing, but the outro thing is not updated, so the credits are not complete because I can't do that during the stream, but there will be, everyone's name will be there. Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.